Wanderer's Escape, Wanderer's Odyssey, Book 1, written by Simon Goodson, narrated by Joel Richards. Chapter 1. "You! Get over there!" the guard barked at Jess, clouding him on the side of the head for emphasis. Jess stumbled forwards, then broke into a reluctant jog. He'd seen the guards whip and beat other prisoners for not moving fast enough. Ahead, several guards in heavy armor waited with 2 prisoners and the remains of a 3rd. They all stood near the side of a small spaceship, which was maybe 100 meters long and 30 wide at its widest. It was only high enough for a single deck. The dead prisoner had been ordered to open the ship's airlock, but had set off a booby trap. Stuck at the front of his group of prisoners, Jess had seen far more than he wanted of the death. As the man had manipulated the door controls, a blast of electricity had been unleashed, ripping through his body. At least it had been fast. Over the past 4 days, Jess had seen many of his fellow prisoners die as they set off traps, most quickly, but some lingering in agony until a guard grew tired of the noise and put a bullet in their head. They were working their way through a series of vast hangars, each filled with ships from tiny one-person flitters through to immense mining vessels. At least that's what some of the prisoners said they were called. Jess had been born a prisoner, grown up a prisoner. At 16, he knew he'd die a prisoner. Like most of the others, his aims in life were to avoid being punished too often, to get enough food to survive, to keep going. Not everyone felt that way. A few tried to escape. Normally those who hadn't been born prisoners, who had memories of freedom. It was hopeless. Every prisoner was fitted with a control collar. At the slightest sign of a revolt, any guard could activate the collar of every nearby prisoner. Jess didn't know how they worked, just how it felt. Like a million insects, biting and burning their way down every nerve. Some people screamed, some couldn't. All dropped to the floor, writhing in agony. Distance offered no safety. The guards just increased the range until the running prisoner's collar activated, in the process taking down every other prisoner within range. The punishment for those trying to escape? Other than the pain from the collar, nothing. Nothing from the guards. Punishment was left to the other prisoners, to those who'd suffered when the collars activated. Few tried to escape more than twice. Repeat offenders were almost always killed or crippled by the other prisoners who valued avoiding punishment from the collars far above a fellow prisoner's freedom. It wasn't all stick, though. Sometimes there were rewards, like now. A month on special rations for anyone managing to help make 3 ships safe. Meat for every meal, real vegetables. A feast compared to the prisoner's normal fare. Not as easy as it sounded, though. Jess had no idea who the previous owners had been, but they'd been determined to protect their collection of ships. Many groups of prisoners were working to gain access. Hundreds had died already, just that Jess had seen or heard of. Now it was his turn to step up. Walking past the guards, he studied the 2 prisoners already by the ship. The closest was an old man, powerfully built despite his age. His face and arms were covered in scars and burns. Life expectancy for prisoners was 30 to 35. The man looked well past that already, which probably meant he'd been captured in the last few years. The other was a woman, maybe 8 or 10 years older than Jess. Dirty face already creased with wrinkles. Jess stopped by them, trying to ignore the charred and still smoking corpse on the floor. A guard stepped forward and shoved him towards the ship. "Open it," he told Jess. Jess glanced at the other 2. The girl looked away. The man spread his hands. "We've already cleared 1 ship," he said. "You're the trap fodder at the moment, like Barbecue Boy was before you. They'll save us for the tricky traps inside." His face softened slightly. "Be careful, kid. Take a little extra time. You look like you got more smarts than the last one. Use them. You'll need his pry bar." Jess nodded. The bar was needed to open jammed doors, and in theory to deflect any electrical blast safely into the floor. The body grasping the bar showed how well that worked. Jess took a deep breath, stepped to the smoking corpse and, with a shudder, prized the metal bar from charred fingers. It came free easily. If it hadn't, Jess was sure he'd have lost the meager contents of his stomach. Standing, he turned to face the airlock. The ship seemed different from the others Jess had seen in the hangars. Where most were blocky, often with garish paint jobs, this one was smooth, streamlined, and silver all over. No access panels, no warning signs, no external pipework. All that broke the side he looked at were the faint outlines of the airlock and a lock panel to the right of it, the panel where the booby trap had been set. Jess peered closely at the lock panel, taking care not to touch it. It was a standard-looking access system, with a number pad to enter the combination and a display above. Wires ran from it to a cracker unit, which showed a long series of digits. Had the last prisoner just got unlucky? Mistyped a number? Jess reached out to start typing, but then paused. Somehow the panel looked wrong. It seemed to jar with the rest of the ship. Stepping back a little, he studied the ship's side again, following the outline of the airlock. To the left, he found a slight indentation in the hull at shoulder height. Gingerly, he reached out and pressed, body tensed. Nothing happened. Jess let out a shaky breath. Then he noticed that the outline of the door seemed a little clearer, and as he watched, the entire door slid sideways, revealing a small airlock. "Well done, kid," said the older man, stepping forwards and clapping Jess on the shoulder. "Plenty of room for the three of us. The guards won't come in with us, not until we've finished clearing the main traps from inside. Come on." The man stepped into the airlock. Jess stepped in to his left, the girl to his right. The outer door closed quickly, leaving them in darkness. "Matt!" the girl's voice snapped out. "Sorry," muttered the man, Matt, flicking on an electric lantern. "Wasn't expecting the door to close that quick. Hope the inner door opens soon. The air in here won't last that long." "Yeah, thanks, Matt. Like this doesn't suck enough without thoughts like that." "Sorry, Sal." Matt turned. Jess could just make his face out. "Hey, kid, what's your name?" "Jess." "Jess. Well, Jess, I'm Matthew. Matt normally, and this is Sal. You seem to have some smarts, so maybe you'll be around long enough for us to need your name. Or stuck in this airlock long enough to need it." "Matt," hissed Sal, "you know I hate the thought of getting trapped on one of these ships. Can you please shut up?" Before Matt could reply, the inner door smoothly drew back, so quickly that Jess, who had been leaning on it, stumbled out. Matt stepped out next, holding the lamp up, followed by Sal. Jess looked around in wonder. The only ships he'd been on before were prisoner transport barges, all bare metal and dirt, stinking of fear and filth. This was a different world. The room they were in was the width of the ship and about 20 meters long. It was sparkling clean and completely empty, lit by gentle lighting in the ceiling. A door to their right led towards the front of the ship, another to the left towards the back. Matt turned off the lantern. "Be careful," Matt said. "Just because it looks empty doesn't mean there can't be traps." They took a few tentative steps. Then a sharp beeping made Jess freeze in place. "Relax, kid," laughed Matt, pulling a radio off his belt. "We're in," he said into it. "What took you so long?" came the crackly reply. "The inner door didn't open for a while. We just got into the main ship." The radio stayed silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, burning pain slammed through Jess's entire body. As his muscles all convulsed, he dropped to the floor. He lay there for several seconds before he realized that the collar had turned off almost as soon as it had been activated. As he climbed back to his feet, the radio crackled into life again where Matt had dropped it on the floor. "Just a reminder that you aren't safe in there," came the guard's voice. "Now get on with it." "Bastards," muttered Sal. Jess climbed back to his feet and glanced at Matt for guidance. The old man gestured right, to the front of the ship. Jess started to walk towards the door, taking each step carefully. He reached it without incident and stood studying it. This time there were no obvious controls, nothing like the fake number panel by the airlock. Looking closely, he made out a small indentation to the left. Taking a deep breath, he reached out and touched it. With a soft hiss, the door slid open, revealing a short passage with another door at the end. "Hang on, kid," Matt said. "There's something strange here." Jess turned to look at him. "Too clear?" asked Sal. "Yep. Every other ship has been littered with traps every step of the way. We should have found at least a handful already. This ship is different. Why?" "Maybe because they couldn't get in here," said Jess thoughtfully. "Sure. And yet you walk up, press the wall, and the ship just opens up for you?" Sal said scornfully. "Right." Jess shrugged, not saying anything. He still felt he was right. Matt stood deep in thought. Sal paced edgily backwards and forwards. Finally, Matt sighed. "Well, we won't solve this mystery by standing still, and our lords and masters outside will be getting twitchy fingers on the collar controls again soon. Sal, this is where you take over. I reckon the flight deck must be beyond that door, and we don't want Jess setting off anything that wrecks it. You're up." Grumbling under her breath, Sal pushed past Jess, walked to the end of the corridor, and studied the door before pressing the wall to the side. Nothing happened. She pressed again, harder, then several times in succession. "Nothing," she called back over her shoulder. "Dead. Or locked. Doesn't want to open either way." "Let me look," said Matt, moving past Jess into the corridor. He reached out to press the door control. Again, nothing happened. Jess moved a little closer, and the door from the main room slid shut behind him. "Shit!" Sal shoved past Jess, reached out to palm the door control, and let out a shuddering breath as the door opened again. "You okay?" asked Matt. "Yeah." Sal nodded shakily, though to Jess she looked anything but okay. "Getting shut into small spaces once too often." "Maybe you shouldn't have volunteered for this job then," Matt chuckled. Sal snorted but didn't bother to reply. Jess had been studying the door and panel while they spoke. Now he reached out and gently touched the door control. The door slid smoothly open, revealing a small flight deck. "How the hell did you do that?" Matt asked, startled. Before Jess could reply, red flashing lights came on around them, and a siren started to blare. Bolts of electricity arced out from the walls, grounding through them. Sal let out a brief scream that ended with her choking. Jess was choking too. He wasn't getting burned, as he'd expected, but he couldn't breathe. He scrabbled at his throat, trying to break free, to get some breath. His fingers found purchase, and he pulled as hard as he could, collapsing to the floor and drawing in a deep breath. After a few seconds, he heard the other two also dragging breath rapidly into their lungs. The siren stopped, and the flashing red lights were replaced by the soft white light. Jess stared at what lay on the floor, then tentatively reached up and touched his neck. He felt skin, nothing else. The control collar lay on the floor in front of him. That shouldn't be possible. Once fitted, any attempt to remove a collar led to it activating, and all collars within 50 meters doing the same. Jess turned to look at the other two. Sal had both hands against her neck, staring eyes wide at her collar on the ground, with a smile on her face. Matt had a face like thunder. He looked up, catching both their gazes before speaking. "We're dead," he said flatly. "What?" spluttered Sal. "Why?" "That's why." Matt gestured at the collars. "We found a way to get them removed. The guards won't allow that story to get out. The moment they see us, we are dead. If we step outside so the rest of the prisoners can see, then they're all dead too." Sal and Jess sat shocked, the truth of his words sinking in. Matt looked up and around at the ship. "Not even like we can make a run for it in this thing. We'd have to find a way out of these hangars and dodge everything they can throw at us. If we even got out from here, they'd hunt us down like dogs. Though, a grin spread across his face, if we're dead anyway, we might as well have some fun. He pushed himself to his feet, kicked his collar aside, and made his way into the flight deck. Jess and Sal followed. The flight deck was simple. One seat set at the front, with 2 banks of 2 behind it. The seats were padded, comfortable looking. The front seat was clearly for the pilot. A joystick and a totally blank display board showed that. There were no windows. The walls looked like they might be screens, though they were dead now. Matt sank into the pilot's chair, grasped the joystick, and tried tapping the blank area in front of him. Nothing. Totally dead. His shoulders sank. A few seconds later, the radio burst into life. Get back to the airlock and open it now. It won't open for us. You have 60 seconds before we activate the collars. On our way, Matt answered. He flicked off the radio and continued. Well, that's good news at least. Now we can starve in here, or die of thirst, or open the airlock and get shot by the guards. He thumped the blank panel in front of him. Matt, Sal said softly, resting a hand on his shoulder. Let Jess have a try. What? Why? Because the ship seems to be responding to him. He opened the outer airlock. We couldn't open the door to get in here, but it opened first time for him. What have we got to lose? Matt sat thinking for a moment, then stood, smiling lopsidedly at Jess. All yours, kid. No pressure. Jess looked from one to the other, thoughts tumbling over each other. What did they think he was? He wasn't anything special, just one more prisoner. He slipped into the pilot's chair carefully. Nothing happened. He grasped the joystick. Again, nothing. He reached out, touched the blank panel in front of him. Still nothing. He tried resting both hands flat on the panel. The controls remained dead. I was so sure, muttered Sal. Never mind. It was worth a try, said Matt. He clapped Jess on the shoulder. Don't blame yourself, kid. It was always a long shot. Now we need to decide whether to open the airlock or not. Jess slumped back in the chair, arms resting on the armrests. As his hands touched the black material, a shock ran through them, almost like they'd been bitten. Before he could say anything, the ship started to come to life around him. First the walls, screens flickering into life. Images appeared showing the hangar, the other ships, even the guards and prisoners outside. Then the board in front of him lit up. Most of what he saw made no sense, but an outline of the ship from the side and above drew his eyes. It was mostly red, with some yellow. The only green section was the front, the flight deck. That was changing, though. Areas flickered from red to yellow to green. She's powering up, said Matt, disbelief in his voice. He grabbed Sal in a bear hug. You were right. You were right. The ship is reacting to the kid. Jess sat staring at the displays in front of him, his mind reeling, feeling dizzy. Outside, he could see the guards starting to rush around, pointing towards the ship. Something was happening. The radio crackled into life. Where are you? What are you doing? The voice sounded worried, panicked even. Get down here and open the airlock now. The ship has just started to vibrate. Get down here now or else. With a grin, Matt replied, You sound a little concerned out there. I'm afraid we're quite happy in here, and it'll be a cold day in hell before we let you in. Oh, and don't bother with the collars. We've taken ours off. They heard splutters of disbelief at the other end, before Matt turned the radio off. Boring bunch, he said with a grin. He sat down in the left-hand seat behind Jess, gestured for Sal to sit to his right. Right, kid. Get us out of here. Jess was still sitting stunned, barely aware of his surroundings. He felt dizzy and strange, heavy. He couldn't put his finger on it exactly, but he felt, well, wrong. He jumped as Matt's hand rested on his shoulder. Sorry to hurry you, kid, but they're shooting at us, and they're bringing up some serious firepower. I can see a plasma cannon and heavy-duty laser cutter already. Jess grabbed the joystick, tried pulling it back. Nothing. Forwards, sideways, still nothing. He started to panic. The other two were depending on him, and he couldn't do it. Looking at the screens, he could see a heavy-duty wagon being turned, so that the device on its back pointed towards them, towards the flight deck, he guessed. "I can't do it," Jess wailed. "It won't respond. I'm sorry." Matt tightened his grip on Jess's shoulder. "It's okay, kid. It's okay. You've already done wonders. At the least, we've given them a good scare. And when they fire that thing, they'll wreck this ship. Not bad for 3 lowly prisoners." "He's right," said Sal softly. "It's not your fault, Jess." She leaned forward, kissed him on the cheek. Jess felt his heart skip a beat as he realized how much his 2 fellow prisoners meant to him already. How much he wanted them to survive. Watching the screen, he saw the weapon powering up, preparing to fire. He wanted to protect the other 2, wanted to throw himself in front of the blast and shield them. The weapon fired. Jess felt the blow as if it had struck the side of his head, a mild stinging. Looking at the display showing the ship, there was now a glowing outline showing green around most of the ship, but yellow around the flight deck. The stinging had already subsided. As it did, the glow around the flight deck faded back from yellow to green. He realized the display was showing the status of the shields. "What is this ship?" Matt almost shouted. "That was a plasma blast. A combat ship 10 times this size wouldn't be able to deflect a blast from that close. Damn! Look!" Sal and Jess looked where he pointed. Several large ships were flying down the hangar towards them. Raptors. The weaponry on those things makes the plasma cannon look like a pinprick. It'll probably vaporize everyone outside the ship, too. Even the guards. Shame. Jess stared at the approaching ships as Matt's words sank in. He wanted to get away, get his new friends away. The closer the ships came, the more he wanted to get away. Suddenly, the floor lurched. Jess was pressed down into his seat by acceleration, and the view on the front screen swiveled around. Another surge of acceleration, and they were moving. "Well done, kid," yelled Matt. "I think I've figured out what this display is," he continued, pointing to a cluster of moving points near the left side. "It seems to be showing other ships. The smaller dots are the Raptors. God, there's at least another 20 closing in. And those larger dots. What the?" Jess glanced over his shoulder. Part of the cabin had flowed out in front of Matt to form a board, and displays were coming on across it. Matt's expression went from puzzled to a huge grin. "I like this ship," the old man muttered. "Let me see. There's the scanner. This looks like a viewer. If I do this, yes. Oh no. That's bad." "What?" Jess asked, focused back on the screens in front of him. Several of the Raptors had opened fire, and he was jinking the ship to avoid giving them an easy target. He was using the joystick, but was getting the definite impression the ship was responding to his thoughts before the physical action. He wasn't going to start experimenting whilst being shot at, though. "There's some much heavier ships moving in. Some of them barely fit in here. They're really serious about stopping us. We're caught in a ring of ships. If we try to break out, they'll chop us to pieces." "This thing got any weapons?" asked Sal. "No use," said Matt. "There's way too many of them, and some of those ships are monsters. I can see hundreds of ships closing already. Shame. This has been one hell of a ride. Still better to die free than live a prisoner." Jess wasn't so sure about that. Matt was an old man. Jess still had a lot of life left. Prisoner or not, he'd been counting on a lot more years. He felt a sharp pain in his leg as a Raptor's blast caught the rear of the ship. Felt a tingle as another blast just missed. He shouted as 2 more blasts struck the ship's shields. Almost without his realizing, More and more knowledge of the ship had been filtering into his mind. Now he became aware of the flow. He realized it was the cause of his dizziness, of his not quite feeling right. Something new came through. A way out. An exit. 4 or 5 more shots struck the ship despite his best efforts. 20 or 30 passed nearby. Jess didn't hesitate. He reached out and grabbed the exit, dragging the ship through. The screens went blank for a few moments, then flickered back into life. All showed the same thing. A deep blue mist with wispy strands of a lighter blue, all lit by a soft internal glow. Every few seconds a crackle of lightning discharged. "Holy shit," Matt swore. "We're in jump space. It's just not possible. You can't jump from inside a gravity field or inside a station. It's impossible." "Then we've done the impossible," laughed Sal. "Don't you understand? We've made it. We're free." "Not yet. I spent most of my life on ships. They'll attract our entry vector. Ships will soon be following us. Not the ones that were chasing us, but they must have more outside of that place. Their sensors won't work here, but the moment we punch through to real space, we'll leave behind a huge disturbance which they can detect. They'll drop into real space right behind us." "So, we'll just change direction." "Not possible. The jump engines shove us through into this. I don't know whatever this is. I just know it is jump space. I never learnt the theory behind it. As well as breaking through, they give us a kick in the right direction. Once the ship is in jump space, the thrusters are useless. The jump drive, too. Its only purpose is to break us back to real space when needed." "Can't we drop out and quickly jump again, before they can turn up to track us?" "No, sorry, it won't work. Each jump damages the skin of real space. It can take days for the damage to vanish. Until it does, it's like a signpost pointing the direction we took. It's like a fingerprint, too. Each ship's drive leaves a different pattern." "But we can stay here? They won't find us?" Matt smiled sadly. "Yes, for the moment. But with no food and water, we can't stay for long. Also, we don't know which direction we jumped in. The longer we stay, the further we go, and the harder it will be to work out where we emerge. We might end up stranded in the void between the stars. We've got no star charts, no idea where to go." Several quiet minutes passed, each of them sunk in thought. It was Matt who broke the silence. "That's odd. The scanner is still working. Look." Jess glanced at his copy of the scanner. Matt was right. He could see the dots representing ships on the scanner. 30 or 40 at least, all following behind them. Some of the dots were immense. "Well, aren't we the popular ones?" joked Sal. "They really want us back." "Or this ship," muttered Matt. "Or more likely both." Jess studied the scanner. Matt was right. All the ships were following. They all seemed to be traveling at the same speed, too. If Matt was right and the sensors on the other ships didn't work here, then it would be so simple to lose them. If only the ship could change direction. A 90-degree turn to the left would do it, would leave the ships heading completely the wrong way. As soon as the thought formed, Jess was pressed into the right side of the seat as the ship's nose swung left. A few seconds later, the pressure eased off. A glance at the scanner confirmed what he'd felt. The pursuing ships were now shown to their left, but they were dropping behind. He could sense Matt and Sal tensely studying the display, too. Neither said a word for the next few minutes as the chasing ships moved further and further away, without deviating from their original heading. Finally, as they started to disappear off the scanner, Matt let out a whoop of delight. "We've done it! My God, we've done it! Do you understand? We're free! Free!" He broke down, tears running down his face, sobs racking his body. Sal moved to comfort him, while Jess sat dazed. He couldn't really take it in. When very young, he dreamed of escaping, of getting free. As he grew older, those dreams had been crushed out of him. Now it had happened, and all he felt was numb. It was too much. He couldn't take it in yet. After a few minutes, Matt regained his composure. "Sorry, kids. I dreamt of getting free, being able to live again, every night since they took me prisoner. Actually achieving it is almost too much to bear. Come on, the ship will be fine for a while. Let's go explore, see if there's any food or water on this thing. Then we can decide what to do." Jess went to stand up, to lean forward, found that he couldn't. His back and head were stuck to the chair. "I'm caught on something. Can you see what?" he asked. Sal leaned forward to look, then let out a cry. "My God! Matt, look!" "What?" Jess asked, scared. "What is it? Why can't I move?" Matt let out a curse. Jess started to try to pull free, but Matt quickly took hold of his shoulders to hold him in place. "Don't move, boy. Please, hold still for a moment. There's some sort of web between you and the seat. Now, don't panic, but it looks like some strands are going into your head, like you're being linked to the ship. How do you feel?" Jess took a ragged breath, trying to slow his hammering heart. "A bit dizzy. My head has been tingling. I've been feeling pain when the ship was hit, and I seem to just know things about the ship. What's happening to me?" He started to struggle again, but his head was locked firm. He could turn to the sides a little, but not move forwards. "Steady, steady." Matt's hands pressed down on his shoulders again. "If those are connected into your brain, then ripping them out could kill you. Take it easy." Jess felt himself relaxing. Not at Matt's words. A warm feeling was spreading through his body, easing the tension from his muscles as it went. He felt an image, a feeling pushing into his mind. It wasn't his thought, wasn't trying to disguise itself as coming from him. It came from the ship, he was sure. The image was of him being held safely, being cared for. What was happening was to help protect him. He relaxed some more. "It's okay, I think," he said. "Really. It's a bit scary, but I'm sure the ship doesn't want to hurt me. It's doing this for me, to help me somehow." Sal gently stroked the side of his face, studying him closely. "You sure?" she asked. "It's definitely you saying that." Jess went to answer, then closed his mouth again, gave the question some thought, then nodded as much as he was able. "Yes, I'm still me. The ship is reaching out to me, I guess. It's trying to connect me and it, but no more. It's not trying to control me or anything." She stared hard at him for another few seconds before nodding. "Okay, but I'm not leaving you on your own. Matt, go explore. Tell us what you find. I'll keep an eye. I'll keep Jess company." As Matt headed back to the main room, she crouched down, reached out, taking Jess's right hand in both of hers. The way she looked at him brought a lump to his throat. His memories of his mother were vague, but he remembered her using that look. He gave Sal a smile, then closed his eyes, letting the rush of information from the ship wash over him again. Chapter 2. Jess blinked his eyes, waking from a pleasant dream. He'd been floating in warm water, in a deep blue sea, with a warm sun beating down on him. A strange dream, as he'd never been on a planet, never even seen a lake, let alone a sea. He stared blankly at the screens and displays in front of him for a few seconds, before remembering where he was. He glanced at the displays again, and they seemed to snap into focus. He knew what most of them were at a glance: scanner, ship status, generator flux. Some he still looked at with no understanding, but he felt they weren't important, not yet anyway. He reached a hand up to the back of his head slowly, paused, then touched. He felt the web of strands still connecting him to the chair. They were warm to the touch, not slimy as he'd half expected. Slightly rough. Touching them caused a tingling in his head, not painful, but a little unpleasant. He let his hand drop down again. The process didn't scare him so much now. He understood it was necessary, part of the ship's efforts to bond with him. He heard steps behind him and looked over his right shoulder to see Sal approaching, carrying a steaming mug. "Here, take this," she said. "Careful, though, it's hot. It's also delicious. Hot chocolate, Matt calls it." Jess twisted and took the mug from her. As he did so, he realized his head was no longer held against the back of the seat. "I can move," he said. Sal smiled at him. "You've been out of it for quite a while, 4 or 5 hours. The web has grown some more. I don't think you can get off the seat, but you should be able to move around more. It doesn't seem to be stuck to your back anymore either, just to your head. How are you feeling?" She was still smiling, but Jess could see the worry in her eyes, and how she held herself. "I don't feel too bad. Actually, I feel pretty good. Well rested. All this still feels a bit strange, but I'm sure the ship doesn't mean any harm. It's doing this for a reason." He paused to take a sip of the drink. Delicious sweetness filled his mouth, together with a slightly bitter undertone. He quickly took a larger sip, burning his tongue. "Wow! Ouch!" Sal chuckled. "Careful. I burnt my tongue 3 times trying to drink it too fast. It is something special, isn't it? Where did you get it? Are there stores at the back of the ship?"
"Not quite. We've had an interesting few hours."
Matt's tone was dry as he joined Jess and Sal.
"First of all, you won't recognize the main room. Sorry."
He stumbled to a halt, remembering that Jess couldn't leave the chair he sat in. Jess chuckled. "You'll just have to describe it to me."
Yes, well, when I went back before you fell asleep, it was still just an empty area, and the rear door wouldn't open. I spent a few minutes looking for any hidden doors or controls, but there weren't any. Just the same indentation the other doors have, and that didn't do anything. I came back to tell you both, but you'd already fallen asleep. I explained to Sal, decided to go take another look, and found the door from the flight deck wouldn't open. We were stuck. Must have been in here 10, 15 minutes. I was starting to consider waking you up, but Sal was against it. She thought you needed the rest. Then, suddenly, the door slid open. I went back and the far door opened too. I stepped into the main room and couldn't believe my eyes. It had completely transformed. There are 2 big, comfy sofas and 4 chairs, all facing a large screen. A big table and chairs with space for 12. It's narrower, though. Most of the right side, opposite the airlock, is sectioned off now. A door leads into a small corridor, which has 3 small rooms, each with a bed, side table, and lamp. There's also a small toilet and shower area. Each of the rooms had a few clothes, nothing special, but a damn sight better than prisoner overalls. Jess noticed for the first time that Sal and Matt were wearing different clothes. Dark blue trousers and shirts. The color wasn't that different to the near rags prisoners normally wore, but the clothes were clean and new. And in the main area, there's this device that, well, it seems to create food and drink somehow. I've never even heard of anything like it, but it's made us several drinks and a meal already. I don't see how it could have stored the fresh food anywhere. The hot chocolate seems the most popular so far." He smiled. "It's wonderful," Jess said, sipping some more. "Speaking of which, that was supposed to be mine. I'm going to go get another," Sal said, heading back. "You're looking well, kid," Matt said, "especially considering—"
He gestured at the top of Jess's head, words failing him. "Especially considering the ship has decided to wire me in?" asked Jess with a grin. "Don't worry, please. I'm sure it doesn't mean me any harm."
"You think it's alive? Conscious? Aware?"
Matt stared intently at him. "I'm not sure about alive, but aware? Yes. Though not exactly. It's hard to put into words. It's like there's a large chunk of it missing, the part that decides, the part that takes action."
"And is that part going to be you?"
Jess nodded. "I think so, yes. Not in a sinister way, though. It needs a pilot. It was designed to obey the needs of someone. It's not trying to take me over or force me to be a part of it. It's more like it's trying to make itself an extension of me.
And that doesn't scare you.
Scare me? It's bloody terrifying. But I don't feel like I'm in danger from the ship.
They sat in silence, staring at the blue mists floating past the screens. Jess sipping his way through the chocolate. Sal came back with her own mug, but didn't break the silence. By the time Jess finished the mug, his eyelids felt heavy, and his head started nodding forwards. Matt took the mug, and Jess was asleep again within seconds. Jess was woken with a start by a rasping snore. Turning in his seat, he saw Matt sprawled behind him, head back, mouth open, and snoring loudly. Jess smiled at the sight and sounds, feeling tension drain out of him. Turning back, he started to run his eyes over the displays to check the ship's status, then realized he didn't need to. Closing his eyes, he reached out, feeling the status, seeing it in his mind. The ship was functioning well, but in a very low power state. It had depleted most of its reserves at some point in the past. Powerful as it seemed to Jess, it was only a pale shadow of what it could be. Stretching his thoughts out, Jess felt the ship respond, felt it mesh perfectly with his mind. He wiggled the course back and forth slightly, just by thinking about it, felt the powerful jump engines as they did something Matt had thought impossible, almost as if they were his legs, felt the strong tingling of the shields around himself, and felt the weaponry come online. Aiming felt like moving his arms. The weapons locked to where he pointed. Opening his eyes, he pulled himself back with some reluctance. He was still aware of the ship, of its status, but now he was back in his own body, a body that was decidedly stiff. Stretching, he pushed himself up, turned and took a couple of steps before freezing. The web. It was gone. He reached up, touched the back of his head, hair, skull. Nothing else. No stickiness, no holes. Yet he could still feel the ship in his head. Closing his eyes, he reached out for the ship again, linking with its limited mind. He called up a view of the cabin and saw himself standing as if in a trance. With a thought, the view changed, was overlaid with temperature and other scans. Now he could see into his own head, could see the silvery threads and nodes that formed an intricate lace netting, interwoven with his brain, linking him to the ship without the need of a physical connection. Now he understood. The web had been a temporary measure, allowing limited linkage and forming the bridge for the permanent connection to be grown. Jess marveled at how calmly he was taking this. He realized it wasn't new to him. He'd been made aware of all this whilst he slept. Still, finding it out, facing up to it, was quite a shock. With a thought, his vision shifted to Matt, studying the old man. Matt's brain was completely free of the growths in Jess's head. Whatever was happening was reserved for Jess alone, apparently. Fascinated, Jess studied the flows of electricity across Matt's brain as he slept. Panicked for what felt like seconds when he realized there was no heartbeat, before the ship sent a soothing wave with the knowledge that he was thinking far, far faster than normal. What felt like long seconds later, this was confirmed as the old man's heart gave a lazy beat. Jess let his new senses range further over Matt, finding himself drawn to the left lung, to a fist-sized mass that seemed wrong. Cancerous, the ship confirmed through the link, likely to be fatal within a few months. Jess pulled back into his own head with a start, tears blurring his vision. He was already fond of the old man. Did Matt know? Could he not with such a large lump? Jess stumbled past, towards the main cabin. Both doors opened at his approach, closing quietly behind him. The main cabin was pretty much as Matt had described. Sal was asleep on one of the sofas, a soft gray blanket pulled over her. The lights were dim, though they started to brighten as Jess walked in. Without thinking how he did it, he dimmed them again, not wanting to wake Sal. Stomach grumbling, he made his way over to the food dispenser. It was a large, rectangular, white box, positioned against the wall and standing from floor to ceiling.
Controls in the lower area of the machine offered choices, and a large door stood above. As Jess approached, the machine started to hum. The display flashed up, Pilot Special, and the door slid upwards, revealing a large, steaming mug. Jess took it out and made his way to the dining table, settling into a chair at the end and resting the mug. He sniffed the mug's contents cautiously and caught the wonderful smell of hot chocolate. But with other smells he could only half identify. He felt a gentle prod from the ship to drink up. The ship warned him that most of the changes made to him had come from his body's own resources, and that he urgently needed to replace them. With a shrug, he started to sip the drink. Chapter 3. "Hey, you're awake. How are you feeling?" asked Sal. Jess turned in the pilot's seat, smiled back at her. She had the gray blanket draped over her shoulders. Matt was still sleeping in the chair behind, though thankfully the snoring had stopped. "I'm fine. I was just watching the mists. They really are beautiful. They change all the time. You start to see shapes in them after a while." She walked up next to him, then stopped, a shocked look on her face. "The web, it's gone." "Yeah, I had noticed," Jess said, grinning. "So, are you and the ship not connected now?" "No, I mean, yes, we are still connected. It did something to my head. I can feel the whole ship if I want to, control it. I think that's how it's designed to work, with a single pilot who, in some ways, is part of the ship. I'm still coming to terms with it." She studied him in silence for a long time. Jess started to worry. Though he'd only just met them, he suddenly realized how much he needed both Sal and Matt, needed their company, needed them to help him through what was happening. He hadn't thought about how they might feel. He'd been so caught up in his own worries. Now he realized how he must seem to them. Something different. Not fully human anymore. A monster, maybe. He wanted to speak up, tell her it was still him. He couldn't find the words, so sat there waiting for her to speak, waiting for her to pull away in fear or disgust, to make her feelings clear. Finally she spoke. Does it hurt?" she asked, reaching out to touch his arm. Jess broke down. Everything that had happened came crashing in at once. The enormity of the changes to his mind, his worries about what Sal was thinking, and the obvious concern in her question for him as a person. She leaned forward, wrapping her arms around him, rocking him, reassuring him. For the first time since he'd been separated from his mother, aged 9, someone held him while he cried. He took a few minutes to cry himself out. Sobbing cries subsided to snivels, and finally stopped. He stayed where he was, enjoying the feeling of being held for a few more minutes, before pulling away. He was surprised to see that Sal had been crying too. He smiled at her. "Thank you," he said. It seemed to be enough. She smiled back. "Does it hurt that much?" she asked gently, obviously still concerned. His laugh surprised her. He shook his head. "No, it doesn't hurt. It's a little strange at times, but that's it. I was so sure you'd see me as a monster, as something disgusting. I was so scared you'd want to leave me." She shook her head. "Something strange has happened to you, but you're still the same scared-looking kid that got singled out to help us detrap this ship. Nothing's changed there."
"Same goes for me, kid," said Matt, stretching in his seat.
He winced, rubbed his chest where Jess had sensed the cancerous growth.
"Getting too old to be sleeping in chairs," he muttered.
"Matt," Jess said softly. The old man looked up, waiting for him to continue. "Matt, it's more than that. I saw through the ship. There's a lump." Matt's face tensed. He nodded sharply, grimaced, sank back in his seat.
"I worried it might be. It's been getting worse for weeks. Not much I could do about it, though. The guards wouldn't have cared. Not till I was too ill to work. Then it would have been a bullet to the head." Not much more I can do about it here, though I guess I'd rather know than worry about what it might be.
Sal moved to stand by Matt, hand on his shoulder, lost for words.
So, did this wonderful ship say how long I might have? Asked Matt.
The Wanderer. It says its name is the Wanderer, or that's the closest translation it can get, replied Jess.
The Wanderer. Nice name. Now, how about answering my question?
A few months, maybe a bit more, maybe less, Jess said quietly.
Could be worse, I suppose. Can get a lot of living into a few months, especially now we're free. Hell, might even be able to find a doctor that can cure it, if I had the money.
Jess felt a gentle nudge in his mind, the ship's way of bringing things to his attention. As he absorbed the information, a huge smile spread across his face.
Well, don't you look like the cat that got the cream, said Matt. What's up?
The back section. The area you couldn't get into. It contains the engineering deck like you thought. But more than that, there's a medical bay. The ship seems to think it can remove the lump and reconstruct the damaged area of your lung. Conflicting emotions fought their way across Matt's face. Fear, hope, resignation, concern, relief.
Are you sure? Really sure?
Jess's gaze lost its focus as he pushed his awareness out into the ship's mind, checking. It snapped back again almost instantly. Yes, I've checked and I'm sure. In fact, please don't take this the wrong way, but the ship seems to feel it's quite trivial, compared to what it did to my mind, that is.
When can we start?
Now, if you want. The process will take a few hours. Then you'll have to stay in the chamber resting for a couple of days while you recover. We'll be able to speak to you, but not come in. The room has to be kept sterile.
Well then, no time like the present, is there?
Matt stood. Sal glanced between the two of them. Are you sure? We know hardly anything about this ship, and you're going to risk letting it operate on you? How do you know it's even right? Maybe you don't have a growth, or it's not cancerous. Matt placed his hands on her shoulders, looking into her eyes.
Sal, it's cancer. It's in my family, something in the genes. I've known for weeks, months, whether I wanted to admit it to myself or not. I'm old, nearly 70, and for months I felt this pain in my chest grow worse and worse.
He leaned forward, kissed her on the top of her head.
This is my chance. I have to take it. Do you see?
She nodded, smiled sadly at him. He turned and walked back to the living quarters, Jess and Sal following. When they reached the rear door, Matt reached out and pressed the pad to the side. Nothing happened. Sorry, Jess said, reaching out for the ship's mind again and making changes. Now you should have access to all areas of the ship. Be careful of the engine room, though. Matt reached out again. The door slid open as he touched the pad. They stepped through into another short corridor, this one with a door to each side and another at the end. The room on the left, Jess said. Matt moved towards it. The door opened to reveal a small room with a raised bed in the middle. No instruments, no screens, just the raised bed with legs that melded into the floor.
I wonder where I should be,
Matt joked. He climbed onto the bed, turned to look at Jess.
You're sure about this, kid? Really sure?
He didn't look so certain now. In fact, he looked distinctly worried. Jess smiled reassuringly. Yes, certain. I wouldn't have mentioned it otherwise. Just lay back.
Okay.
With a deep breath, Matt did as he was asked.
Now what?
Just lay back and relax. You'll be asleep for a few hours during the procedure. Then you'll be stuck in bed for a few days.
Relax, he says. Easier said than done. I don't think I could sleep if I...
His eyes closed, breathing slowing into a deep sleep. We should go, Jess said, stepping back into the hallway. Sal stepped forward, kissed the old man on his forehead, then backed out of the room. The door hissed shut. "Can we watch the procedure?" asked Sal. Jess concentrated, linking with the ship again. "No, sorry, no, we can't." "There wouldn't be anything to see," he lied. "Just Matt sleeping. Trust me, I saw enough of that on the bridge. It's nothing special." "Okay." She started back to the main cabin, Jess following. He felt bad for lying, but from what the ship had fed to him, the procedure wasn't something either of them would want to watch, and he didn't know how to explain that to her. The procedure would be invasive. Very invasive. It would work, but it was better not to know the details. "Let's get some hot chocolate," he said. Chapter 4. 3 hours later, Jess sat alone on the bridge, gazing out at the ever-changing mists. His skin tingled from a hot shower that had removed months of dirt and the touch of new, clean clothes. He checked in on Matt a few minutes before, confirming that the first stage of the operation was completed. The cancerous growth had been removed, and now the damaged lung was being rebuilt. Seeing the web crisscrossing through Matt's chest had made Jess shiver, knowing something similar had been done to his brain. A flashing red light flared to life on the display board. Jess reached out for the ship, felt time slow around him, saw the light flash slower and slower as his mind sped up. Information flowed in from the ship. It had picked up a distress call in real space, nearby, as far as near had any meaning between real and jump space. He reached out, using the ship's legs to change direction, to close in on the beacon. They could be there in a couple of minutes. He pulled back a little, returning to thinking at near normal speed. "Sal," he yelled over his shoulder. "I need you." Sal came rushing into the cabin. "My God, what's wrong? You nearly deafened me. Your voice was coming from everywhere." "Sorry, I didn't realize I could do that. We've picked up a distress call. I'm taking us in close and dropping back into real space. Be careful. It might be a trap. Don't take us in too close, just in case." "I should have thought of that. You're right. Thanks." "Glad to hear it, Boy Wonder. I wouldn't like to think I was completely useless on this ship." He glanced around, worried he'd done something wrong, but saw by her smile that she was teasing him. He smiled sheepishly. The distress signal was getting stronger as they approached. He started to pick words out from the message. 30 seconds out, and he had the full message. He played it for Sal to hear. "Imperial ships have destroyed our engines. Hold our ship. We are bleeding heat and air into space. Please help us. We have families." They exchanged glances. "How many could we take?" asked Sal. 60, maybe 65. The answer popped into his head. "A few more if some are young children. Any more than that, and I don't think the life support could cope for long. She wasn't designed for a large crew." "Then let's hope there aren't more than that." Jess just pulled a face. What was there to say? He reached out to the ship again, fully linking. Despite being in jump space, he was aware of the real space area they were targeting, could feel several large ships, and some distance off another small ship, which was tumbling slowly. He could feel the sensor sweeps from the large ships, mostly concentrated around themselves, and the stricken ship. He brought the Wanderer out into real space, well away from all the other ships. The displacement could still be spotted, but only if someone spared time from the battle. The Imperial ships were identified as 2 frigates and 1 smaller corvette. The tumbling craft was some form of small cargo vessel. "Now what?" asked Sal. Before Jess could answer, one of the Imperial frigates jumped, quickly followed by the other. "We couldn't be that lucky, could we?" asked Jess. "Come on, follow them, damn you." Warnings flashed across the displays as a sensor swept across them. The Corvette had spotted them. A transmission followed as the Corvette turned and accelerated towards them. "Unidentified ship, you are interfering in the punishment of smugglers. Power down and prepare to be boarded. Resistance will result in your destruction." "Strap yourself in," Jess told Sal. "Time to see how big a punch this thing has." "Are you kidding? That's a Corvette. It must be 50 times the size of us at least. They'll blow us to pieces." Trust me. I know what I'm doing. I think. Oh, great. Now I feel so much better. Jess swung the Wanderer round on an intercept course. He was fully immersed in the ship now. Its engines were his legs, its weapons his arms. He flexed both, sending shivers down the ship. The movements felt tired, lethargic. Warnings that the ship was far from optimum status at the moment. He thought the ship could cope, though, or hoped it could, anyway. For some reason, the Corvette's shields were running at greatly reduced power. Jess suspected they simply didn't consider the Wanderer a threat. While reduced, the shields were still several times more powerful than the Wanderer's own. He knew that for Sal, the two ships must seem to be racing towards each other. But for him, everything was much slower. The Corvette fired a volley of high-powered laser blasts. Jess already had the Wanderer weaving as it approached, so most missed. But one seemed to scald his back, and another clipped his heel. The shields coped with both. Jess was glad the other ship had fired first. Now there was no guilt, no concern over whether his actions were right. Now it was about survival. Twisting the ship, he brought both sets of weapons to bear. The right side set of lasers fired at the Corvette's bridge, almost overwhelming the shields there. He sensed the enemy ship desperately routing power forward to shield the bridge from his next attack, draining power from their other shields. He ignored the bridge, instead firing the left side's lasers in a volley at the Corvette's engines, punching through the weakened shields to devastating effect. The engines imploded for a second or so. Then the collapse was reversed in a massive explosion that ripped the Corvette apart. Within seconds, all that remained was a rapidly thinning field of debris, few bits bigger than a meter. A scan confirmed there were no survivors. Jess turned the Wanderer towards the crippled cargo ship, opening a channel as he approached. "Hello, the transport. Can you hear me?" For a few seconds there was silence. Then a man's voice replied. "Hello? Did you just destroy the Corvette?" "Yes, they gave us no choice. Do you still require assistance?" Jess knew the answer to that already. His sensor scans showed only 7 life signs, all crammed into a single section of the ship, which was bleeding air and heat. The rest of the ship was already cold and dead. "Yes, oh God, yes. Please, you must help us." "Hold on, we're on approach now. I can see a docking port on the section you're in. We'll be latched in a minute or two. Please get yourselves ready to come across." Thank you so much. We'll be ready." Jess turned off the channel and turned back to Sal. "You all right?" he asked. "Yeah." She drew a deep breath. "Wow. That was, well, incredible. An Imperial Corvette, and you took it out with 2 volleys. Jess grimaced. "Yeah, but that was all we had. The ship's reserves are really depleted. But we can use the debris to replenish." "What? That was... I wish you told me before. Then again, maybe I don't. Anyway, our soon-to-be visitors. You know they might be smugglers, or worse, pirates maybe. Not everyone the Empire takes a dislike to is innocent. I know. The Wanderer can handle it. If they try to bring any weapons, guns, or the like, I'll know. And if they try to attack us with anything, the ship will intervene." "Well, you know it better than I do. What about Matt, though? I'd rather he had some peace." "You're right. I can set the rear doors so it doesn't show at all. They won't know it's there. Once he's well and back on his feet, we can bring him up to speed. Let's go back and welcome our guests." "Don't you need to guide us in?" "Not really. The ship can take care of that. I'll just monitor it, and I can do that from anywhere." "That's something else you might want to keep to yourself." They made their way back into the main living area, just as a gentle clang announced they had docked. "Seals are holding, atmosphere on the other side. I'm going to open both the inner and outer doors so they can get across quickly." "What? What?" "It's okay. There's an energy curtain that will hold the air in, even if we were to open both doors onto vacuum. Maybe I should have mentioned that." "Yes, maybe you should have, Jess. Maybe you should have." Jess gestured, and the inner and outer airlock doors moved slowly aside to reveal the refugees. 2 men, one elderly, the other middle-aged, entered the ship first. Both were carrying heavy packs. Behind came a middle-aged woman carrying a young baby, leading a boy of 2 or 3 by the hand. Last came a young man, mid-20s probably, and a girl who looked a year or 2 older than Jess. Despite the smoke stains on her clothes and face, Jess couldn't take his eyes from her. She was beautiful. Long blonde hair, pretty face and clothes that were tighter than he was used to seeing. With a squeal, she ran forwards, throwing her arms around a stunned Jess and hugging him close. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," she kept saying. "I thought we were going to die. Thank you." Jess could feel himself going bright red. Sal covered a laugh with a cough, not very well in Jess's opinion. "Maybe we should get away from the freighter?" she prompted. Yes." Jess tried to pull himself together. He closed the outer airlock door, disconnected the Wanderer, and pushed them well away from the stricken ship. Then he set the ship to sweeping up the debris from the Corvette. The girl was still wrapped around him, holding tight. He wished she'd let go. Well, maybe not. He did wish that Sal would take that look off her face, though. He turned to the 2 men who had entered first. "Sirs, I'm sorry, but can I ask you to put the guns in the airlock? The ammunition, too." The 2 men twitched guiltily. Jess smiled. "Really, we won't hurt you and the guns will be safe. I'm sure you've got them for protection, but there are only 2 of us, so you have nothing to fear here. And we would feel much happier with the guns somewhere safe." The 2 men exchanged glances. The older nodded. Both turned to the airlock and carefully removed 2 pistols from their packs and several clips of ammunition. Jess held himself tensely as they placed the guns on the floor in case they made any sudden moves, but the 2 men stepped back. The ship confirmed they had no other weapons, so he ordered the inner airlock door to close, relaxing as he did so. "They wouldn't have hurt you, silly," the girl whispered in his ear. His pulse pounded again. His face felt like it was glowing. Sal still had that look on her face, clearly amused by his discomfort. She stepped towards the rest of their new passengers. "I'm Sal. That's Jess over there. I'm not sure he's up to speaking for himself at the moment. He seems overwhelmed by the moment." The woman with the baby laughed and introduced herself as Caitlin. Jess missed the other names as the girl squeezed him even tighter, pressing her face against his cheek and whispering in his ear again. "I'm Alice. You can call me Allie." The next 20 minutes or so were a blur for Jess. After a few minutes, Allie, loosened her grip on him, but only so they could sit on the sofa together. She sat pressed against him, holding his hand. He was uncomfortably aware of the heat of her as she leaned close. The young man, Robbie apparently, seemed to have taken a liking to Sal, one that she seemed to share. As she fussed around, making everyone comfortable, showing them how to work the food unit, working out how to get the baby milk from it, Robbie was never far from her side. Finally, Jess managed to slip away on the pretext of needing to use the toilet. Afterwards, he made his apologies, saying he needed to check their status on the bridge. Sal arched an eyebrow at him, well aware he could check from anywhere, but she didn't say anything. With a sigh of relief, he made his way onto the bridge and slumped into the pilot's chair. The doors for the bridge were still only coded to Sal, Matt, and him, so he should get some peace for a while. A while turned out to be a little over 10 minutes. The door hissed open to admit Sal and Robbie, with Allie trailing behind carrying a mug. "Jess, how are things?" asked Sal, smiling awkwardly. "Fine. It's slow going, but the Wanderer is replenishing its supplies. We're in a better state than before already." "Good. Good. It's been a really traumatic time for Robbie, and for me, and, well, we thought we might go have a lie down, get some rest. You know, everyone else is settling down and, well," she trailed off. "You want some TOB time?" asked Jess. Sal flushed, then smiled gratefully at him. TOB was a prisoner's term. Privacy was near non-existent for them. Men, women, and children were all mixed together. People still got together. The little privacy they could have came from TOB time. Turn our backs. Jess knew the term, knew what it meant. from the occasional stolen glance, had a fair idea of the mechanics involved, too. "Yes, exactly. Please?" "No problem." Sal and Robbie disappeared back towards the living quarters, leaving Jess alone with Allie. "TOB time?" she asked, walking forwards and leaning against the display board, uncomfortably close to Jess. It's hard to explain," he spluttered, feeling his face turn bright red. "Oh," she replied with a twinkle in her eye. Thankfully, she didn't push it. "I brought you a drink, a hot chocolate. Sal said it was your favorite." "Thanks, it is." Jess took the drink, struggling to think of something, anything to say. Allie made him feel uncomfortable, clumsy, tongue-tied. But he wanted her to stay. Thankfully, she showed no signs of wanting to leave, just leant there smiling down at him as he sipped his way through the chocolate. It seemed to calm him down. He felt less nervous, more relaxed in her presence. As he finished it, he found his voice again. "You really are beautiful." He was shocked to realize he'd spoken aloud. "Kiss me," she said, leaning forwards. So he did. Chapter 5. Jess slouched happily in the pilot's chair, right leg thrown over the armrest, foot kicking forwards and backwards. He glanced back towards the seat behind where Allie sat. She smiled lovingly at him, and he felt sure his chest was going to explode. He half wondered if he was dreaming. In less than 2 days, he'd gone from a prisoner with no hope to captain of the most advanced ship he'd ever heard of, then met the girl of his dreams and fallen in love with her. Amazingly, she had fallen for him too. He was even starting to consider asking Allie to come back to his cabin later. He had a strong feeling she had similar ideas. Now she leaned forward and started to rub his shoulders, massaging them. It felt wonderful, relaxing and tingling at the same time. He surrendered to the feeling. A spike of alarm shot through his mind, jerking him back to full awareness. Then another. The scanners picked out 2 ships, the Imperial frigates. They must have arrived at their destination, then, when the corvette failed to follow in a reasonable time, returned to investigate. He'd planned to be gone long before they returned. The Wanderer had finished collecting all the debris hours ago. Why were they still here? Where had that time gone? "What is it? What's that alert for?" Allie's voice in his ear made his pulse pound. "The Imperial frigates. They're back. We need to leave." "Go. Get us out of here." She rapped it out almost as a command, then continued in a soft tone. "Keep me safe, Jess. Please." Of course. How could he do anything else? Jess reached for the ship's mind, felt the world around him slow. Strangely, his thoughts felt clearer, too. The ships were close, too close. He threw the Wanderer into a tight turn, acceleration pushing throughout the ship, blasted the thrusters up to full power and shot between the 2 frigates. Weapons on both gigantic ships swung to bear, but held off firing. A miss at this range and they'd be smashing through each other's shields. Neither captain had expected this move. Of course, for most ships, it would only buy some time. They would either have to make a run for it or be boarded. Even making it to jump space would only delay the inevitable. The Wanderer wasn't most ships. Before they reached clear space again, he stretched out, yanking the ship into jump space despite the masses of the 2 Imperial ships to either side. He'd chosen a path straight towards a blazing blue star, but kicked off onto a new heading almost immediately. Let them follow that course. See where it got them. The sharp maneuvering he'd had the ship pull off worried him. Someone could have gotten hurt. He checked on Matt first. He was fine, not awake yet, but the procedure had completed. The webbing was gone, and he seemed to be sleeping well. Jess paused. How was that possible? The last time he checked, the procedure had been only a couple of hours in. That must have been 10 or 12 hours ago for Matt to now be sleeping off the operation. And he hadn't checked on Matt in all that time? Just what was going on? He flicked his awareness to the main living quarters, worried that the baby might have been hurt. She was fine, but what he saw chilled him. Robbie and the other two men sat at the table, their guns and ammunition in front of them, together with several large kitchen knives. He checked the ship's protocols. Weapon suppression had been turned off. By him. Why didn't he remember doing that? Worse than that, every one of the passengers had been granted full access to the bridge, full control over the airlock. Once again, he had granted the access. Something was terribly wrong. Then it hit him. Sal. Where was Sal? He flicked his attention to her quarters, knowing it might be a terrible invasion of privacy, but even more scared of not finding her. His relief at finding her was short-lived. She lay sprawled awkwardly across her bed, still dressed. Her eyes were open, but unfocused. Drugged. She lay with a big, stupid-looking grin on her face. At least she was safe for the moment. Her door was already closed. Jess locked it, then revoked all access to the refugees. Reactivated the weapon suppression. Anyone attempting to fire a gun was going to get a nasty shock. Then, with trepidation, he flicked his attention back to the bridge, not into his own body, but using the ship's sensors. As he'd feared, his eyes were wide, and a stupid smile was plastered across his face. He, too, was drugged. But then, how was he thinking clearly now? The answer came from the ship, nudging into his thoughts. His brain was being accelerated many times over, supported by the new implants in his head. The electrical activity in his brain could be stimulated and simulated to reach those speeds. The glandular, chemical-based thinking couldn't. The implants simulated that as best they could, but only within certain limits. They wouldn't replicate the effects of the drug. That meant if he dropped back to normal thought, he'd be lost again. Now that Sal was safe, he needed to straighten himself out. He had the ship run an analysis of his blood and brain chemistry, a task made much easier by his implant's ability to take direct samples. It quickly identified a number of substances that hadn't been present earlier when the implants had been growing. One, refined cocoa, was quickly discarded. It came from the hot chocolate, was perfectly natural. 7 others were present. 3 were confirmed as mild hallucinogenics, another had uses as a truth serum. The remaining 3 were unknown. The ship was still able to guide his implants to release counteragents. Over the next few seconds in real time, what felt like long minutes to Jess in his accelerated state, he watched his body start to return to normal. The dilated pupils returned to the merely slack, distracted look they had when he was linked with the ship. The levels of the chemicals dropped away to 0, and his implants kept pumping out counteragents in case of a renewed attack. Finally, he let his connection to the ship recede, and dropped back into his own body. "Holy shit," he groaned, doubling over and holding his head. While a prisoner, he'd drunk moonshine a few times, and had suffered the crippling hangovers it brought. This was worse, far worse. He groaned again, then felt cool fingers on the back of his neck. "What's wrong, my darling?" asked Allie, concerned. "What is it? And what happened? We were rushing between those 2 ships, and then we were in jump space. That's just not possible." Jess just groaned again, though his headache was receding a little. His implants had started releasing painkillers and other chemicals to sweep up the unpleasant residue of the drugs in his system. "Darling, what is it?" asked Allie again. Her fingers rubbed his neck. Then she leaned forward and kissed the back of his neck, then kissed his cheek. She turned his head to kiss his lips. Everywhere she touched with her lips smarted, almost burnt, as the counteragents kicked in. Jess pulled away from her, pushed her back with a hand as she tried to lean after him. "Lipstick? Nice touch. I guess you must take a counteragent so it doesn't affect you." "What? I don't know what you mean." She flashed him a huge smile, eyes staring into his. Despite everything, his heart skipped a beat. She really was beautiful. "My darling, I really don't know what you mean," she said, leaning in closer again. For the first time, he looked at her properly, saw that her pupils were dilated. realized that she too was suffering the effects of whatever compounds had been fed to him. Now he was able to think more clearly. It made sense. Explained her manic rush to hug him when first coming aboard, and why she'd spent so much time with him. "Wait here for a moment, please," he said, forcing a smile he didn't feel at all. "Of course, my love." She sat back, face beaming with a loving smile. It made him feel sick, knowing it wasn't real, knowing it was forced on her. He quickly left the cabin, closing the door behind him and locking it. She couldn't do any harm, and he didn't want the distraction of having her around while he faced the others. Robbie saw him first. "What are you doing here? Where's Allie?" he demanded. "She's safely on the bridge. She can stay there until we've flushed whatever chemicals you've been dosing us with out of her. I'm taking back control of the ship. Put down the guns now." "I don't think so." Robbie stood, aiming and firing his pistol in one smooth movement. The sound of the gun firing was incredibly loud in the enclosed space. Almost as loud was the scream Robbie let out as he dropped the half-melted remains of the gun, the palm of his hand blistered red from the heat. "Consider yourself lucky," Jess told him. "I set the fields to keep your hands safe. I could as easily have let the gun take your arm off when it exploded." He didn't know if that was true, but it felt like time to stretch the truth a little. The other two men stood, grabbing long knives from the table. Jess raised an energy barrier with a wave of his arm, sealing them off from the rest of the room and from the table full of guns. He made sure the barrier had a slightly red tinge, so they were well aware it was in place. After hammering ineffectively against the barrier a few times, they stood still, sullenly glaring at Jess. He glanced around the room from the two trapped men to Robbie nursing his hand, and to the woman and two children. "I won't waste my time asking why. We rescued you from certain death, gave you the run of the ship, and would have found you somewhere safe to live. We might even have let you stay on board if you wanted. You tried to enslave us. You tried to kill me. We will keep you fed, looked after, and drop you at the nearest station with a decent-sized population, explaining exactly what you've done." "What do you know?" spat the woman. "You'd have dropped us off? With no money, no belongings, nothing. We'd have been beggars, charity cases. You'd have been alive and free. Trust me, those two things are priceless. With those you can achieve anything. And judging by the guns and the drugs you used on us, you were hardly innocent travelers." Not wanting to hear any more from her, he used the ship's fields to push them all into an area near the airlock, well away from the weapons, and made the field soundproof. With a heavy heart, he made his way to Sal's room. How was he going to explain this to her when she recovered? And just what had happened to her whilst she had been drugged? Chapter 6. Having already cured Jess, the ship was able to generate a counteragent for Sal and Allie that quickly reversed the effects of the drugs. Once Jess had revived Sal and explained the situation, she was ready to flush the visitors out of the airlock. After a few minutes arguing, she agreed to Jess's plan to hand them over to the authorities somewhere. There was still a dangerous glint in her eye, though. Jess added a confirmation subroutine to the outer airlock controls to give him the chance to counter any orders to open them, just in case. Jess then uncomfortably tried to ask if she thought Robbie had, taken advantage of her. She shook her head fiercely. She was certain he hadn't. She made it clear that if he had, no matter what Jess said, Robbie would be breathing vacuum with his balls cut off. Jess was certain she meant it. They turned to the problem of Allie. Sal insisted on taking care of the girl, from giving her the counteragent to explaining what had happened. She said that as Jess was the one Allie was fixated on, it wouldn't be fair for him to do it. Jess happily agreed. He had no idea how to tackle Allie. Jess sat on the bridge. A check on Matt had confirmed everything was going well, though he was still asleep. He'd have a lot of catching up to do when he finally awoke. With nothing else to do while Sal helped Allie, Jess was thinking over everything that had happened since they captured the ship. He was so deep in his thoughts he didn't hear anyone approach. The hand gently laid on his shoulder nearly made him jump clean out of the chair. He spun round to find Allie standing behind him, trying to hide a smile at his reaction. Jess felt flustered, could feel the blood rushing to his face. Despite everything that had happened, he really did find her very attractive. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you," she said. "I wanted to apologize for what happened. I don't really remember it very well, but, well, I'm sorry anyway." Jess smiled awkwardly. "It's okay. I forgive you. That is, it wasn't your fault. I don't blame you. How did you get mixed up with those people, though? You aren't related, are you?" "God, no! No, nothing like that." Her face clouded over. "I grew up on a small station orbiting a gas giant, Kershal 5. There were a couple of hundred people on the station, mostly families. Mom and Dad died in an accident 2 years ago. I got by. People looked after me. Then, a couple of months ago, those people turned up in their freighter. They seemed honest enough, showed up with a variety of goods and started trading. A few hours later, an Imperial warship arrived and started broadcasting a warning, claimed we had illegal goods, and they were there to destroy the station. They wouldn't listen to reason, wouldn't accept our surrender, wouldn't even allow us to evacuate the children. They gave us 20 minutes to make our peace. Then the station would be destroyed. There was nothing we could do. The station was peaceful. It had a few lasers for dealing with stray asteroids, but nothing that could even dent a warship's shields. Then our saviors came forward. The freighter crew said their ship had a special jump drive, that they could escape and avoid detection, make a clean getaway. Their ship was too small to take us all, but they could take the children and a few adults. They offered to do it out of the kindness of their hearts, wouldn't accept any payment. How could we refuse? In the end, there were 31 children and 6 adults, one parent of each of the youngest 5 children, and me. Since my parents died, I'd spent a lot of time working in the nursery and the school. The children knew me well. With only a few minutes until the deadline, we left the station, accelerated heavily away from the warship, ignoring the dire threats from it, and jumped. A few minutes later, they dropped back into real space and jumped in another direction. Then again a few minutes later. To make sure they weren't followed, they said. About half a day later, they docked with another station. A strong, independent station, they said. One that could cope with the influx of children. One that had defenses. As the rest of the refugees left the ship, Robbie asked me to help him, saying some toys had been left, and he'd hate for the children to miss them. He dropped slightly behind me as we walked back from the airlock. I didn't think anything of it. Then he grabbed me, shoved a foul-smelling cloth over my face, and everything went black. When I woke up, they had me chained by the leg to a bulkhead. The only times I was released were to use the bathroom. Even then I was watched. I was scared, terrified. I kept expecting them to be chased down by a ship when my friends realized I was missing. Until I heard the crew talking about my friends. It wasn't a station they'd been taken to. It was an orbital farm. They were the next batch of slave labor. Children last longer and can get into smaller spaces, so they're worth more. It got even worse, though. The whole attack on my station had been staged. The warship wasn't from the Empire, it was a pirate ship. The station was never in any danger. Once we had left, they told the station our evacuation was a setup, and demanded everything valuable the station had to get us back. Once they had their payment, they would have vanished. They would never have kept the deal. That's how they got their payment for helping with the scam. She stopped, eyes sparkling with tears she tried to hold in. Jess sat quietly, not knowing what to say. After a few moments, she took a deep breath and carried on. When the kidnappers dropped into real space, almost on top of several real Imperial Navy ships, well, it was almost funny. They tried to put on the innocent traders routine, but their ship was known. The first shot destroyed their jump drive, the second their real space thrusters. Then the ship was slowly carved up. I was torn between being terrified of dying and being pleased that they'd be killed, that justice would be done. Something must have come up because 2 of the ships suddenly jumped out, and the Navy went from trying to pick us apart to telling us to make our peace. That made me laugh, hearing the kidnappers' own terms used against them. They didn't see the funny side. Then you turned up and destroyed the one Navy ship that hadn't already jumped. Robbie grabbed me and injected something. Everything gets very hazy after that. I remember them telling me how heroic our rescuer was, how attractive he must be, how I must be so grateful, how I must make sure he knows, how I must love him for saving me. Everything they told me I believed. It felt as if it must be the truth. Then when the airlock opened and I saw you, well, I couldn't help myself. I just had to hold you. I had to be with you. You know what it's like. They got you with the same drugs. In fact, I think they probably used me to drug you, but I really can't remember clearly. Everything is pretty blurry then until Sal gave me the counteragent and I started thinking clearly again. Sal explained what had happened, what those criminals had done. I cried. I got upset. I got really angry with you. With me? Why? Because of the feelings I'd been made to have. I'd been made to adore you, love you. I hated that. I hated you for that. Sal helped me, talked it through with me. She suggested I come and talk to you, to help both of us. It has helped. She stood, holding a hand up as Jess went to speak. Please, I needed to talk to you, to get it all out. We can talk properly later, but I need to leave it there for the moment. She turned, walked to the door, then looked back over her shoulder, grinning. Despite everything, you are cute, you know. With that, she was gone, leaving Jess sitting in stunned silence. He was still sitting, thinking things over a few minutes later, when Sal entered the bridge. How are you feeling? She asked softly. Jess twisted round to talk to her. Wishing this chair swiveled for a start, he said, thinking how much easier that would make talking to people behind him. The chair suddenly twisted, spinning round and leaving him sprawled half in the chair and half on the floor. Sal sank into one of the other seats, laughing so hard she couldn't get a word out. Jess tried to push himself back onto the chair, upset and embarrassed. He almost made it before his side slipped and he ended up laid on the floor with one leg still caught in the chair, head pointing towards the door. Allie came rushing in to see what the noise was, then stopped and stared at Jess for a moment before cracking up. Jess stared at the 2 of them, upside down from his point of view, as they laughed, trying to hold on to his anger over their reaction. It didn't work. The laughs were infectious. He tried to free his leg from the chair, only managing to turn the chair backwards and forwards, and found himself laughing too. Eventually, Sal got herself under control enough to help Jess free his leg and to get up. He sat down on the chair so carefully it set Sal off all over again. Once they had finally laughed themselves out, Jess felt as if a weight had been lifted. Their shared laughter had cleared the tension between Allie and himself. He felt more comfortable in her presence now, if still very aware of her. Both Sal and Allie looked more relaxed, too. He decided the laughter must have helped clear some of the impact of their recent drugged experiences. He glanced at Sal, then turned to Allie. Allie? He pitched his voice low, soft. I've been thinking about what happened to you, what happened to the others from your station. I'd like to help. This ship is pretty powerful. Well, I think it is. I want to help you get them back. I need to check it with Sal and Matt, though. Sal, what do you think? Jess shot her a pleading glance. I agree. We'll need to be careful, and we need to find out just where they are, but yes, we'll help if we can. Allie looked puzzled. That's wonderful, she said. But who's Matt? Ah, I'll let Sal explain that one, Jess said, standing. I want to go check on our passengers. He headed back to the living quarters. As soon as he entered, he felt the glares from the prisoners, almost as if they were physical blows. All 4 adults glared at him with hatred in their eyes. Jess felt bad for the baby and child, but couldn't bring himself to try to separate them from their mother, and right now he had other concerns. He walked over to the food unit and started using it to create a meal. Soup, soft bread, and beer in china mugs for the adults. The same but with squash for the boy and a bottle for the baby. Nothing that needed knives. No glass to be smashed. The soup was warm, but not hot. The unit still fascinated him, the way it created not just the food or drink, but even the containers. He wondered if they would have to start throwing mugs and plates out the airlock when they had too many. Another thought gently nudged in from the ship, letting him know the unit could dispose of leftovers and the containers, that it would recycle them for future use. This reminded him uncomfortably of just how closely he and the ship were linked, even when he hadn't reached out for its mind. Answers to questions he wasn't even aware of asking just turned up. The ship adapted itself to his thoughts and wishes, the pilot's chair gaining a swivel being the most recent example, and the most embarrassing. He finished carrying the food to the table, set it out, and stepped back. Reaching for the ship's mind, he adjusted the containing field to include the table so the prisoners could eat. He changed it to allow sound to pass again, wanting to know what they were thinking. They made their way to the table, the middle-aged man choosing a seat near to where Jess stood. He pulled the chair out, then suddenly whipped around, swinging it at Jess's head. It clanged off the containment field a few inches from Jess's face, jarring the man's arm. Despite the field, Jess thought it was going to hit. He took a step back and threw his arms up. The man grinned at him, clearly deciding he'd won that encounter, before replacing the chair and sitting to eat. Heartbeat still raised, Jess took a few more steps backwards, before turning and heading for the bridge. Mocking laughter followed him. On the bridge, he found Sal and Allie sitting looking at a screen showing Matt, who was still sleeping. Sal looked up grinning. "See, I'm starting to get the hang of this ship too. Of course, I have to do everything by hand, not just by thinking like somebody I could mention." Jess ignored her attempt to get a reaction, and tried not to notice the way Allie studied him at this comment. "He's not looking too bad," Jess said. "I think he should start waking in the next couple of hours. We're going to have quite a story for him." Sal chuckled. "Your turn to do the explaining. I've just been telling Allie how we got the ship and about Matt." Jess groaned. Okay. I just hope he's in a good mood." "How are our friends back there?" "Pretty unpleasant, so no change. Not yet, anyway." "Fat chance of that," said Allie. "They're poisonous scum. Always will be." I think that might change for a while. Maybe," said Jess. Sal looked at him sharply. "What do you mean?" "Well, I was thinking about what you said, that we needed to get more information on where Allie's friends were taken. Then I realized that our guests know everything we need to know, and that they wouldn't tell us any of it, or even if they did, we wouldn't know if we could believe it. So I don't think you're going to like this." Allie reached out, placed her hand gently on the back of his where it gripped the edge of the console tightly. "You've done something to them?" "What?" she asked gently. "It won't hurt them," Jess said quickly. "I put something in their meal, just in the beer. It won't affect the children. I used the same drugs they used on us. I had the food unit add the chemicals to their drinks. I feel really bad for doing it, even to them, but I couldn't think of what else to do. In about 20 minutes, they should be desperate to please us, to help us." Allie sat back, tears in her eyes and stifling a sob. "I'm sorry," Jess said. "I'm so sorry. I know I shouldn't have done it. I didn't mean to upset you. I know how horrible it is, but I just couldn't think what else." The rest was lost as Allie threw herself forward, grabbing him in a tight hug. "Oh, you silly! What am I going to do with you? I'm crying because I can't believe how much you're helping me, helping my friends. Thank you. Thank you so much. And don't worry about that bunch. They deserve this, and far, far worse." Jess awkwardly put his arms around Allie, greatly enjoying having her pressed so close, but more than a little embarrassed especially once he caught Sal's eye. "Not to put a downer on things," Sal said, "but doesn't there have to be some sort of focus? Couldn't they just end up falling for each other?" I thought of that. As they start showing signs of the drugs kicking in, the ship will start playing suggestions to them, getting them to focus those feelings on me. Then I guess I'll have to try to interrogate them. "No, make it me," Sal said firmly. "What?" "Change the message. Make them focus on me. You're doing so well, Jess, but don't take too much on. And I'm older. I've dealt with more unpleasant situations than you have. Please, for your sake, let me do it." Jess thought for a minute. Not an easy task with Allie still hugging him tightly, before nodding. "If you're sure? Really sure?" Sal smiled sadly. "Yes, really. We need to work as a team. You look shattered already. In fact, you should go get some rest. Alone, ideally." She arched her eyebrows. Jess spluttered and felt himself turn bright red. Allie pulled away from him, also blushing furiously, as Sal burst out laughing. Chapter 7. Jess woke with a start, feeling sure he'd slept much longer than he had planned to. A tickle in his mind from the Wanderer helpfully told him it had been 11 hours and 9 minutes. He'd woken facing the wall, so he turned as he sat up. The sight of someone sitting on the end of the bed froze him for a moment, before he realized it was Sal. "You look a lot younger when you sleep," she said softly. "I'd forgotten how young you are. You've handled yourself so well. I'm proud of you."
Thanks," Jess shrugged awkwardly.
"Remember that we're here for you, though, Matt and I. Lean on us when you need to."
Jess smiled, nodded.
Her words could have sounded condescending, but somehow they didn't. They sounded caring. It had been a long time since anyone had truly cared for Jess. It brought a lump to his throat and tears to his eyes. Embarrassed, he busied himself shoving the sheet back and twisting, so he sat on the bed next to Sal. Thankfully, he'd fallen asleep in his clothes. He glanced at Sal, then looked more carefully. "Sal, you look shattered." "Thanks. You know how to make a girl feel good," she replied with a smile.
"Sorry, but you really do look wiped out. Have you slept?"
"No, I wanted to keep an eye on our guests. And on Allie, too. I think she's on the level, but I wanted to be sure. She's asleep in Matt's room now, and I've got the ship to lock the door. It needs you, me, or Matt to authorize any attempt to open it."
Jess was shocked. He opened his mouth to argue, then closed it again, thinking of all that had happened. He nodded slowly. "I guess that is for the best. How did questioning our guests go?" Sal pulled a sour face.
"It wasn't pleasant. They answered all the questions, almost fell over themselves to give me the information. I have the coordinates of the orbital farm. It's called Iona, and several ports the pirate ship is likely to put in at. I got a lot of background from them, too. This isn't something new. They've been pulling scams like this all their lives, always at small, out-of-the-way places that won't have heard of them and don't have a fleet to chase them, or links to anywhere that has a fleet. They've ruined the lives of thousands, tens of thousands of people, and they don't care. Not even now, dosed up to please me. None of them showed the slightest remorse." She stopped, unable to continue, lifted her hands, then dropped them back into her lap. Jess sat uncertainly for a moment, then leaned in and hugged her. She hugged him back fiercely for a few moments, then pulled away. "But no more," she said, swallowing. "No more. And it's thanks to us. Most of their schemes they kept secret. The drugs they used on us were made on their ship. No one else knows those particular scams. I think we did something good, something truly good by capturing them. Of course, the Empire would have stopped them if we hadn't gotten in the way, but this is different. I spent hours talking to them. I've got details of all the places they've taken people to, at least all those they could remember, and many of the places they visited recently to kidnap people."
"So, what should we do with them?"
I still say hand them over. They've given me some locations which are large enough to deal with them, and where they'll be remembered. We should take them to one. And the children? Do we just hand them over too, to be ripped away from their parents, or to suffer the same sentence? No, sorry. I'm so tired. I didn't tell you. Near the end, I asked them how old the children were. Such a simple question. The answer was that they didn't know exactly. They've only had them about 3 months. What? I know. The children aren't theirs. They stole them as part of a raid and decided to keep them. I know where from. We can take them home. I've already taken both children away. They are sleeping in my room now. So I couldn't have slept if I wanted to. Sleeping on the sofa in the same room as that lot didn't appeal to me, strangely enough. Here, Jess stood, gesturing to his bed. Get some rest. I'll keep an eye on things now. Sal pulled herself onto his bed, smiling tiredly. That sounds good. Oh, she yawned. Sorry. Before I fall asleep, Matt woke hours ago. He said he feels well, much better in fact, if a little sore. I brought him up to speed on everything that's happened. He nearly had a fit. The ship must have shot him full of something because he soon calmed down and started falling asleep. He said he wants to speak to you, though, soon as he gets a chance. Says it's important. Okay, I'll let him rest, but as soon as he wakes again, I'll speak to him. Sal? Sal? Jess realized she was already asleep. Smiling, he pulled the covers over her and quietly left the room. Noticing the door slid open and closed more slowly and quietly than normal, he shivered at the reminder of how closely the ship watched his thoughts.
Space them! Throw them out the airlock right now!
Jess stared at Matt's image on the screen, speechless. The moment Matt woke again, he'd contacted Jess. The first words out of his mouth were these demands.
I mean it, kid. They're trouble. More trouble than you or Sal realize. I've heard of gangs like this. Hell, I've seen the chaos and pain they leave behind a few times. We need to space them now. Not the kids, but all the others.
But we can't just kill them in cold blood.
What do you think they'd have done if they knew about me, eh? You were vital. They're linked to the ship. Sal is young, worth plenty to them. Me? I'd have been out that airlock before you could blink. These people are evil, completely, totally evil. As long as they're on this ship, they are dangerous. If they find a way around your barrier, they'll kill all of us. Except you, kid. You they might keep alive, but God knows what they'd do to you. Oh, and that girl you were sweet on? They'll probably keep her alive to torture, to make sure you do what they say. The only way to be safe is to get rid of them. Get them off this ship.
I can't. You can't just ask me to do that. I need to think it through. Talk to Sal about it.
God!
Matt shouted in frustration.
Do you have any idea what it's like to be laid back here, not able to move, knowing they could get free at any time, that I couldn't do a thing to stand against them? Kid, Jess, you must get them off this ship before they do something we'll all regret.
The ship pulsed warnings into Jess's mind. Matt's heartbeat had risen significantly, as had his blood pressure. He was also breathing hard, putting too much stress on his newly repaired lung. The ship wanted to sedate him, drop him back into a healing sleep. Feeling guilty, Jess agreed. Within seconds, Matt's eyes flickered and closed. His pulse dropped, and the ship confirmed that his readings were back in the safe zone. Jess leaned back in his chair, considering Matt's words. Knowing he was right in some ways. If the prisoners got free, then they would wreak havoc on Sal, Matt, Allie, and himself. On the other hand, could he really kill them in cold blood? Murder them? Wouldn't that make him as bad as they were? He linked to the ship, focused in on the prisoners. They were all asleep, curled up together on the floor with blankets and pillows that Sal must have given them. They were near the airlock. If it had to be done, then why not do it now, while they slept? A plan formed in his mind. open both the inner and outer airlock doors, shape the containment field to protect the rest of the ship, but leave the prisoners exposed. They'd be sucked out, dead in moments, probably before they even realized anything was happening. It took Jess a moment to realize the airlock doors had opened. Almost at the same moment, he felt the containment field reshape, and the air pressure around the prisoners start to drop sharply. "No! Stop!" he cried in horror, throwing up a new field to hold the air in. "No! I was only... You can't! Oh, God!" Luckily, he was linked to the ship's mind, making his reactions superhumanly fast. The air pressure had hardly dropped for the prisoners. None had even stirred. Feeling sick at what might have happened, he secured the field around the prisoners again, then closed the airlock doors. Jess pulled back from the ship's mind, knowing that even so he would have to watch his thoughts carefully. At least one question was answered, though. He wouldn't space the prisoners, wouldn't kill them in cold blood. He couldn't. Chapter 8. Sitting in the pilot's seat, Jess dwelt on the near death of the prisoners, or near murder as he saw it, for well over an hour, all the time keeping careful control of his thoughts in case something leaked out to the ship. The thought of what had nearly happened chilled him inside. Finally, he made a decision. Once again, he reached out for the ship's mind, but differently than before. Not to control the ship, but to communicate with it. "What are you?" he sent. The reply was confusing, a mixture of images, thoughts, even a few words. Once he managed to absorb it all, he felt he had the essence of the answer, which was simply the ship, though the answer was layered with levels of meaning. "Why do you need me?" Jess sent. Again, the reply was a confusing mix, even worse than before. The structure was similar, though. Eventually, Jess thought he understood. The pilot was the core of the ship's mind. Without a pilot, the ship's mind was empty. Growing up a prisoner, Jess had occasionally seen people that had been lobotomized, shuffling shells, missing the spark of intelligence, of consciousness. Reminders that there were worse things even than being a normal prisoner. Without a pilot, the ship was lobotomized. It had no purpose, no direction. More than that, it wasn't capable of having purpose or direction. The pilot was the spark that brought the rest of the ship's mind to life. It was more than that, though. Jess struggled to understand, but all he could make out was that the ship's mind itself became more with a pilot at the center. "But why?" he sent. "Why do you need a pilot? Why are you crippled without one?" This time the reply was stronger and much clearer. An image of the ship blazing with power, and the pilot channeling that power, judging where it should be used, acting as the ship's conscience. Jess pondered the answers, then sent another query, this time in images as well as words. The image of thinking about an action, but not wanting it to happen. Somehow he felt the ship would understand that better than trying to use words alone. He was right. Immediately, he was swamped with information, though the ship quickly slowed the flow to let him catch up. Some of it was general information on adding restrictions or confirmations to systems. Most felt different, though, less dry than the information he'd had before, though there were several distinct feels to it. The ship sensed his interest and told him the reason. These were protocols that previous captains had put in place. The feel came from each captain's personality. That fascinated Jess. It was the first mention of any previous captain. Reluctantly, he pushed it aside, focusing instead on setting up the restrictions he felt were needed. For the critical systems, including the airlock, life support, and weapons, he added the requirement to consciously confirm any action. Wading through the information he'd been fed, Jess found many other useful ideas, though most he decided to return to later. One he would never have thought of was to ensure commands issued while he was asleep were ignored. That suggestion had a wry feeling to it, obviously the result of an interesting experience. Jess implemented the control immediately. Finally, he pulled back from the ship's mind again, feeling both relieved and concerned. Relieved that he now had controls in place to prevent the ship doing anything drastic if he had a stray thought. Concerned as the depth of his and the ship's interdependence hit home once again. The fact it would be monitoring and potentially reacting to his dreams hit particularly hard. It felt like having someone continuously peering over his shoulder. Thinking of Sal sleeping in his room, Allie and Matt's, and the children in Sal's, Jess felt things were getting more than a little crowded, and that was before Matt was well enough to leave the sickbay. He wasn't happy with the main living area either. Having the captives in the corner, even safely contained, meant his skin crawled each time he had to pass through. Reaching out to the ship, he sent a query about changing the layout. Forming requests for information was becoming easier, feeling more natural, as was interpreting the information he received. The answer seemed to be that within most areas of the ship, the structure could be formed into whatever arrangement he wanted. The main exceptions were the flight deck and the engines. The flight deck could have superficial changes, but the main layout needed to stay. The engine room could be changed, but the restrictions were great, and he didn't fully understand the implications and interactions. For the rest of the ship, light and air would be supplied to every room he created without his needing to specifically plan them in. Water, too, where needed. He dealt with the prisoners first, erecting walls surrounding the shields holding them in. He added a small toilet and sink in a tiny sub-room, and a small slot in the main wall to allow food to be passed in. There were no doors, which solved two problems in one go. Firstly, shutting the prisoners off from the main living area. Secondly, greatly increasing security by creating a physical barrier they couldn't pass. With that problem sorted out, he turned to the issue of living space and bedrooms. He expected to have to cut down on the living area to make more rooms, but was surprised to see the space he had to work with was much larger than he thought it would be. Larger than the size of the ship, he was sure. He posed a query to the ship, and received confirmation that the space could be made available, along with a sense of the ship stretching to provide the space. Other suggestions came back with the image, changing the overall size of the ship whilst keeping its general shape, creating additional shield generators and weapon mounts, increasing the number of maneuvering thrusters to maintain performance, growing the engine room, and increasing the number of engines to increase the power available. He queried the ship to find out how such changes were possible. The answer showed the ship harvesting materials from the destroyed corvette and storing them ready for use. Initially, Jess was tempted to perform a major overhaul, but then he considered how the others would feel to find the ship changing itself around them. He settled on adding an additional floor, accessed from the living area by a small spiral staircase. He created 4 bedrooms, larger than the existing ones, each with a small shower area, toilet, and basin. 2 rooms on each side of the corridor. He decided Allie's should be next to his, but thinking of her sent his emotions into turmoil. He realized having her so close would be a major temptation. It would be too easy to create a door between their rooms if he wanted. He changed the design to have Matt's room next to his, Sal's opposite, and Allie's safely diagonally across the hallway. In Sal's room, he added a cot for the baby and a small bed for the boy, both in a semi-partitioned section. Sal had taken a shine to the children, and he was sure she'd want to keep them with her until they could be returned to their family. He then turned his attention to the ship itself. It would need to grow a little to allow for the new rooms, so he increased the size a little more to provide some space for future expansion. Then he focused on the shields, weapons, and engines. With the ship's help, he added enough shield generators to double the level of protection, and ramped up the ship's speed and agility by roughly 30%. He really went to town on the weapons. Some of the existing lasers were bulked up, their power increased, and their cycle time between shots reduced, while also improving their heat diffusion. The ship provided him with several other weapon patterns. He added a plasma weapon to each side. Much slower to reach a target than the lasers, but devastating at close range. 2 missile launchers were mounted either side of the ship, between them loaded out with a dozen fast attack missiles and 6 heavy torpedoes, which carried a much larger warhead at the expense of speed and agility. Ion cannons provided the option of disabling rather than destroying an opponent. Something Jess was more than happy to add. He'd fight if he had to, kill if forced to, but he wanted to avoid it where possible. Now the heat of the moment was long past, and the problems with their prisoners resolved. He regretted destroying the corvette, even though he knew it was their only choice. The captain and officers on the ship might have deserved to die for attacking the Wanderer. But what of the others? In particular, the prisoners, slaves like he had been, who were certain to have been on such a large ship. Confirming the changes, he sat back and watched through the ship's sensors as they began to unfold. He spent the next hour following the transformation, fascinated by it. The internal changes to the prisoners' area only took a few minutes. The rest of the internal changes, and those to the weaponry, shields, and engines, had to wait for the ship to grow. He'd wondered if they would need to drop out of jump space while it happened, but the ship told him no, that in fact the changes were easier to make in jump space. Allie was the first to wake. The Wanderer informed Jess when she tried to exit Sal's room. He quickly approved the request, then headed back to the living area to meet her. The new bedrooms were almost completed. He was looking forward to showing them off. He entered the lounge as she emerged from the original sleeping area's corridor. The look on her face when she saw him stopped him dead. She looked furious and crossed to where he stood immediately, shaking a finger in his face. "You don't trust me," she shouted. "The room was locked. Don't think I didn't notice just because you unlocked it quickly. Do you really still think I might be with them?" She gestured towards the prisoners' area, seeming to notice the changes for the first time. She paused for a moment, then turned to renew her attack, shouting into his face from close range. Jess realized with a start that she had tears in her eyes. "Really? You still think I might be like them? Do you think that badly of me? Do you have any idea how much that hurts? Do you?" Her tears were starting to flow now. She brushed them away with her hand angrily, staring at Jess from only inches away. Despite her anger, she looked beautiful to him. He opened his mouth, tried to answer. "I'm sorry. It's not that, it's... Well, Sal set it in place, and she felt it was best for now. I didn't want to argue." "Pathetic," she cut him off. "Not even taking responsibility for your own actions." She started to turn away. "But I can't trust my judgment. I can't think clearly when you're near." The words were out of his mouth before he could stop them. Allie turned back, shock on her face, staring into his eyes. He felt his cheeks burning, but couldn't tear his eyes away from hers. After a few seconds, she grabbed his head and dragged him down into a passionate kiss. Jess froze for a moment, completely caught off balance, before doing his best to return the kiss. There hadn't been any girls near his age in his cell for several years. He'd never kissed like this before he met Allie. He had very vague memories of kissing her while they were both under the influence of the drugs, but this was completely different. He felt an electric thrill coursing through his body, and was acutely aware of Allie's hands and his hair, her body pressed against him. Her scent filled his senses. He felt so overwhelmed that he reached out for the ship, guiltily, checking if he was being drugged again. The ship's reply was almost instant. No external substances had been detected. However, his own body was releasing a cocktail of chemicals all within normal bounds for a heightened state of arousal. Reassured, he relaxed into the kiss. Felt he was starting to get the hang of it when Allie suddenly pulled back from him, fear in her eyes. "You haven't. Have you drugged me? Done what they did to me?" Jess stood stunned for a moment, then shook his head fiercely. "No, never. That's a horrible idea. They did that to me too. I'd never do it to you." Her eyes narrowed. "There's something else. What aren't you telling me?" "Well, I worried the same thing. I got the ship to check you hadn't drugged me. When you kissed me, it felt so wonderful, so overwhelming, I was worried." She still stood so close he didn't even see the slap coming. Her hand seemed to materialize against his cheek. She put everything into it, and his head rang from the blow. "That's for thinking I would ever do that to you," she shouted in his face. Then she grabbed his head again and kissed him fiercely, but briefly. "And that is for telling me how good the kiss felt." With a mischievous smile, she whirled and walked back into the corridor towards Sal's room. Jess was left standing, staring after her. His cheeks stinging, his lips tingling, pulse pounding, and breathing rapid. His mouth hung open, and his head whirled. Shaking his head, he decided he needed advice. Why had it been fine for her to worry about being drugged, but so wrong for him to do the same? Somehow he couldn't imagine asking Sal about what had just happened, so he decided to see Matt again. The ship indicated Matt was stirring anyway. Matt scowled as Jess entered. He was propped up by the bed to a half-sitting position. Jess's confusion over Allie had completely driven the circumstances of his earlier conversation with Matt from his mind. Now the look on Matt's face made his stomach lurch.
"Come to talk to me again, have you?" Matt grumbled. "At least till I say something you don't like. Then you'll shoot me full of sedatives again, I suppose."
"It wasn't like that. You were so worked up the ship thought you were in danger. It said you had to be sedated to avoid doing yourself serious damage. I decided it was right and told it to go ahead. I was really worried about you, and I hated doing it. I felt really guilty." Matt stared at him for a long time, then sighed.
"Okay, kid. At least you admitted it. You could have claimed the ship acted on its own, and I can see how it might have been necessary, though I'm still not happy about it. More importantly, my point still stands. We aren't safe while those bastards are still on the ship."
Jess pulsed a command to the ship, causing a screen to appear on the wall, showing the captive's new holding area, complete with shields and wall. "I've taken some steps on that. I created this room around them. They can't get out, there's no door, and the slot for food is much too small. Changing the ship's design is something only I can do, or the ship itself when a pilot first starts to bond. There's no way they can get out." Matt studied the images for a while before turning to Jess.
"Okay," he said grudgingly. "It's a lot better than before. I still don't trust them, though. And if there's a way to cause us problems, they will."
His lips quirked into a smile.
"So, if something happens to you, they'll be stuck in there forever? Better make sure it doesn't. I can't guarantee to remember things like feeding them."
Jess frowned. Something else he hadn't considered. Then he shrugged his shoulders. "If it happens, it happens. I've got too much to worry about as it is."
"I take it one of those worries is what to do with our prisoners? You realize you effectively had two choices. Let them go or kill them."
Jess opened his mouth to protest, but Matt held his hand up and carried on speaking.
"Their crimes are pretty horrific. You take them anywhere they've operated their scams, then they'll be killed. Maybe after going through the courts, but more likely spaced out the airlock by a mob, especially anywhere they've taken kids from. If we took them somewhere with an imperial court, then they'd be executed, almost certainly without a trial. You saw what the imperial ships were doing to them before we arrived on the scene. Some places you can take them, they'd be freed in hours, if not sooner. Pirate bases, independent stations. I'm sure you don't want that. You don't want them going out there back to their old ways, or even teaching others their tricks. So that leaves you trying to find a station where their actions mean they'll be locked up, hopefully for the rest of their lives. If you turn them over and they only have to serve a few years, then every action they take once they are out is your responsibility. If you turn them over and they unexpectedly get the death penalty, then you'll feel guilty because you chose to let them live, yet directly led them to their deaths. It's a tough universe, kid. Dirty. Vicious. What the Empire doesn't screw up directly, the rest of us screw up in fear of or anger at the Empire. You're going to have to make the decision, and sometime soon. We can't keep them on this ship forever. The quickest, kindest solution may be to just space them. Sedate them first if you like, so they don't know a thing about it."
Jess turned away, staring at the image of the prisoners on the wall. They still slept. He imagined himself handing them over to be executed, flushing them out of the airlock himself, seeing a mob beating them to death before the authorities could intervene. Far worse, though, was the thought of them going back to their old ways, getting freed and ripping families apart, selling children into slavery. With a heavy heart, he turned towards the door. As he reached it, Matt called out, more softly this time.
I'm sorry, kid. It's not fair to dump this on your shoulders, but the ship has done just that. You're in charge. You have the power to decide what happens to them. You can come to Sal or I for advice, the girl too, most probably. But in the end, it's your decision.
The mention of Allie's name reminded Jess why he had visited. It no longer seemed nearly so important, not after pondering whether or not to kill several people, but he was still totally confused by her behavior. Uncertain whether he couldn't wait to speak with her again, or would rather she disappeared for 1,000 years. Matt, there was something else. Not the ship or the prisoners. Something I wanted to ask you for some advice on. It's about Allie. For the first time since the operation, Jess saw Matt smile. He felt himself flushing.
Sal said you'd taken quite a shine to the girl,
Matt said. Well, I think that is...
Oh, you've got it bad, all right,
Matt chuckled. Then he turned sober.
You were born a prisoner, weren't you? I can tell. There's something different about most who are. They seem more resigned to their fate. Conditioned, I guess. Anyway, did you ever get involved with any girls? Get close to any?
No, there weren't any. Not anywhere near my age. Not for the last few years.
Oh, boy. Then you're in for a rough ride, I'd say. Learning everything from scratch. It might be for the best, though. Relationships back in prison were not twisted, but, I don't know, distorted. People had so little time they grabbed the comfort they could when they could. Not knowing if the person would still be in their group the next week. Not knowing if they'd even be alive. Relationships were about comfort, physical and emotional. Hanging on to someone else. Meaning something special to someone else, even if just for a short while. Yet all the time tinged with the knowledge it couldn't last. That sometime soon you'd be split apart and never see each other again. I'm hardly the best person to advise you. I've been married once, which was a disaster from start to finish. And I've got a trail of broken relationships behind me that you wouldn't believe. I can give you some advice, though. First off, you're both pretty messed up by what happened to you, being drugged into falling for each other. Both of you are going to be terrified of that happening again, suspicious of any feelings for another person in case it's been forced on you.
Yeah, we've managed to prove that. Jess told him about his encounter with Allie. The long kiss, followed by the slap and then another kiss. Matt nodded, face mostly serious, though with the hint of a smile on his face.
Right. I'm not surprised. First thing to realize is that you two aren't special here. She seems to have feelings for you, and you clearly have for her. But if either of you was falling for someone else after the experience of being drugged, there would be just the same worries. It's natural. It happened once, so you expect it to happen again. In some ways, it will probably be easier going through it together, as you're both worrying about the same thing. Both know something of how the other feels. Second thing is that she's a girl. No end of books and films will tell you that means she knows all about feelings, about love, and that you as a poor boy will always be confused and off balance. Load of tripe. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that women, and girls too, I guess, get just as messed up by those feelings as we do. Next thing, don't be someone you're not. Don't try to impress her. Relax and be yourself. If any girl only likes you when you're pretending to be something different, then she's not worth your time. You won't listen to that one, I'm sure, but maybe it'll sink in and come back to you one day. Lastly, even if things work out between you, it won't last. Probably. Both of you will do and say things that hurt the other, probably things you can't believe you said, but you won't back down from. Both of you will take offense at things. You'll argue over stupid stuff and end up breaking up. Don't beat yourself up about it. Relationships are no different to anything else. Learning the skills to make them successful takes time, takes making mistakes. If you're smart, if you learn from them, then one day you'll meet someone and it will work out. I've seen a few that did.
So we're doomed? Allie and I shouldn't even start anything?
Oh, God, no. Did I give that impression? Grab it with both hands, kid. Enjoy it. The downs as much as the ups. It could be wonderful for both of you. Just understand that getting it right for the long term in a relationship is bloody hard, and normally takes a lot of false starts. Oh, and you're plugged into the ship, yeah?
Yep.
Does it have any details on contraception? Because I ain't your father, and I really could do without giving you that talk.
The ship helpfully pushed some images into Jess's head. Images that made him blush furiously.
I'll take that as a yes, laughed Matt. Seriously, kid, enjoy it. You're only in love for the first time once.
Love? I didn't say, I like her, but...
Trust me, kid, it's love. Don't try to fight the hormones.
He gave a huge yawn.
I'm sleepy. You're not dosing me up again, are you, kid?
No, not me. Hang on. Jess checked with the ship. No, you're just tired. The ship says it will be another day or two before you're able to get up. Your body has taken a real battering.
All right. And I don't think I've said it before, but thanks, Jess, to you and the ship, for getting me free in the first place and for curing me. I'd have been happy to die free again, but I'm much happier to live free. I owe you.
You're welcome, and thanks for the advice. Matt settled back onto the bed, which was lowering him to lay flat.
Anytime, kid. If you actually took in 1 word in 10, I reckon I did well. Remember, relax and enjoy the ride.
He smiled at Jess, then closed his eyes, falling asleep almost immediately. Jess turned and left the room, thinking over the advice from the old man. He returned to the pilot's seat. While he didn't need to be there to control the ship, he still found it comforting. Checking the ship's status, he found that the hull had finished its growth, and the changes to shields, weapons, and engines were well underway. Then he sat back, thinking through everything Matt had told him about their prisoners and about Allie. Chapter 9. Nearly a day had passed. Sal had woken, and Jess had shown her the new quarters, which she loved. Allie appeared soon after, almost ignoring Jess. He retreated to the flight deck while Sal gave Allie a tour of the new rooms, then introduced her to Matt. Sal later told Jess that Allie had charmed the old man rotten, which caused Jess a surprising spike of envy. Sometime later, they had all gathered in Matt's recovery room to discuss what to do next. All 4 agreed they should head for the station the 2 young children had been kidnapped from, a station known as Glory Falls. The question of what to do with the prisoners was much harder to agree on. Matt still wanted to space them immediately. He argued that it was cleaner, fair. They were guilty by their own admission of hundreds upon hundreds of crimes. Waiting only delayed the inevitable. Sal argued for dropping them off at Glory Falls when they delivered the 2 children. Matt argued that was no different than spacing them, that they would be killed within hours of arrival. Jess was torn. He couldn't space them. It wasn't in him. He didn't like the idea of delivering them to near certain death. Yet he had no better idea. He certainly didn't want them to ever escape. Jess was back in the pilot's seat, trying to figure out what to do and, if he was honest with himself, avoiding being near Allie. No matter how many times he thought it through, he couldn't reach a decision. The only option he couldn't rule out was to put off the decision and keep the prisoners on board, which wasn't a decision at all. The door opened behind him. Turning, he saw Allie. He stared at her for a moment, while a range of emotions ran through him, and he was pretty sure over his face. He grunted a greeting, then turned away from her. The silence stretched out uncomfortably. Finally, she spoke. Jess, Damn, this isn't going to be easy. I need to ask you something you won't like, but please think about the question. Can you do that for me? Please? His first reaction was to say no, to push her away. Shutting her out would hurt, but he was starting to feel it might hurt less than the constant flips in her attitude to him. He opened his mouth to speak, and found he couldn't. He felt panic in the pit of his stomach at the thought. He couldn't shut her out. Taking a deep breath, he turned to her and spoke. "All right, I'll try. What is it?" "I just wanted to know, at what point did you decide you were more important than Matt and Sal?" The question threw him completely. It wasn't at all what he'd expected. He struggled for words. "What? But, no, I don't. I've never thought that." "You do, though," she said softly, staring earnestly into his eyes. "Even if you don't realize it, you've decided you have the final say over the prisoners, that you get to decide what happens to them. That means you think you're more important." "But I can't let them be spaced. I could live with myself. I couldn't take the guilt." "That's the problem. You can't let them. You couldn't live with yourself. You couldn't take the guilt. You. Always you." She stopped herself with a visible effort, took a deep breath, and continued in a quieter but still firm voice. "Things can go one of two ways. You can all discuss things, make decisions together. Include me if you want, but that doesn't matter. Or you continue to make all the decisions, which means everyone else is just along for the ride. That they are just passengers. And before long they'll be looking for a way off this ship. I will too." The last sentence was almost too quiet for him to hear, but it hit home the hardest. He hadn't been thinking far ahead, but he realized he didn't want Allie to leave. For that matter, the thought of Matt or Sal leaving was terrifying too. He thought about what Allie had said, how he'd been acting, and realized she was right. I think you're right," he managed to say past the lump in his throat. "But I don't know how to tell them, what to say." He felt tears forming in his eyes, and blinked them away angrily. Allie smiled at him, and his stomach did a flip. "It's all right. I'll talk to them." She turned, walked to the door, then glanced over her shoulder at him. "Maybe there is hope for you after all." With that, she was gone, leaving Jess once more feeling he was in way out of his depth, playing a game with no idea of the rules. 20 minutes later, they were all gathered in the medical bay. Matt was still propped up on his bed, though he looked far better to Jess's eyes. The rest sat on stools the ship had provided at his request. "Before we discuss anything else, there's something important you three need to decide," said Allie. "You need to decide whether you trust me fully, and I get a say in the decisions. I can understand you being cautious, and if the answer is no, that's fine. I'll ask you to drop me off back home, or somewhere I can get home from safely. Then I'll be out of your hair. And this needs to be unanimous. If you don't all trust me, it's not going to work."
"And if we do?" asked Matt. "You'll stay with us?"
"I don't know, really. I hadn't thought that far ahead yet. Maybe."
"Well, it's a yes from me. You've been straight with us so far, and those buggers had you as drugged up as Sal and the kid."
"Thanks. Sal?" Sal sat for a time in thought, studying Allie. Finally she spoke. "It's difficult. Matt, Jess, and I have a shared background. The horrors of being prisoners. Slaves, by any other word. Our escape. You come from such a different life, a different world. I find it hard to trust you because I don't really understand you. That's my problem, though. My gut feel is you're on the level, even if I don't understand you. Yes, I think you should be part of the... Well, I guess we're the crew of this ship now. So yes, I think you should be part of that crew." "Jess, how about you?" asked Allie, turning to face him. "And without asking the ship or using it to scan me so you can tell what I'm thinking." It came out jokingly, but with an edge. Jess felt himself flush guiltily as he realized he'd been about to do exactly that, almost subconsciously. His emotions were in turmoil. He desperately wanted Allie to stay, but at the same time she scared him, terrified him. There might be no drugs involved, but the effect she had on him was still so powerful, and she seemed in control of the situation all the time, poised, self-confident, certain of herself. If she stayed, would he always feel this off balance? Would she always make him feel like a clumsy child? If, as he secretly both hoped and feared, they started a relationship, would he always be on the back foot? Then he remembered Matt's advice about girls being just as confused as boys in this situation. Looking more closely at Allie, he realized it was true. She was leaned forwards, nervously chewing her top lip. Her breathing was shallow, and there was a hint of tears in her eyes. He suddenly realized how much this meant to her, how much it would hurt her to be rejected. He had his scars from being drugged and his life as a prisoner, but she had scars too. With a smile, he nodded his head. Yes, definitely. Welcome to the crew. Yes! Allie squealed and jumped off her stool, then turned bright pink as the others laughed at her reaction. She tried to frown, but was soon laughing too. Jess could feel the tension draining from the room. Once they stopped laughing, Allie spoke, and some of the tension returned. The next decision is a lot harder. What to do with our prisoners? We have a few options. First up is the simplest. We kill them. Space them, poison them, overdose them on sleeping drugs. We can sort the details out if needed. She met the gaze of each of the other three before speaking again. Do we kill them now? Matt nodded emphatically. Yes, he said. That's still got my vote. Sal shook her head. I can't do it. Sorry, it's just too cold-blooded for me. Jess shook his head. No. Allie sat for a moment, head bowed. She started to speak without lifting her head. I hate them. I hate them so much more than anyone could possibly imagine, for what they did to me, to my family, to our friends, and to so many others. It would be so easy to say yes, space them, give them what they deserve, but I think that would make me too much like them. My answer is no. Matt pulled a sour face, but accepted the decision in silence. No to that option, then. Sal sounded relieved. So, next question. Do we hand them over at Glory Falls, knowing that they'll almost certainly face the death sentence? My answer is yes, so long as the authorities guarantee to give them a trial. Yes, I agree, said Allie. And you're right about the trial. It's important. It's not my first choice, but I'll take it, said Matt gruffly. Yes. All eyes turned to Jess. His feelings hadn't changed. I'm sorry. It's still no from me. I can't agree to it. He saw Allie's face darken and held up a hand. I'm not saying we won't do it. It's 3-1. I'll hate it, but we'll hand them over. I had to tell you how I felt, though. Matt smiled at him, then mock saluted. Allie's face relaxed, and she smiled at him, though sadly. Sal leaned over and squeezed his arm. I think the only other decision is what to do after Glory Falls, Matt said. Personally, I'm not so sure. I know we want to find Allie's friends, but I can't focus on that yet. I think we need to get those bloody criminals off this ship, return the kids, and give the authorities as much info on where their people were taken as possible. Then we should think about what to do. Jess just nodded. It made sense, and he had no other ideas. I agree, said Allie. Every time I think of them still being on the ship, my skin crawls. Every time I think of my friends, about how to rescue them, it leads me back to thinking about how we were caught, and so back to the kidnappers. Sal looked troubled. Tears were in her eyes. Jess couldn't work out why until she spoke, clearly fighting against overwhelming emotion. You're right. Sorry. I'm really going to miss the kids. They need to go back to their parents, though. Allie crossed to Sal and gave her a big hug. Soon both had tears running down their faces. Matt rolled his eyes and motioned to the door. Get out, kid, he whispered. Wish I could. A gesture at his body, still trailing medical monitors, accompanied his last statement. Jess took the advice and quickly slipped out of the room. Chapter 10. Jess watched fascinated as the Wanderer finished its final approach to Glory Falls Station and lined up to enter the docking bay. He'd given the instructions to get them started, but the ship interpreted the commands and handled maneuvering its huge mass. A tingling sensation in his skull told him it wasn't purely the ship. Subconsciously, his brain was part of the calculations. Yet another aspect of his link to the ship that he found both exciting and unnerving. They'd agreed that Sal should handle communication with the station. Her initial message had been met with suspicion, which quickly turned into excitement, followed by disappointment when she had to tell them only 2 children had been recovered. She found out that 134 people had been stolen away from the station, including the children's parents. Their grandparents were overjoyed to be getting the children back, but they and everyone else were still desperately upset at what had happened to the others. The station explained how their people had been taken. The kidnappers had invited people onto the ship to give them a tour, a chance to view a working spaceship. Many families had taken up the offer. Soon after, the ship had declared a reactor breach and used automated protocols to perform an emergency detach from the station. By the time anyone realized what was happening, the ship had already covered half the distance it needed to make a jump. They'd made the jump before any ships could be launched in pursuit. Not that it would have mattered. The station only had 2 jump-capable ships, both aging bulk freighters. Too slow to catch the kidnappers' trading ship, and with none of the scanners needed to plot another ship's jump course. There was no way to follow. Sal managed to get assurances the prisoners would be given a fair trial, though she was warned the evidence was overwhelming, and only one outcome was likely. Sal explained they had only limited control over the prisoners, and got agreement to offload them first, to be followed by the children. As the ship completed its docking maneuver, Jess focused on the prisoners. They'd been kept mildly dosed with the chemicals used on Allie and himself, to keep them under control, and to ensure they could be offloaded from the ship without needing to use too much force. Matt was still restricted to bed, though he expected to be on the move within a few hours. Even then, he would be very weak. Sal, Allie, and Jess would have no hope of controlling the prisoners by themselves, and Jess didn't want to give away too many details of the ship's abilities to those on the station. Now he reshaped the holding cell to lead to the airlock, and Sal told the prisoners to enter. They did so without complaint. Jess watched as it cycled. As soon as the outer door opened, the prisoners were grabbed by a waiting group of security guards, shoved to the floor and restrained. Other guards held back a restless crowd, while the prisoners were swiftly removed from the area. With a sigh, he walked back to the living area, where Allie and Sal waited with the 2 children. They'd been watching events outside on a screen. Sal crossed to Jess and gave him a hug. "I know it's tough, but it's for the best. Now focus on this. We're getting to return these 2 to their family. That counts. We've done something really good here." Jess nodded, forcing a smile. "Yep, you're right. Are you sure you 2 will be enough? You don't want me to come with you?" "It'll be fine. We're returning their children. We've brought their captors to justice. There's nothing to worry about." "And besides," added Allie, with a mischievous grin, "we need you here to come rescue us if something does go wrong." "Very funny. Just be careful." They both assured him they would be. Even so, his heart felt heavy as he watched them cycle through the airlock with the children. This was the first time he'd been parted from Sal since they'd entered the Wanderer as prisoners, and watching Allie leave felt as bad. He couldn't help worrying something would go wrong. Jess became more and more worried as time stretched on without any word from Sal and Allie. After 10 minutes, he was pacing the flight deck. After 20, he went to visit Matt. He opened the door to find Matt stood by the bed, legs shaking but with a fierce look of determination on his face. "What are you doing?" shouted Jess, rushing forwards to support him.
"Good timing, kid. I was just wondering how to make it from here to the door without falling flat on my face. Give me a hand. I've had more than enough of this place now."
"Are you sure? You shouldn't be out of bed yet. You need to wait to get your strength back. Let me help you back into bed."
"Stuff that. I can rest just as well on the sofas, and I'm sure this ship can monitor me perfectly well from there. Can't it?"
Jess didn't even try to query the ship. He knew Matt was right. He ran a quick scan of Matt's health and decided there was no reason to argue. He nodded his head, then slipped Matt's arm over his shoulder. Slowly, the two of them made their way out into the corridor and through to the lounge. Jess was supporting nearly all of Matt's weight by the time they reached the sofa. Matt sank thankfully into it and sighed contentedly.
Thanks, kid. Damn, it feels good to be out of that room.
That's it, though. You stay put for a few hours at least, or I'm dragging you back into the medical bay. Feet first if necessary. Matt chuckled at that and leaned his head back, closing his eyes. Jess stiffened as the ship received a message, shoving it onto a screen so that Matt could see it too. The image of Governor Julia Demery appeared, the same person Sal had negotiated with. Jess felt a knot form in his stomach, and Matt sat up again, watching intently. Firstly, I want to thank you again for the return of Danny and Ellie. Their family asked me to pass on their heartfelt thanks. The return of those two goes some small way to easing the pain we feel for the people we lost. And for capturing the criminals responsible, for bringing them to us for trial, we thank you too. Next to bringing all our people back, that was the most important thing for us. Rest assured that they will never be able to repeat their actions. No one else will suffer at their hands. She looked down for a moment, took a breath as she composed herself. As I said, we have so much to thank you for, and I am truly sorry for what we must do, but we have no choice. We know where our people are now. They are at the Stone Snake mining complex only 2 days' flight from here. But the only ships we have are the two freighters, both with no offensive weapons and no ability to fight. We can't go to the Empire for help. They won't care about a few slaves. Why should they? They keep so many themselves. We have no strong allies, no strings to pull. We only have one hope, your ship. We interrogated the prisoners. They told us you destroyed an Imperial corvette. That makes your ship more than powerful enough to put the fear of God into a bunch of miners. Without it, we will never see our people again. I will never see my daughter, her husband, or my grandson. We are desperate, truly desperate, so we have to do this. We have your two friends. They are in a cell. If you want to see them again and unhurt, then you will do as we ask. We don't want to take your ship, but we must use it. You will allow 20 of our security guards onto the ship and fly them to Stone Snake. You will intimidate the miners with your ship's firepower, then return with our people. When you return with all our people, your friends will be freed, and all of you can go on your way without any interference from us. Please don't get any ideas about intimidating us. You have no idea where your friends are, and we're desperate. Most of the people on the station lost friends or members of their family to the kidnappers. If you take any aggressive action, we will kill one of your friends, immediately. The other will be held hostage for your cooperation. She stared intently at the screen for a moment. Please believe me, for the sake of your friends. You have 10 minutes to decide. Out. The message ended. Jess realized his hands were clenched into fists. Anger boiled in his chest. The ship signaled that weapons were ready to be fired at the station. Only the protocol he'd added before to prevent subconscious commands being executed had prevented them being fired.
Jess! Jess!
He heard Matt shouting as if from a long way away, and turned towards him in a daze. Matt dragged himself up, grabbed Jess by the shoulders, and shook him.
Jess!
He shouted again.
Listen to me. Don't do anything. I know you're angry, but Sal and Allie need you to calm down. Don't risk their lives.
The words reached Jess, but he still struggled for control. Words failed him. He pulled away from Matt and stalked around the room, unable to stay still. We can't let them do this. We can't let them hurt Sal and Allie. I'll rip the station apart if I have to. I'll tear. As his steps brought him past Matt, the old man lashed out, cuffing him around the head.
For God's sake, Jess, he shouted. Listen to yourself. What you're planning will guarantee their deaths. These people are desperate. We have to find the best way to deal with this. I think we have to go to this mining station.
What? Jess was shouting into Matt's face now. What? Just do as they say? Let their guards board and fly off under their orders?
No. That would be a terrible idea. Look, kid, Just calm down and listen to me for a minute. I'm not saying we cave in, but we need to think about how to get the best out of this situation. Under no circumstances are we letting anyone on this ship. Even if they're on the level now, I can guarantee when it came time to give up their control, they'd find another reason to stay in charge. And another, then another, and so on. So we don't let them on the ship, right?
Jess fought down his anger, realizing he was out of control. He stepped away from Matt again, took a shaky breath, then nodded, not trusting himself to speak.
Right. So no one comes on board, Matt said. But I think we are going to have to do as they ask. Go to this mining station. Put the fear of this ship into them and grab the kidnapped people. Hell, kid. They've been made into slaves. You and I know what that means. Maybe we'd have agreed to do this anyway, if the governor had asked instead of threatening. So, we go there, get their people. Once they're on board, we make damn sure to keep them locked away from us. Then we head back here. At that point, we've got the power. They have 2 hostages. We have over 100, plus the firepower to tear their station apart. They'll have to give us Sal and Allie. We drop their people off, and then we leave, blasting a few non-critical bits of the station off on the way, if I've got anything to do with it. How does that sound?
Jess could feel tears coming, hating the feeling of helplessness. Angrily, he fought them back. We can't just leave them here, though. For 4 days. What will they think?
They'll know we're coming back for them, that we'll get them out. That's one of the conditions I'll insist on, that we have to speak to Sal and Allie before leaving.
You'll insist on? Why you?
Kid. Jess. Don't take this the wrong way. You're angry as hell and damn near out of control. That's understandable, and it's no bad thing. At your age, I'd have been spitting teeth, too. But in a negotiation like this, it's a weakness the other side will use. I'm a lot older and a lot harder. I'm still mad as hell inside, but I can negotiate this without them getting me so angry I make a mistake. This is going to be tricky to pull off, but I can do it.
You're sure? That they'll be safe?
I'm sure. These people are desperate, but they aren't evil. If we don't push them into doing anything, the girls will be fine.
Jess thought hard, but he didn't see any flaw in Matt's logic, and he couldn't think of any better ideas. Reluctantly, very reluctantly, he agreed. The governor fought hard against Matt's proposal, but the old man refused to budge, and in the end she agreed. Matt had already warned Jess to stay off camera, especially while Matt spoke to Sal and Allie. They couldn't let any sign of weakness be seen. Watching Sal and Allie on the screen, seeing them listen as Matt laid out the plan without being able to talk to them, Jess realized how much he'd come to care for both of them, love them. Sal as a friend and Allie, well, definitely as a friend, but something more. He wanted to protect both of them. But Allie, he wanted to wrap his arms around and never let go. Once the screen was dead, Matt had the sensitivity to busy himself and not comment on the tears running down Jess's face. Several minutes later, the Wanderer disconnected from Glory Falls Station and pulled away. Not wanting to give away the ship's unique jump abilities, they waited until they'd reached the normal clear distance, then made the jump for Stone Snake Mining Complex. Chapter 11. Matt continued his determined recovery from the operation. Within a few hours of their departure from Glory Falls, he was almost back to his old self, though he still needed to take more frequent rests. Jess had stopped worrying that Matt would overdo things, more because he realized there was no way to prevent it than that he thought the danger was past. The time stuck helpless had grated badly on Matt. He told Jess how much he'd hated it, then went on to say how worried he was with only the 2 of them in the ship. What if something happened to you, kid? You fall ill and we come under attack. Or you're so ill this ship can't help, and we need to get you to a doctor. I need to be able to pilot the ship in an emergency. The arguments made sense to Jess. Together with what Allie had told him about not doing everything himself, he was sure it was for the best. Okay, I can get the ship to format some basic controls so you can maneuver, dock if needed. Weapons and combat will take a lot longer to learn, and we need to be in real space for that time.
That's fine, kid. Can we get started now? I've been sitting around doing nothing for far too long.
Sure, let's get up to the flight deck. Matt quickly learnt the controls. He said they weren't that different from other ships he'd flown. For Jess, the lessons took his mind off Sal and Allie, and off the reception they were likely to get at Stone Snake. Before long he was back to worrying, though, trying to find any flaws in Matt's plan or any areas he could improve. He didn't find any. Jess was a solid knot of tension as they neared Stone Snake. Matt had decided they should drop into normal space a long way out. Despite Matt's assurances that they could pull this off, Jess wasn't sure. "I'm so glad you're with me," he told his friend. "I couldn't do this without you. Couldn't have come up with this plan. Thanks." Matt patted Jess's shoulder.
"You're welcome, kid. You're young, still quite naive. Nothing wrong with that, especially growing up a slave. There's lots of people out there who would take advantage of you, run rings around you. I aim to make sure that doesn't happen, not to mention getting Sal and Allie back as soon as possible. We've got a few minutes till real space, then things are going to get intense pretty damn quickly. I'm going to grab a drink now. You should too. What do you want?"
"Just a juice, please."
"Sure. Back in a minute."
Matt returned just in time for the return to real space, handed Jess's drink over, and settled into his seat. As Matt had predicted, the mining complex was huge, with a number of bulk freighters docked and many smaller ships and shuttles on the move in the area.
Damn, sometimes I hate being right. Right, kid. Better drink that quickly. Things are going to get real busy for us.
Putting action to his words, Matt downed his own drink and won. Jess followed suit. Suddenly, the cabin started to spin around him, and the floor felt like it was dropping away. "Matt, I really don't feel—" he started to say. Then everything went black. Chapter 12. Jess groaned and struggled to open his eyes. Blinking against the light, the first thing he saw was Matt's face peering down at him. Not the most pleasant of sights, but one that was incredibly welcome. What happened?" he managed to croak out.
"You're okay? I was getting worried about you there for a moment. Take it easy."
Jess struggled into a sitting position, then just stared at his surroundings. They were in some form of cell. His life as a prisoner meant he had no doubt about that. The room was about 3 meters by 2, with a hard bed that he lay on, a toilet that was little more than a hole in the floor, and nothing else. The floor was stone, as was the ceiling and the walls. A solid metal door was set into one wall, with no window or bars. 2 small gaps in the ceiling supplied stale air to the room. "What happened?" he asked again. "How did we get caught?"
"We didn't. You did. By me."
Matt looked sheepish as he spoke. Jess just stared at him in disbelief. After a pause, the old man spoke again.
"You're too trusting, kid. Much too trusting, and too naive. Someone was going to get the ship from you, or get you, and so the ship under their control. And it was probably going to happen pretty soon. Look what happened to Sal and Allie. So if someone was going to get control of the ship, I decided it should be us."
"Us? What us?"
"I know Stone Snake well. I operated from here for years. I know the people. They're the closest thing to a family I've got. The place is more than a mining complex, much more. It's also a base for an organization that gets involved in some less than legal actions."
"What? Piracy? Slave trading?"
"Yes, and more. I told you before, kid. This is a tough universe. The Empire makes sure of that. The rest of us make do as best we can. You and the ship are too good an opportunity to miss. And if it makes you feel better, at least this way the Empire will never get control of the ship."
"Nor will you. Do you realize what this means? Sal and Allie are going to be killed, And it will be your fault.
No, they won't. They're safe. About the only chance of them being killed was if you'd started shooting up the station and hit the section they were in. Threatening to kill one of only 2 hostages is useless, a sign of amateurs. If they were serious, the threat would have been to hurt them, maybe cut bits off, something that put pressure on you without wasting a hostage.
What? But you said they were in danger, that we had to come here and...
Oh. Exactly. I needed you to come here. You were kind enough to teach me the basic controls of the Wanderer. So once we dropped into normal space, I gave you a drugged drink. As soon as you were out, I contacted the station, explained about the ship, and flew her in. For some reason, the ship wouldn't cycle the airlocks with anyone else in it, so I had to drag you out myself. No fun, I can tell you, with the way I'm still feeling. Once outside, the others took you, brought you down here to this cell, which is fully shielded, I should tell you. Your link to the ship is cut. We don't want it powering up weapons or anything else unfriendly like that.
Panicked, Jess reached out for the ship, but found nothing. It hit him harder than he could have guessed. He'd become so used to the ship being a mere thought away, enhancing and extending his abilities, that the absence was a huge shock. He reacted angrily. So you've got a useless ship that no one but you can get onto, and you can only handle basic flying. Well done, you. Allie and Sal are safe, and I don't care what you do to me.
Matt smiled, shaking his head. Afraid not. Allie and Sal are safe for now, but not for long. We know they're your weak spot. We know that we need them. So a freighter launched for Glory Falls a little while ago, packed with the prisoners from that place, accompanied by a number of fighters and larger combat ships. The good people of Glory Falls are going to get a chance to get their friends and families back. All they have to do is turn Sal and Allie over to my friends. To make sure they comply, their people will be loaded into containers and shoved out in a variety of directions. Far too many for Glory Falls' small fleet of ships to recover in the time available, because the containers will have limited oxygen. Very limited. And because any ship attempting to reach them will be blown out of existence by the fighters. So, soon after arriving, one of our ships will pick up Sal and Allie. Then they will all return here. As for the people in the containers, well, they'll be left as an example of what happens when people try to threaten us. Who knows? The station may be able to rescue 1 or 2 groups, if they're lucky.
Jess stared at Matt as if he was a stranger, discussing the deaths of so many people, including the children, so calmly. So is this what you always planned, right from the start?
No, you saved me from captivity. I owe you for that. Then you saved my life by removing the cancer. I also owe you for that. Unfortunately, I can't repay you. Funny, lots of people seem to be saying that to you recently. You brought this on yourself, you know. First off, you picked up the kidnappers and nearly let them take over the ship. That gave me a worry, I can tell you. 2 of them knew me, and would have told you the sort of company I used to keep. Spacing them from the airlock would have made the problem go away, but you were too soft. Then at Glory Falls, you let Allie and Sal fall into the hands of the governor, let them be captured so they could be used against you. I could see you were never going to retain control of the ship. Someone was going to take it from you, and soon. The moment Stone Snake was mentioned, I knew what I had to do. You might not appreciate it, kid, but I'm looking out for you. Your life won't be so bad. They need you to pilot the ship. As long as you cooperate, Allie and Sal will live safe lives, too.
And if I don't?
You don't want to go that way. Trust me. First off, it'll be broken bones. Fingers, toes, arms, legs. Then burns and other torture. Then, if necessary, cutting off bits, ears, toes, and fingers again. Then they'll get inventive. None of this for you, of course. They need you whole. This will all be done to the girls.
Jess slumped down, head in hands, wishing this was a bad dream and he could wake up.
You've got a lot to think about,
Matt said, standing.
I'll leave you to it for a while."
He walked to the door and banged on it. It opened to reveal a short corridor and another door. Jess sat slumped in silence long after the door to his cell hid all sight of Matt from his eyes. Jess had no idea how long he'd been sitting when the tickling in his head started. Time had little meaning in the silent cell. No one had come to see him, no noises reached him. He'd given up trying to reach the ship some time before. It started as a slight tickle, feeling like it was in the center of his mind. It quickly progressed to an annoying itch, and then very briefly he felt like something had stabbed into his brain. The pain went as fast as it arrived, leaving in its place something that he couldn't believe. Once again his mind was linked to the Wanderer. He received an image of his being closed off, shielded away, somewhere unknown. In the image, both the ship and he were trying to communicate. All efforts were blocked by the shielded barrier. Then something changed about him, a change to the implants, he realized. The image seemed to shift in a new direction, and while the barrier remained strongly in place, it now had a limited height. The signals between the ship and Jess simply passed over the barrier. Additional information with the image told Jess that in reality the communication was via a series of higher dimensions. There was more, but he was unable to grasp it. What mattered, though, was that he and the ship were now in contact again. He no longer had to sit helplessly waiting for someone to decide his fate, to decide the fates of Allie and Sal. He smiled for the first time since waking in the cell. Contacting the ship was one thing, getting out another altogether. The ship was able to pinpoint his location by their connection and fed a map into his mind. He was deep in the station, near the center. Even if he could escape the cell, he would have to find his way through miles of corridors to reach the ship, or any point where it could reach him. The ship suggested that if it could get near the outside of the station, then precision weaponry could sever that section, leaving it floating free for the ship to grab. He had no illusions he'd make it anywhere near that far. Even getting out of the cell seemed impossible. Blowing sections of the station up to demand his release was a non-starter. The moment it started to happen, they'd be likely to drug him again. Even without that, the Wanderer could only do limited damage to the station, definitely not enough to intimidate a ruthless bunch of pirates who were holed up safely inside. How else could he get free? He couldn't think of any way, and his initial joy at feeling the ship's presence in his mind faded into despair. He considered sending the ship away, maybe even killing himself, to prevent the pirates gaining control of it. The thought of Allie and Sal stopped him. The pirates were unlikely to free the girls if he did deny them the ship, and even if Jess was dead, they might torture or kill them. He remembered Matt's casual mention of leaving the prisoners from Glory Falls to die in the containers, as an example to the station. A thought pushed itself into his mind from the ship. This felt different than normal, tentative. He sensed the ship was uncertain. As he absorbed the idea, he could see why. In essence, it was simple, whilst also being astonishingly audacious and quite probably suicidal. The ship had huge control over its entry into and transition through jump space. Over a short distance, it could thread the eye of a needle. It was certain it could pass through the section of jump space that correlated with Jess's location. On its own, that wasn't particularly useful. Any attempt to emerge in the same location as another physical object would be strongly resisted by the jump engines, both due to programmed restrictions and because the matter in the real universe would act as a physical barrier. It was possible to override the controls and overwhelm the barrier, but then the moment the ship made it into real space, a devastating explosion would ensue, as particles tried to occupy the same space and annihilated each other. The ship's plan was very different and, in its own estimation, far from certain to work. The recent changes to the systems in Jess's head did more than just allow him and the ship to communicate. They also offered the chance to fling Jess into jump space, acting as a miniature jump drive. But jump space was no more hospitable to an unprotected human than the vacuum of real space. If anything, it was even less so. Jess's jump would have to be timed precisely to match the moment the ship passed by. An exceptionally tricky maneuver, due to the speed the ship would be moving at. There would be a window of a few milliseconds at most. The final problem would be trying to jump to occupy the same space as an object already in jump space. Once again, the attempt to make two objects occupy the same space created a barrier that would need to be crossed. The ship thought it could ensure both its and Jess's jump fields were in phase, which should remove that barrier. If not, he'd be blocked for the milliseconds that the ship passed before being dumped into jump space with no protection. When asked for the chances of success, the ship warned there were many variables which could greatly change the results, but that the overall chance of success was around 20%, 1 chance in 5. Most of the risk revolved around getting the timing right, matching the phases correctly, and the chances of Jess's body being able to withstand the jump. It was almost certain his implants could throw him into jump space, meaning that almost every possible failure led to his death. Jess decided to go for it. It was the only chance he had of taking back control, of rescuing Allie and Sal. He told the ship to start. Immediately, he felt a tingling as arcs of green energy started to writhe over his body. A countdown from the ship appeared in his mind, starting from 20 seconds. The ship suggested curling up on the floor, so he did. Heart hammering and breathing in short gasps, he watched the countdown drop. With 3 seconds to go, his body was covered in a web of green energy, which stung him all over. Time seemed to slow down for him. The 2-second mark seemed to take an age to reach, the 1 second even longer. Then the cell around him started to waver and twist, pulsing faster and faster until suddenly, darkness. Excruciating, cold, complete blackness, and a feeling of utter nothingness around him. He could feel the air in his lungs being dragged out by the emptiness. Realizing the attempt had failed, he started to panic, but the cold and the nothingness sapped his energy quickly, and he almost welcomed death as it overtook him. At least it wasn't as painful as he'd feared. The next moment, something crashed into him. Light, sound, pressure, all returned in a blinding flash, as did intense acceleration. After a few moments, the acceleration eased off, and he became aware of his surroundings. He was in the living area of the Wanderer, suspended in midair by a force field. From the ship, he gained the image of the ship grabbing him and using the force field to cushion his body against the immense acceleration needed to bring him up to the ship's speed. He also learnt that he had spent only 3 milliseconds in jump space before being grabbed by the ship. Enough time to do some nasty exterior damage, but generally he was in good health. The ship lowered him to the floor and secured him in place, medical devices already deploying to heal his skin, ensure his lungs were undamaged, and review his internal health. He closed his eyes and linked with the ship fully, losing all sense of his own body and replacing it with the ship. He could swear there was a slight hint of smugness to the ship's thoughts at what it had achieved. He decided the ship deserved to feel that way. Now he was fully linked in, he could appreciate just how difficult a trick it had pulled off. Having tried the experiment, the ship now rated the chance of success at around 8%, much lower than before. It certainly wasn't anything Jess wanted to try again in the future. He felt great, though. He was back in the Wanderer. He had power again. He could chase after the pirate fleet, overhaul it, and somehow rescue Sal and Allie. To do that, the ship was going to need a lot of resources, and in the process of getting them, Jess intended to start extracting his revenge. He pulled the ship round in a sharp turn, heading back towards the Stone Snake mining complex. Chapter 13. Jess had the Wanderer drop back into real space almost on top of the mining complex. He had no doubt Matt had already told his collaborators about the ship's amazing abilities, so there was no need to hide them. He blasted a message at the station across all frequencies. "Matt, I'm going to stop your fleet and rescue Sal and Allie. Then I'm going to come back here and finish the job I'm starting now. I'm going to rip this place apart around your ears. And you know I'll do it. There's no one here to tell me not to anymore. He betrayed me and left. Now it's payback time." Jess had the start of a plan forming in his mind. One thing was clear. The ship would need more resources, a lot more resources, for what he had in mind. The mining complex was the perfect place to get them. The ship had already identified numerous storage bays and unmanned freight shuttles containing materials it could use. He needed to be quick, both to avoid a response from the station and to allow him to catch the pirate fleet before they spent too long at Glory Falls. A thorough plundering of resources was out. He needed to hit many sources and grab what he could on the way through. A course of action that would lead to far more damage to the mining station's operations. That thought put a large smile on his face. The first target was a chain of 20 bulk shuttles, all loaded down with metal ores. Exceptionally slow and heavy, they were sitting ducks as the Wanderer swooped in. The ship's lasers quickly shredded the shuttle's minimal shields designed to protect against impacts from stray rocks, rather than high-yield weaponry. Once the shields were down, he vaporized each shuttle using the plasma cannons. Finally, the Wanderer swooped through the glowing debris cloud, slowly expanding from each shuttle, using force fields to channel and recover as many of the materials as possible. Next, he needed to increase the amounts of rare metals available to the ship. Far more expensive than the ores the shuttles were carrying, the rare metals were held in a section of the mining complex guarded by heavy weaponry. A huge force field arced high above the storage bays. Massive, tower-like laser and plasma weapons studded the surface just outside the shield. Anything approaching would be shredded by the hail of destruction. Even the Wanderer couldn't hold off that level of firepower for more than a few seconds. It didn't have to. The defenses were designed for normal ships, those that had to drop into real space far away from something as massive as the mining complex. Ships that had to run the gauntlet of the tremendous volley of energy to get near the storage bays, not to mention bringing down the powerful shield. The Wanderer was no normal ship. Jess had it drop into jump space on a path that carried it through space above the storage bays, but within the shield. Suddenly, the complex had to face a ship that had not only avoided its defenses, but was now protected from them by its own shield. Jess immediately set to work on the storage bays. With no individual shields to deal with, he moved straight to vaporizing them with the plasma cannons. To an observer, Jess would seem to be targeting bays at random, sometimes taking out everyone in one area, other times leaving individual bays or groups of bays. It was far from random. The Wanderer was scanning every bay for life signs, and Jess was avoiding all those flagged. It was more than likely that many of those in the bays were prisoners, slaves. While Jess's anger at the pirates meant he would happily kill them and any of their pilots, he had no intention of taking any poor slaves with them. Only a small portion of the bays held life, and there were far more valid targets than he could possibly use. After half a minute, the ship had all the resources it needed. The force field remained up, shielding the Wanderer from any retaliation. Jess continued the destruction, now using the lasers to target bays at longer distance, while still using the plasma cannons on those nearby. Nearly a minute after the Wanderer had appeared within the shield, it was finally dropped. Weapon towers immediately opened fire, but they found only empty space, except one that vaporized a significant section of the station itself. Mind accelerated by his connection to the ship, Jess had triggered a jump within milliseconds of the shield dropping. He left a huge swathe of destruction in his wake. At least 60% of the bays were destroyed or badly damaged. A huge fortune in materials was gone. Still secure to the floor of the living area, Jess grinned fiercely as he directed the ship towards Glory Falls and started transforming it using the newly gathered materials. The first part of his plan involved catching the pirate fleet while it was still en route to Glory Falls. The Wanderer had been analyzing space surrounding the mining complex, even while out of touch with Jess, and had detected 20 ships in the pirate fleet. He wanted to remove some of the escort ships while they were still in jump space, while the other ships would be unable to communicate or detect them. Even for a ship as powerful as the Wanderer, taking on 20 combat ships would be tricky, especially if he needed to try to protect then rescue the prisoners in the containers. Matt had told Jess that all ships move through jump space at a fixed rate. Thinking about the Wanderer's unique ability to change course in jump space, Jess had wondered if it could use the same techniques to travel faster. The ship had confirmed that while difficult, it was possible, so the first set of changes to the Wanderer boosted its jump engines. Once completed, Jess could sense them clawing at the fabric of jump space to drag the ship forwards faster. The jump engine capacity had been more than doubled, but it would only reduce the travel time by around 8 hours. Any further increases in engine power would provide smaller and smaller gains. The pirate ships had a head start of just over 7 hours, meaning Jess would have only an hour to deal with them before they reached Glory Falls. He hoped it would be enough. The next stage involved further changes to the ship's defenses and weapons, and corresponding increases in the hull size to mount them, the thrusters to maintain maneuverability, and the engines to provide sufficient power. Once completed, the ship would pack an even more powerful punch. Then there was nothing left to do but wait. The ship had finished patching up his body. He felt sore, and his skin still tingled, but he was in good shape overall. Once again, with things weighing on his mind, he ended up sitting in the pilot's chair. He sat and stewed over Matt's betrayal, thinking back to try to spot an indication of Matt's intentions. There was nothing, which made things worse. If he couldn't spot Matt's betrayal coming, could he spot the signs in anyone else? Would he rescue Allie and Sal, just for one or both of them to betray him? Then the thought of his two captive friends had him worrying for them, for their safety in the battle to come, worrying whether he could save all the prisoners in the containers, whether if some perished, the people of Glory Falls would hold him responsible, whether they'd agree to free Sal and Allie. After 2 hours of seemingly endless worrying, the ship started to nudge Jess with warnings about his health. He was badly in need of food and sleep, and his body needed a chance to recover from its ordeal. Mechanically, he made his way back to the food machine, accepting a large bowl of soup that was delivered without his asking. Once he started to eat, he realized how hungry he actually was, and ended up wolfing the soup down, then following it up with a large chunk of cake. Whilst eating, it occurred to him that the one entity he did trust completely was the ship. He'd accepted its food without question, accepted its suggestions, even let it throw him into jump space with nothing to protect him. Through his link, he felt he knew it well enough to be completely confident in trusting it. He might not always understand it, but he had no doubt that his safety was its first concern. Once again, the ship warned that he needed sleep, but he felt far too keyed up, had far too many worries in his head. There was no way he'd get to sleep. The ship offered an option. It could use his implants to send him to sleep, letting him get a good long rest, and waking him if anything happened, or once they neared the fleet they were chasing. Jess knew he needed to be fresh and awake when the confrontation came. He curled up on a sofa under a blanket and told the ship to go ahead. A comfortable, warm feeling washed through him, nothing like when Matt had drugged him. He felt himself slowly slipping towards sleep, but knew that he could interrupt the process at any time. That knowledge allowed him to relax and let sleep take him. Chapter 14. The ship woke Jess as the pirate fleet started to appear on long-range scans. He felt far better for his sleep. He was calmer and able to view the situation with a clearer head. He soon realized his plan wasn't going to work. If he took out most or all of the combat escort, then the freighter would be unlikely to still launch the containers containing the prisoners. If it didn't turn tail and head back to the mining complex, it would still be a tough nut to crack. Jess doubted it would be possible to intimidate those on board, and destroying the freighter would take the prisoners with it. He needed an alternate plan. The Wanderer's speed meant it could pass by the fleet and reach Glory Falls a little over 10 minutes before the fleet did. As a new plan formed, he threw a new set of instructions to the ship to change its configuration. First, he changed the shiny silver hull to matte black. Then he added baffles to help hide its heat signature and large heat storage systems, so the ship could run completely cold for a time. Then he set to work reviewing the ship's records of Glory Falls, identifying the best position for the Wanderer in his new plan. It wasn't perfect, but it might just work. The Wanderer eased into real space a few minutes out from Glory Falls. Jess had chosen the area for its proximity to the station, and the fact it was covered by patchy scanning at best. The ship made barely a ripple in the surface of real space as it appeared, and it was running fully dark. No sensors that could detect the jump space distortion were aimed so close to the station. Why would they be? No ship could possibly emerge that close. No heat or light escaped the Wanderer's hull. The heat storage system would let them run cold for around 30 minutes, as long as the ship stayed mostly dormant. Any significant maneuvering would soon generate more heat than could be stored, probably within a couple of minutes. That was fine by Jess. He didn't intend to go anywhere just yet. Watching the station go about its normal business while the pirate fleet bore down on them seemed strange to Jess. But of course the station had no idea of the threat that was about to materialize on their doorstep. He fought down the temptation to warn them. It would change nothing other than risking his attempts to free Sal and Allie. When the fleet dropped out of jump space, it exactly matched the formation it had jumped in. The freighter supported by 14 fighters and 5 much larger combat craft. The Wanderer estimated that the 5 were roughly comparable with an Imperial corvette, though the weapons systems registered as being more powerful. The freighter blasted out its demands almost the moment it reached real space. Within a few minutes, the containers loaded with prisoners had been launched, 30 of them, all on different paths. The countdown had started. Despite the gravity of the situation, excitement flooded Jess's veins. He smiled fiercely as the pieces moved into position. So far, so good. The response from the station was quick to follow. The governor appeared, looking pale, pleading for their people to be recovered quickly, and assuring that their 2 prisoners would be put on a shuttle as soon as possible. She estimated it would take 5 minutes, which worried Jess. He really needed it to be longer for his plan to work fully. There was nothing he could do, though, except wait. Wait and watch the containers with limited air and warmth spreading out from the freighter. He quickly shut off the feeds from inside the containers. The images of terrified prisoners sitting huddled together in the dim light was too distracting, especially those containing young children. They brought back too many painful memories, too. Memories of the many times he too had been huddled into a ship or container, with no idea where they were going, or whether they'd survive. Tensely, he studied the displays for any hint of movement from the pirate fleet, any hint that they would follow some of the containers. There were none. Jess had to admit that so far Matt had called it correctly, much as he hated to do so. The station appeared to be caving into the pirate demands, and the lack of movement suggested the pirates would renege on their side of the deal, simply leaving the prisoners to die once they had Sal and Allie. Jess's driving aim was to rescue his friends. Once they were safe, if he could manage that, then he would try to help the prisoners in the containers. But he knew there was a good chance most of the prisoners, if not all, would be dead within the next half hour. Hardening his heart, he studied the station displays, waiting for the right moment to start the rescue. As the minutes passed, Jess found himself becoming more and more tense. Stomach knotted, wishing for something to happen, at the same time as hoping desperately that more time would tick away. Sensing his state, the ship offered several options that should reduce his tension without affecting his edge. Gratefully, he chose one, and felt his body relax immediately. It didn't even occur to him how happily he'd accepted the ship's interference in his mind and body. He was too focused on the coming fight. The promised 5 minutes came and went without a shuttle leaving the station. Almost immediately, the governor sent out another message, apologizing for the delay, insisting it wouldn't be much longer, just a minute or 2. Jess let out a sigh of relief. A delay of between 3 and 5 minutes would be ideal for his plan. Any longer, and there was the risk of the station realizing some containers would be difficult or impossible for the fleet to recover, and refusing to release Sal and Allie. It turned out to be another 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Not ideal, but much better than he'd feared. Now timing became critical. He watched the shuttle swing away from the station and begin its journey towards the waiting freighter. He couldn't risk scanning it, but the shuttle was small, could probably carry no more than 10 or 12 people, so Sal, Allie, and between 1 and 11 others. He could deal with that when he had to. His instincts told him there would be just a pilot. Anyone on the shuttle risked becoming a new hostage or being enslaved. Probably someone with lots of family in the containers, most likely someone older. When the shuttle had been traveling for 90 seconds, he fired the Wanderer back to life. Engines ramped up to full power, weapons and shields too. Energy was once again dumped out into space. Within seconds, the Wanderer was streaking towards the shuttle. Jess triggered the weapons. Lasers lashed out, collapsing the shuttle's shields, but aimed precisely, so they then passed within inches of the hull and caused no damage. Ion cannons targeted the shuttle as a whole, knocking its systems offline. Lasers then flicked out precisely to carve up the engines. Within seconds, the shuttle was dead, drifting on its last course. Jess flew the Wanderer close into the shuttle, then caused it to reach out with powerful fields, whilst braking hard at the same time. As the ship reached the shuttle, the closing speed was greatly reduced. The ship's fields grabbed the shuttle and dragged it in to nestle securely against the hull, safely within the ship's shields. Anyone within the shuttle would have been shaken up badly, but Jess hoped they'd have nothing worse than a few bruises. He couldn't worry about that now. It was time for the trickiest part of his plan. Jess forced the ship into jump space, a rougher than normal transition because of the shuttle's bulk sticking out from the Wanderer's usual clean lines. Almost immediately, he dropped back into real space, right in the middle of the pirate fleet, a fleet which was only just responding to the Wanderer's sudden appearance and capture of the shuttle. Jess expected the fleet to go after the containers, to destroy them in retaliation for the loss of their prize. Both the message transmitted to the station and Matt's words made it clear that was the price of any resistance. Now Jess had to stop them. The fighters were his first target. Fast and agile, he had to take them down before they scattered too widely. His first pass took him tearing through them, weapons firing in all directions. He managed to collapse the shields of 3 and disable them with the ion cannons. 2 more were ripped apart by laser fire. The plasma cannons badly damaged 1, but several others evaded the slow-moving plasma bolts. Jess launched 6 of the agile fast-attack missiles. All 6 found their targets, having been launched at near point-blank range. 4 tore the targeted ships apart. The other 2 inflicted significant damage, leaving the struck fighters reeling and struggling to regain control. In a single pass, he disabled 3 fighters, destroyed 6, and badly damaged another 3. That left 2 fully operational fighters, and the 5 Corvette-grade ships to deal with. The 2 fighters were already streaking away in opposite directions, and the Corvettes were moving too. 2 were closing on the freighter to defend it, while the other 3 turned towards the Wanderer. The 2 active fighters would be able to start destroying containers within a minute or so. On their current course, the 3 Corvettes would be able to do the same within a couple of minutes, their longer-range weaponry making up for their relative lack of speed. Jess pulled the Wanderer around in a tight circle and blasted towards the 3 Corvettes, jerking the ship through evasive maneuvers as he closed. The sheer mass of firepower from the 3 ships meant the Wanderer took multiple hits. The newly reinforced shields were holding, but weakening fast. Hooked into the ship, Jess felt as if his skin was being flayed by sand. In response, he lashed out with every weapon he had, lasers, ion cannons, and plasma cannons, all focused on the closest of the Corvettes. Despite starting at full power, the Corvette's forward shields flickered and died as the range shortened. The weaponry Jess could bring to focus was massively more powerful than the last time he'd faced a Corvette. The Wanderer's shields were close to buckling too, but Jess persisted. He chose a near-collision course with a Corvette he'd been pounding. As the separation between the 2 ships rapidly reduced, the Corvette started to turn away, but it was much too late. With only a handful of seconds until impact, Jess launched 2 of the heavyweight missiles and threw the Wanderer into jump space. The 2 missiles struck the Corvette before it had any chance to launch defenses. Their explosions ripped the ship apart and triggered far more massive explosions as the engines were destroyed. The detonation was so intense it bled over into jump space. Due to the nature of that medium, the Wanderer was already clear of the area before the blast occurred, moving far faster in jump space than in real space. Even so, it was badly rocked by the blast. Dropping back into real space a short distance later, Jess saw the explosion had crippled one of the other Corvettes and shredded the shields on the final ship that had come after him. Once again, pulling the Wanderer into a tight turn, he lined up on that final ship. The Wanderer's shields had recovered partly, and had to endure far less punishment than before. With more time, Jess targeted critical systems, taking out the main thrusters and sensors, and leaving the Corvette stranded and partly blind. Checking the larger picture, he cursed. Both fighters were approaching containers. Neither was significantly closer to the Wanderer than the other, but one fighter would be able to attack 4 containers in quick succession, where the other could only target 2. For most people, the decision would have been clear. Take out the first fighter. thoughts accelerated massively, Jess was able to analyze the feeds from each of the containers. The 4 containers held 35 people, the other 2 only held 20, but 19 of those were children. There were only 2 children amongst the 35 in the other set of containers. Hating himself for making such a decision, for not having avoided getting to this situation, Jess threw the Wanderer into jump space, heading for the fighter closing in on the containers full of children. He had the weapons firing even as the ship dropped into real space. The fighter was rocked by the concentrated volley of weaponry, causing its own fire to go wide of a container. Jess didn't give it long enough to correct. Pouring fire into the fighter at point-blank range, even the plasma cannon struck home. The shields buckled almost immediately, then the fighter erupted in an explosion. At point-blank range, the blast rocked the Wanderer, burning out several already overloaded shield generators. Not pausing to recover, Jess threw the Wanderer back into jump space and towards the remaining fighter. Too late. The fighter had destroyed 2 containers already, and a third was blown apart even as Jess reached for jump space. In desperation, he brought the Wanderer back out between the fighter and the 4th container, just in time to absorb the punishment intended for it. More shields burnt out under the onslaught. Jess was aware some hull areas were covered by only minimal shielding now. In desperation, he lashed out with every weapon he could focus on the fighter and launched the remaining 6 fast attack missiles. The fighter shuddered under the weapon's assault, but its shields held somehow. Return fire scorched a burning line of fire down Jess's leg as it pierced the shields and burned away a patch of hull near the engines. Then the missile struck home, erasing all evidence of the fighter's existence in a massive explosion. Jess quickly checked the status of the final container. It was undamaged. 6 people had survived thanks to Jess, but 29 had died, including the 2 children. Heart aching, Jess stretched his awareness out to the rest of the battle zone. The freighter and the 2 undamaged corvettes had turned and were making a run for it, trying to cover enough distance to jump clear. The 3 heavily damaged fighters were trying to limp away, as was the heavily damaged corvette which still had propulsion. 3 fighters and 1 corvette remained completely unable to move. The danger to the containers was eliminated. The danger to those within the containers remained, though. Already the air would be getting stale, and the temperature dropping dangerously low. There was no chance of any ship from the station reaching and recovering more than 2 or 3 of the containers in time to save the occupants, even if they launched immediately. Jess was tired and battered from the battle, but his work wasn't finished yet. He started with the container he just saved from destruction by the fighter. The Wanderer drew close to the container, then used its fields to drag the container into contact with itself. Then it jumped to the next container, and so on. The containers were small enough that the Wanderer could capture 4 at a time, even with the shuttle still nestled against its belly. Once he had the first 4, he jumped the ship, now wallowing badly with the additional mass of 4 containers and the shuttle, close to the station and released the containers. Then it was on to the next 4 and so on. With 27 surviving containers, Jess needed to make 7 runs. Even with the Wanderer's agility and ability to shortcut via jump space, it was a race against time. Now the video feeds from the containers were invaluable, allowing him to prioritize those containers with the most people or with many children to be picked up first, along with those where the occupants were clearly in trouble. By the time he dropped the 3rd cluster of containers off, the area around the first 2 groups was busy with tugs and shuttles, pulling the containers into cargo bays. From the chatter over the radio, he knew that the entire station had mobilized to bring the containers in and treat those inside. So far, no messages had been sent to the Wanderer, which Jess was glad about. He still harbored a lot of anger at the people of the station for getting him, Sal, and Allie into the current situation. Once the final 3 containers were dropped off by the station, Jess jumped the Wanderer a good few minutes' flight away from both the station and the remaining pirate ships. The freighter and 2 corvettes continued their run for freedom. For the moment, Jess was content to let them go. Finally having some time, Jess had the Wanderer extrude an elongated corridor to meet the shuttle's airlock. Jess made his way into the corridor. Heart heavy from what had already happened, and fearing the worst, he patched into the airlock's emergency communications circuit and spoke to those in the shuttle. "Whoever is in the shuttle," Jess said. His voice sounded tired, drained, even to himself. "I'm sorry for the rough ride and for having to overpower your ship. The battle is over and the pirates have been defeated. The containers have been taken to the station and are being recovered now." He felt it best not to mention the 3 destroyed containers, or the fact that at least some of those in the final containers he'd rescued might not make it. "You will see that your airlock leads to a pressurized corridor. Please send out your captives. If you wish to join them, then feel free. I will say this, though. Don't make me come in there to get them. If you do, I won't be held responsible for my actions." He killed the circuit without waiting for a reply. He didn't want dialogue. He just wanted this nightmare to be over. Nothing happened for a couple of minutes. Then he detected vibrations that suggested the inner airlock door was being opened. Soon after, the outer door opened, and he grinned in relief at seeing Allie and Sal standing there, both looking tired and worried, but otherwise unhurt. His smile froze when he took in the 2 men standing behind them, each holding an automatic pistol pointed at one of the captives. Both men looked to be well into their 50s, and had a hard look about them. Jess was sure they'd use the guns if provoked. The one standing on the left spoke. "Right, you've seen our captives. You've seen they are healthy. Now the 4 of us are going back inside, and you're going to let this shuttle go. If what you say is true, then once we are safely back on the station, you can discuss their release with the governor. Until then, any hostile action means we shoot one of them. Nowhere fatal to begin with, but it will still hurt like hell. Don't try anything." Jess stared, mouth open. The man who'd spoke reached out and triggered the control close to the outer airlock door. As it started to slide shut, Jess reached out for the ship, for the familiar acceleration of his thoughts. Immediately, the closing door seemed to slow to a crawl. Jess reached out with the ship's fields, first jamming the door so it couldn't close, then slamming a shield between the 2 men and Sal and Allie. He stepped forward to pull them both out of the airlock. The man behind Allie fired, then screamed as the gun exploded, taking part of his hand with it. Jess was in no mood for half measures. He'd ensured any weapon fire wouldn't kill the 2 men, but felt they deserved significant pain if they tried anything. The other man dropped his gun as if it had suddenly turned into a scorpion, then tried to aid his colleague. Jess pulled Sal and Allie from the airlock, then allowed it to slam shut. Sealing the corridor, he had the ship shove the shuttle away, none too gently, and then let himself return to his normal speed of thought. Almost before he could react, Allie had him in a fierce hug, crying against his shoulder. Sal threw her arms around both of them, and the 3 of them stood hugging each other with tears running down their cheeks. Jess could hardly believe he had the 2 of them back. Chapter 15. After the initial relief of being back together, the 3 of them headed to the living area. Jess retracted the corridor behind them and left the shuttle where it floated immobilized. The people on the station could rescue the 2 crew. He had no desire to. Once they reached the living area, the questions started. "What happened?" asked Sal shakily. "What the hell happened?" "What do you know so far?" replied Jess. "We were being held in a cell for days. The conditions weren't bad, and they didn't mistreat us, but I hated being confined again. It made me realize how valuable our freedom is. Our guards seemed fairly relaxed. Things were settling into a routine. Then suddenly they appeared outside our cell, shouting at us to stand up. They wrenched the door open, then dragged us from the cell at gunpoint. It was terrifying. They wouldn't tell us what was happening, just kept telling us to shut up and move faster. After several minutes passing through the station at a near run, we entered a hangar and were taken aboard that shuttle. They belted us in, then secured us to our seats so we couldn't get free. All the guards except 2 left. Those 2 went into the cockpit. The flight was smooth for a couple of minutes, then all hell broke loose. The shuttle was shaken violently, then all the systems seemed to die. Even the lights went off for a few seconds. I thought we were going to die. Then the shuttle was grabbed or shoved by something. The acceleration was crippling for a second or 2. After that, there was the occasional violent maneuver, but nothing more. Finally, the speakers in the ship boomed to life with your voice. We couldn't believe it for a moment. Not until the pilots came back to get us. I could see how worried they were. They freed us, took us up to the airlock. You know the rest. So, what the hell has been going on? I guess I need to start at the beginning. Once you were caught, I was pretty angry, ready to tear the place apart. Matt convinced me not to. He hoped they hadn't noticed the catch in his voice at Matt's name. He had enough to tell them without going into his friend's treachery. The governor wanted us to fly to Stone Snake Mining Complex and free their people. In fact, they wanted us to take many of their guards with us, but we refused. Told them we'd go rescue their people, but on our own terms, without any guards. They said they were going to kill you. I didn't have any choice. Allie turned pale at his words. Sal looked angry. Before they could comment, he continued. So we flew there, but it turned out it's more than a mining complex. It's the main base for a pirate organization. They found out about the ship's amazing abilities and wanted it for themselves. They decided the way to do that was to get leverage over me. You two. So they sent a fleet here to intimidate the locals. As added pressure, they brought all the slaves captured from Glory Falls, loaded them into containers with limited heat and air, then sent them out in different directions. Too many containers and too many directions for the station to rescue them all. And they threatened to destroy any ship attempting a rescue. That's why you were dragged out of your cell at such short notice. Not that the pirates actually planned to save the prisoners. But what happened to the people in the containers? Asked Allie. You rescued us. Does that mean all those people died? For us? What happened to the pirates? I did, Jess said flatly. I destroyed or disabled almost all their ships. The main freighter and 2 combat ships the size of a corvette are heading out to jump range now. The rest I dealt with, but I wasn't fast enough. They got 3 of the containers, killed 29 people. 2 of them were just kids. That left the other containers. I used the ship to grab them, drag them close to the station. Did it as fast as I could, but I think some of those inside might still have died. They were getting so cold, and the air was running out. I messed up. I didn't manage to save them all. Allie crossed to where he sat and knelt in front of him. She took his face in both her hands and forced him to meet her eyes. How many containers did you save? How many people did you at least give a chance to? A chance they didn't otherwise have? 27. His voice was still flat, devoid of emotion. Inside, anger and pain warred with horror and self-loathing, yet none of it reached his voice. 27 containers. There were 132 people to start with, so there were 103 that I got back to the station. I could have saved more, though. I could have saved those 29. I decided to risk them to save just 20, but 19 of those were children. I had to choose. I don't know if I made the right choice. The churn of emotions inside were finally penetrating the numb layer that surrounded him. His eyes filled with tears that he blinked away angrily, not wanting to seem weak. Allie shook his head gently, moved her face to within inches of his, stared into his eyes. Jess, what am I going to do with you? You're doing it again, taking all the responsibility. You saved over 100 people. You saved them. I know you did the best you possibly could, far more than anyone else could have. You couldn't save everybody. That's tough. That hurts. But that's the way it is sometimes. Now, for God's sake, let yourself cry. At her words, the barrier inside Jess was smashed aside. He broke into agonized sobs, driven by his feelings over failing to save everyone, the shock of the fight finally sinking in, and even guilt over those he'd killed in the battle. Allie wrapped her arms around him, holding him tight and rocking him gently as he cried. Once he cried himself out, she pulled back a little, though he was very aware of her having taken his hand. He started to feel awkward about his outburst. Allie seemed to guess what he was thinking. If you even think of getting all manly and ashamed over crying, you'll be getting another slap round the face. You're human. Despite being wired into this ship, you're completely human. There's nothing wrong with crying for those who have died, but you mustn't let it overwhelm you. You must not take on all the responsibility. Jess nodded sheepishly. Sal looked intrigued. Another slap round the face? Did I miss something? This time it was Allie who looked sheepish. She just shrugged her shoulders. Sal laughed. "What I want to know is what Matt's been up to," Sal said. "He should have been looking after you, making sure you didn't take on too much. I'll give him a piece of my mind. Where is he?" Jess's face fell immediately. His stomach dropped, too. This was the moment he'd been dreading more than any other. Before he could speak, Sal sensed something was wrong. "What happened?" she demanded. "Is he hurt? Did someone manage to capture him?" Jess took a deep breath, then started to answer. "No, he's not hurt. Matt... that is... well... Matt is the reason the pirates know about the ship. He betrayed us. When we reached Stone Snake Mining Complex, he drugged me. I woke up in a cell deep in the complex. He already knew the people there. He'd been there many times before. He used to live there, or be based from there anyway. He told them everything, about the ship, about you two. That's why the pirates came here to get you. They wanted to use you to control me." Allie sat staring at him with her mouth open. Sal looked as if she was about to be sick. "Are you sure?" she asked in a whisper. "Yes. I'm sorry. When I woke in the cell, he was there. He told me I was too naive. That with the kidnappers nearly controlling me using Allie, and then losing the two of you to Glory Falls, it was only a matter of time till someone controlled me, and so controlled the ship. Said that in that case he wanted his group to be in control. He made threats. He said they'd hurt you both badly. Then, if I still didn't cooperate, they'd start cutting bits off. It was horrible. I couldn't bear the thought of it. He told me about the plan to get you back, too, about the containers with the prisoners taken from Glory Falls. And it was Matt who told me those prisoners would die, or most of them anyway, that the pirates wouldn't stick to their side of the deal once they had you two. He knew. He knew those people would die, those children would die, and he didn't care. How did I misjudge him so badly?" "You didn't," Sal told him firmly. "You didn't. We didn't. We'd only known him a handful of days. We knew he'd had a life before being a slave, but not the details. He wouldn't have told us about that anyway. Whether he planned to betray us from the start or wanted to stay with us, he had to keep that side of his life hidden." Jess nodded, though he was only partly convinced. "And I swear," Sal continued, "if I ever get my hands on him, I'll make him regret the day he was born." "Only if you get to him before me," Allie said. The fierce looks on their faces made Jess glad he wasn't Matt. "So we know roughly what happened," Sal said. "We can fill each other in on all the details later. The question now is, what do we do?" "First thing is to deal with the damaged and disabled ships," said Allie. "They'll be working on restoring them to action. If we're still here, that means running or fighting. If we're gone, then they'll turn on the station." "I know," Jess said. "That's part of the reason I disabled some of the ships. To try to leave them a defense force. Though they'll have to get the pirates out somehow. Now I'm not so sure. After everything they've done, and them trying to shoot you as you left the shuttle, I'm tempted to leave them for the pirates." Allie squeezed his hand, smiled gently at him. "You really don't mean that. You're angry at them, but there are kids on the station. You've already saved some of them once. Could you leave them to the pirates' mercy?" No. He sighed deeply. "No, you're right. I guess we can help persuade them." "So that's what we'll do about those ships. And I guess we know about what to do about the station, too. We're going to help them, though I certainly won't be going back aboard." She shivered at the thought. "And we shouldn't make it too easy for them. The other big question for the moment is what to do about the freighter and corvettes." Jess mentally checked their position, then threw the display onto a screen. "They've nearly reached jump range," he said. "Another 15 minutes. They need to be further away to jump out than they could jump into. We could reach them, but the Wanderer took quite a beating. I'm not sure we could defeat them without a couple of hours' repairs." "All right, then. That's settled then. We can't stop them before they jump, and that means we can't attack them till they reach Stone Snake. By the time we arrive, they will have passed on their records of the battle. Everyone there will have the info on how this ship fought, and they'll know you rescued most of the prisoners. That means they'll want to come after both us and this station with a large force. No, sorry, I didn't say. We can catch them after they jump. The Wanderer can go faster in jump space. Not massively so, but we can do that trip about 8 hours faster than they can. If we leave in the next 6 or 7 hours, we can easily catch them. That's not possible. Allie leaned forward intently. My dad was an engineer. He used to talk about this all the time. Every ship moves at the same speed through jump space. He always said if someone found a way to go faster, they'd be rich beyond anyone's dreams. Or floating out an airlock without a spacesuit more likely, with their ideas stolen by a corporation. I did, though. The pirate fleet had a 7-hour head start leaving Stone Snake, but I got here before them. We already know the Wanderer is pretty unique. That's just one more thing to add to the list. Allie looked uncomfortable. When we get some time, we really need to find out more about this ship. I know you're hooked into it, but the things it can do, they just shouldn't be possible. So, we can catch them, Sal said. Then what? Can you force them out of jump space? Attack them while still in jump space? Attack them, definitely. I was planning to do that on the way here. Reduce their numbers. But I decided it would scare them off. The ship can produce some weapons that will work in jump space. Then the question is, what do we do? Damage the ships? Destroy their engines? Maybe leave them stranded in deep space until their supplies run out, or they can repair the engines and their message still reaches the pirate base. Or do we destroy them? Make it clean? No one spoke for a time, each thinking through the options. Finally, Jess spoke. There's no point in stopping them unless it's for good. We can be gone from here in next to no time so they can't catch us. But they'll know far more about what the Wanderer can do if those ships make it back to their base. I'm still not keen on killing. I hope I never will be. But those are the same people that launched the containers and would have left everyone in them to die. I won't enjoy it, but I can do it. I agree, said Sal. Yes, added Allie quietly. So the question is, how? Quick or slow? For what they did here, they deserve slow, said Sal. But this isn't about what they deserve. I don't care what they've done. I don't want to leave them to a slow, lingering death. If we have to kill them, it should be fast. Not for their sakes, for ours. I don't want to take even one step down the road of becoming like them. Definitely. It needs to be fast. Jess, what do you think? Well, the decision is already made. I'd be outvoted, Jess said, then grinned as he ducked a half-hearted swat from Allie. Seriously, I think you're right. But before you spoke, I'd have been planning to strand them in deep space with no hope of ever returning. They deserve that, or worse. But you're right. If I think how I feel afterwards, I'd be thinking about them every day, feeling guilty, feeling angry for feeling guilty. It needs to be done, and it needs to be done quickly and cleanly. Sal and Allie both smiled in relief. That just leaves Matt and the pirate base, said Sal. You know that even without any details of what happened here, they'll know you were involved. That they sent out 20 ships and none came back. With that sort of power at stake, they'll never stop hunting us. Every station we go to, every planet we visit, we'll have to be constantly watching our backs. Even if we left you now, Allie and I would be marked targets for the rest of our lives. Anyone wanting to control you will start with us. So what do we do? Asked Jess glumly. The ship's powerful, but the mining complex is huge. We couldn't possibly destroy it all. Even if we could somehow, plenty of ships would get away. We'll have to think of something. Whatever happens, I want a shot at them, a chance to hurt them like they've hurt so many people. Anyway, let's deal with this system first. Then we can get after those fleeing ships and try to work out a plan. Chapter 16. Jess opened a channel to the station, asking to speak to the governor. A few seconds later she appeared, looking tired and nervous. He deliberately set the camera to show all three aboard the Wanderer. Governor, he said curtly with a nod. Captain, she replied. I have to admit to fearing what you have to say. Once again we find ourselves in your debt. Considering how we treated you last time, I wouldn't be surprised if you planned to extract some form of revenge. Though if you don't, I'm sure the allies of those ships out there will do so for you. I won't say it hasn't crossed my mind. You kidnapped my friends, forced us on a mission that nearly got us killed. Then you were ready to hand my friends over to those bastards. And when I rescued them, one of your guards shot at us. The governor's face grew haunted. I know it won't help much, but the guard who shot at you has been relieved of duty. He may be facing charges. And he turned himself in. He didn't know it was you. He thought it was one of the pirate ships that had captured him. Even so, his actions are inexcusable. Jess stared at her for a few moments, then shrugged. It makes no difference. We've made our decision anyway. Despite your actions, there are many innocent children on your station. Quite a few more than there would be, thanks to us. For their sake, I'm going to help you again. The governor's face flickered through surprise and hope, before a guarded neutrality locked itself in place. Before she could speak, Jess continued. Most of the ships out here are disabled or damaged. If you can capture them and repair them, then you'll have the makings of a strong defense fleet. I can try to help you take them, but our time here is limited, and I need something to offer those on the ships. I need you to guarantee they will receive a fair trial, and that even if, or more likely when, they are found guilty, execution will not be an option, either officially or in unexpected accidents. I think I can promise that. I'll need to speak to some other people first, though. Can you give me an hour? You've got 5 minutes. In 30 we leave whether we've helped you or not. 5 minutes? I can't. That is? She paused, studying Jess. After a moment, something she saw made her change her mind. 5 minutes, all right. You'll have your answer. What is this going to cost us? What do you want? Jess scowled back. Want? Nothing. You have nothing we could possibly want, other than to have left us alone in the first place. Call when you made your decision. Angrily, he killed the connection. Well done, Sal said, hugging him. Exactly what she deserved. Serves the bitch right. 5 minutes? Just enough time for a shower and change of clothes. I feel filthy, said Allie, heading for the ladder to the cabins at a near run. Great idea. Sal followed on her heels. In moments, Jess sat alone, a slightly bemused smile on his face. He found his thoughts following Allie. Images of her in the shower, water running down her body, flashed through his mind, leaving him both exhilarated and terrified. Suddenly, the ship threw an override confirmation at him. It had picked up on his daydreaming. Only the privacy protocol he put in place had prevented him from getting an immediate view of Allie in the shower. For a moment, he considered giving the command, a surge of hormones pushing him towards it. Would it really be so wrong? She'd never know. Except she would. How could he meet her eyes? For that matter, meeting her eyes after his daydream of her in the shower wasn't going to be easy. Dismissing the override, he forced his mind onto the message he'd sent to the pirate ships, not about to jump back home. Somehow Sal and Allie were done and coming back down the stairs just over 4 minutes after he'd last spoken to the governor. Allie came down the stairs first, and Jess's jaw nearly dislocated. She was wearing a large white toweling robe, with her long blonde hair still damp. She looked amazing, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. You must have something I don't, dear, said Sal. I'm dressed the same, but I might as well not be here for all the attention he's paying me. Jess felt himself turn bright red, and struggled to think of something, anything to say. He was saved by an incoming call from the station. Turning the camera to only show himself this time, he accepted the call. It was the governor again, and she wasted no time. Captain, we've discussed your suggestion, and we accept. Anyone that surrenders will be tried fairly, and when, not if, they are found guilty, they will not be mistreated, which is far more than they offered our people. However, anyone refusing to surrender, resisting our attempts to board, attacking us, or resisting us, will be executed on the spot. And before you say it, yes, we will ensure you have a video feed of all boarding actions, so you don't have to worry about us deciding that standing still, or indeed still being alive, constitute resistance. Thank you. In that case, I'm happy to offer my assistance for the next 25 minutes. I'd suggest you launch your recovery craft now. I'll ensure nothing happens to them." "Some argued against trusting you," she spoke softly now. "They said sending out our guards and using most of our shuttles gave you the perfect chance for revenge. In one action you could wipe out our ability to defend ourselves at all. Some even thought you'd be reasonable in doing so. I think they are wrong, though. They're making the mistake of judging you by the pirate standards, and it shames me to say, by our own standards. This is a tough universe. It makes the people in it tough, when dealing with strangers especially. We owe you so much already and have repaid you with pain and trouble. So I offer you some advice, small repayment as it is. We are not unusual. Misguided, yes. Wrong, yes. But not unusual. Expect others to act as we have. Not all will, but many, most even, will do. Despite our worst efforts, you've made a difference here. A big difference. I think you'll do the same wherever you end up. Just be careful, though. Remember what happened here and be suspicious. Anyway, the shuttles have launched. We can tackle the fighters easily. The two big ships, though, we need the crew off of those. They should have escape pods. We'll pick them up. Anyone left on board we'll kill on sight." Jess considered for a moment, then glanced at Sal and Allie. Both nodded. He checked the status of the fleeing freighter and its two heavyweight escorts just in time to see them jump. "That seems reasonable. I'll send the message now." Jess cut the call, then quickly sent out the message to the remaining pirate ships. He warned that any attempts to flee or to fire weapons at the approaching shuttles would lead to the offending ship being destroyed. He received an immediate reply from one of the damaged fighters. Sent out to all ships in the area, it told him to clear off in particularly graphic terms. It also stated that the ship would keep fighting until it was destroyed. With a thought, Jess sent the Wanderer into jump space for the brief moment it took to emerge near the ship which had replied. Steeling himself, he opened fire with lasers and the plasma cannon. The minimal level of shields they'd managed to get working collapsed instantly, and with its damaged thrusters, it stood no chance of evading the plasma bolts. One moment there was a ship, the next an expanding cloud of debris. "Anyone else want to turn down my offer?" Jess sent to the remaining ships. Assurances that they'd surrender poured in from most of the remaining fighters. He hadn't expected any response from the three he disabled with the ion cannons, as most of their systems would be fried. But one had apparently patched something together that let them send out their surrender. One corvette responded, agreeing to the terms, but the other replied saying they were unable to. It was the corvette that was heavily damaged when its sister ship had blown apart. They claimed their escape pods had been badly damaged, and using them would be near-on suicidal. The governor had received the message, too, and contacted Jess. She suggested clearing one of the station's larger shuttles of personnel and sending it in on automatic. It was too small to have a jump drive and wouldn't be a threat. Jess passed on the idea to the corvette's crew, and they quickly agreed. The boarding actions met mixed results. The crew from the badly damaged corvette all left on the shuttle, at least those still alive did. The station personnel who boarded said they weren't surprised. The ship was in a terrible state. Luckily, several engineers were amongst the party, and they managed to bring the engines back under control and into a safe state. The other corvette's crew were less honest. Most left on the escape pods, but a number holed up in the ship with weapons. With no shields remaining, Jess was able to scan the ship accurately and warn the station personnel of the waiting ambushes. 7 waited in all at various defensible locations. 3 were killed by precision strikes from the Wanderer's weapons under Jess's control. The other 4 had to be beaten the hard way, though with Jess's warning, the cost was kept down to 3 injuries, 2 minor, 1 major but not life-threatening. All 4 defenders were killed. Jess couldn't help with the fighters. They were small, with crews of 2 or 3. 2 damaged ships surrendered peacefully, while on the other a fierce gunfight broke out. From radio chatter and the video feeds, Jess thought 2 of the station's people were killed, and several more wounded before they cleared out all the pirates. The disabled ship that had restored communications surrendered without a fight, as did one of the others, once the demand to surrender had been fed in over the emergency channel. The final disabled ship made no reply of any kind. As the station's personnel boarded cautiously, they found out why. The ship's life support had been knocked out too. In such a small ship, the air hadn't lasted. One of the crew was found with a nearly depleted emergency oxygen cylinder. The other 2 crew were dead, not from suffocation, but from being shot. A fight had clearly broken out over the oxygen bottle. Jess watched the video feed as the survivor was disarmed, restrained, and dragged out of the ship. With a sigh, he cut the video feed and sat back. He felt tired, absolutely exhausted. He still had some tasks to take care of, though. He called up the governor again. "Captain, once again, thank you. Are you sure there is nothing we can offer to repay you?" "There is one thing, Governor. We need up-to-date navigation charts. Can you supply them?" "Yes, of course. It's the least we could do. We'll send over the official charts, but I'm afraid they have large gaps. Many areas are designated interdicted. The Empire keeps a tight rein on who has access to data on those areas. Others are blank because the Empire enforces strict limits in places on the routes that can be traveled. The rest of the data isn't complete either. Many stations are not sanctioned by the Empire. There are strict rules against including them in the data." The ship confirmed it had received a data squirt. After confirming it free of any viruses or other toxic payloads, Jess looked at it. As the governor had warned, it had large gaps in it. "However, you might find this of interest." The governor was smiling now. Another data squirt came in. "It's not official. In fact, possession of it means life imprisonment. But, as I keep saying, I owe you. This is the best we've been able to cobble together from a large number of sources. There's still a lot of gaps, but it covers many areas the official charts don't. Just don't get caught with it. Or if you do, don't mention my name." Jess studied the new charts. As she said, it filled in many gaps, as well as adding additional information in other areas. He had no idea how reliable it was, but it provided hope, if nothing else. Acknowledging how useful this would be, he found himself smiling back at the governor. "Thank you," he said, "and goodbye." With that, he shoved the Wanderer into jump space, setting a course for Stone Snake Mining Complex. The faraway systems on the new charts beckoned, but first they had several pieces of unfinished business to take care of. Chapter 17. Jess sat at the table with the other 2, enjoying a spicy chicken dish that Allie had called up from the food machine. Both women were dressed now. Jess couldn't decide if he was disappointed or relieved. The sight of Allie in the robe had led to an avalanche of emotions he had trouble coping with. Uncomfortably aware that he'd been wearing the same clothes for a good 2 days, Jess had taken a shower and got changed. They discussed their plans while they ate. The ones for dealing with the freighter and corvettes stayed the same. Long-term, they wanted to get well away from the area around Stone Snake. That left the nasty problem of the pirate base. All 3 wanted to inflict heavy damage, but knew it would make the pirates even more determined in their pursuit. Then Jess hit on an idea which allowed them to do serious damage and prevent the pirates coming looking for them. It was a risky plan, but all 3 decided to go with it. Allie and Sal spent much of the 40-hour journey asleep, recovering from their ordeal. They were both up for a few hours in the middle of the journey and cornered Jess in the pilot's chair. "We need to talk to you," Sal said firmly. "This is important." Unsettled, Jess just nodded, studying them both for any clue as to what they wanted to talk about. "You've been caught out twice now by being drugged. It's an easy way to get to you. You have to eat and drink. You need some defenses. Can the ship or that stuff in your head monitor all food and drink? Check it for drugs or even poisons and deal with them? Or warn you to stop eating?" Jess considered for a while, communing with the ship. "Yes, I think so. It can't recognize every drug, though it will spot a lot, but it can also be set up to monitor my body for signs an agent of some form is affecting me." "Good. You should do it now, then." "But it's going to be tricky telling it not to scan food you give me. I know I'm safe with you. If I start doubting that, I don't think I could keep going. I can't doubt everyone." Allie leaned forwards. "Jess, you mustn't trust us. Not over that. Someone could get to us first. Look at when we first met. If someone does get to us, you'll be our only hope of being rescued. I don't like it. It's still me saying I don't trust you fully. I do trust you. I have to trust you. Please, don't betray me like Matt did. I need you, both of you. Glad to hear it. We aren't going anywhere, Jess. But you must protect yourself because that's the only protection we get. He studied both women. They clearly had their minds made up. Jess didn't feel up to arguing with them. All right, but I still don't like it. Jess linked into the ship fully and started to set up the monitoring. He widened the protection from food and drink to any form of administration, in case he was jabbed with a needle or dosed in a way he couldn't yet imagine. It's done, he said tiredly. Good, said Sal. Maybe now you can accept a drink without trying to read my soul. I didn't do that, did I? Relax, Jess. No, you didn't. Well, hardly. You were a little hesitant, but I don't blame you for that. Later, as the two women headed for bed again, Sal threw a parting comment over her shoulder about not spying on the sleeping Allie. As Jess spluttered his denials, both women disappeared up the stairs, laughing at his discomfort. Jess realized he missed Matt, despite the terrible betrayal. Missed having an older man to balance things out. Now he was alone with two women who at times seemed decades ahead of him in self-confidence and knowledge of the world. During the flight, Jess reconfigured the Wanderer again. The outside was returned to its original bright silver surface. Damaged shield generators were repaired, and new weaponry was created for the battle in jump space. The engines were tweaked to provide more power, and the thrusters were uprated to make the already agile ship even more maneuverable. He had the ship manufacture 30 very heavy-duty missiles. Once the pirate ships registered on the scanners, the tension in the ship rose sharply. Jess took the pilot seat. Sal and Allie took the two seats behind. No one spoke as they closed in on the fleeing ships. Time seemed to drag out for Jess, but finally they drew close enough to use the new weaponry. We're close enough. Any last-minute cold feet? Neither of the others spoke for a moment. Then Allie rested her hand on his shoulder. No. Let's get it over with. Jess nodded, then reached out to the ship and fired the newly built weapons. No laser beam could exist in jump space, nor could plasma or ion bolts. The weapon he fired was something very different, a variation on jump technology. A focused beam, several meters across, shot out from the Wanderer, lacing through the center of the closest corvette. The beam didn't inflict any direct damage, but everything it touched was ripped back into real space. The rest of the ship was left with a gaping hole torn through its center for the few milliseconds before it imploded. The beam had dumped parts of the thrusters and engines into real space. What was left went into immediate meltdown. It was all over far too fast for anyone on board the Corvette to know anything about it. The section of the ship ripped back into real space fared no better. The abrupt transition wasn't cushioned by jump engines as normally happened when exiting jump space. The section hit real space at a significant proportion of light speed and was torn apart within seconds. Anyone somehow surviving the abrupt return and the destruction would then be exposed to hard vacuum. If, by some miraculous chance, someone was already suited up, despite being in the middle of the ship, and survived the translation, then they would find themselves drifting in real space, far from any planets or stars, and with no hope of ever being found. Certainly no hope of being rescued in the hour or two before their oxygen ran out. Grimly, Jess lined the Wanderer up on the other Corvette and repeated the process. The Corvette went the way of its sister ship. Both the parts in jump and real space ripped apart in milliseconds. The freighter would be a tougher target. It was much larger, and the damage the beam could do might not be enough to cripple it. Jess wanted a clean kill from within jump space. So far, the freighter wouldn't even know its escort ships had been destroyed. He brought the Wanderer alongside, positioning her carefully. Once he was satisfied, he triggered the weapon once more. His positioning was perfect. The weapon sliced a hole through at least 6 of the freighter's engines. The explosion was massive, easily engulfing the whole of the freighter and billowing out towards the Wanderer. Only Jess's machine-fast reactions saved them. He threw the ship down and to the side, The explosion smashed into the Wanderer, shaking it, but doing no major damage. Once he was sure they were clear, Jess settled back in his chair. Sweat was pouring down his face. No one spoke for some time, each lost in their private thoughts. While he still felt what they'd done was necessary, Jess dwelt on the lives he'd just ended, feeling hollow inside. He'd given them no chance to defend themselves, no chance to surrender, no chance to even know they were in danger. He didn't have long to think. All too soon they arrived at Stone Snake Mining Complex. Jess brought the Wanderer out of jump space at point-blank range. The first the station knew of the attack was the impact of weapon fire. Once again, Jess aimed to keep casualties amongst the slaves to a minimum. It wasn't difficult. The complex was an incredibly target-rich environment. He brought the ship out in a processing area. Massive automated machines processed the raw ores from the mining operation, refining them and moving them into immense storage areas. It was the heart of the mining operation, and Jess intended to rip that heart out. They couldn't kill the station, but they could certainly inflict some heavy losses, maybe enough for the leaders to be pulled down, replaced. Almost certainly, by more of the same, but at least those responsible for the attack on Glory Falls would be gone. First, he hit the mining machinery. As well as firing the onboard weapons at their maximum rate, he launched 15 of the super-heavy missiles into the complex machines. Huge chunks simply vanished in the explosions, causing cascading collapses which spread through the machinery. Then he flew over the precious metals storage area, once again skipping within the force field. This time it was dropped almost as soon as the Wanderer reappeared. He targeted the remaining rare, valuable stores: gold, platinum, uranium, palladium, and others. The lasers and plasma cannons were particularly effective against the massed stores of metal, while the remainder of the heavy missiles vaporized a fortune with each explosion. There was no doubt in Jess's mind that the raid had already achieved its purpose. They'd hurt the pirates, hurt them really badly. The defenses were starting to come online now. Smaller weaponry had been attempting to target the Wanderer almost since she'd arrived, but had been hampered by a desire to avoid damaging the mining complex. The heavy-duty weapon towers had been completely silent. No more. Whoever was in charge had clearly decided the Wanderer needed to be stopped, and stopped quickly. Restrictions on targeting were removed. The lighter weapons started firing continuously, while the heavy towers opened up too. Jinking the Wanderer rapidly to avoid taking too much damage, Jess was happy to see the base's defensive weaponry inflicting massive damage to the nearby machinery and stores, as shots went wide of the Wanderer. Still, it was nearly time to leave. One heavy missile remained. Jess executed a tight turn, which threw off the systems targeting them, and started to pass a huge storage tank, which so far remained intact. At point-blank range, he launched the heavy missile. The result was catastrophic. The tank didn't hold metals. It held fuel, refined fuel used for shuttles and other small craft. The explosion was so large it even shook the mighty mining complex. The Wanderer's shields had no chance of withstanding that powerful a blast. They were shredded immediately, and milliseconds later the Wanderer followed. Small chunks of debris rocketed out from the explosion, none larger than a few meters across. Mostly they came from the ship's silver hull, the reflective properties having deflected a little of the force of the explosion. Nothing remained of the inner compartments, and anything organic, such as the bodies of those on board, were completely obliterated by the unleashed power. Slowly the base's defensive weaponry fell silent. Shuttles were launched to recover what was left of the amazing ship. Chapter 18. Jess cursed as he wrestled to stabilize the ship. Amber and red statuses were springing up everywhere, and through his connection to the ship each ached or stung. His skin felt as if it had been scalded. The immense explosion from the fuel tank had bled over into jump space, making the ship buck and sway violently. Even with his thoughts massively accelerated by being linked to the ship, he was struggling to stay on top of everything. The extent to which the explosion would leak into jump space had surprised him. He'd known what the tank contained. In fact, their plan depended on it. As the missile struck, he'd thrown most of the Wanderer into jump space. Most, but not all. The outer shell, together with enough other hull segments to make a convincing wreck, had been jettisoned and left behind, proof of the ship's destruction. Though in fact everything left had been produced during flight for that express purpose. None of it contained any trace of the ship's advanced capabilities. As they had planned, the immense explosion bled over to jump space. In doing so, it smeared both real and jump space enough to completely obliterate the telltale scars on space, indicating a jump. All the evidence would point to the Wanderer being destroyed, and, for a while at least, they'd get some peace. The explosion had been too powerful, though. The ship bucked again. Hull stress warnings blossomed down the right side of the ship. Jess reinforced the shields on that side, using them to hold the ship together. The jump drives flashed warning, then critical alarms, as they frantically scrabbled against the rippling surface of jump space around the ship. Another shock wave crashed into them from behind, shaking the flight deck. And then it was over. The ship steadied, and jump space around them returned to being smooth and undisturbed. Sensors showed a spreading wave of disruption behind the Wanderer, but they were outrunning it now. Jess felt as if he'd been wrestling the ship for hours. A quick check showed it to be 9.72 seconds. Running through the alerts, he identified priority areas for repair and shifted shields to reinforce the worst damaged areas. He took offline those systems that weren't currently needed, reducing the strain on the engines, which had taken a severe beating and badly needed to be overhauled. The powering down allowed rolling maintenance on the engines, starting with the most heavily damaged. After reviewing and prioritizing thousands of alerts, he checked the time again. 28 seconds since jump. Satisfied nothing needed his immediate attention, he let his mind revert to normal speed and slumped down in his seat with a deep sigh. 28 seconds, he thought. Felt more like 28 days. "Are we clear?" asked Allie quietly. "Yes. Just. That was closer than we planned for." "Well done. I got a bit worried there during the rough patch, but luckily it was over so quickly I couldn't really get scared. Thank the stars it didn't last very long." Jess snorted at that, then started to laugh hysterically. Turning and seeing her frowning at him in confusion just made it worse. All the worry, the fear, and the excitement of recent events came flowing out. It was some time before he gained control of himself again. Allie was clearly not impressed. Even when he explained how long the ordeal had seemed for him, she didn't see the funny side. The Wanderer was headed for a planet called Washington. To avoid straining the damaged ship, they were coasting along at a speed all normal ships managed in jump space, which meant a journey time of 3.5 days. They'd chosen Washington for its distance from Stone Snake and the details they could find on it. The planet had numerous large stations orbiting it, most of them active trade hubs. They hoped to pick up news and gossip on local events, possibly some supplies. Near the end of the first day, Jess walked into the living area to find Allie sitting alone, staring at a screen. As he moved closer, he saw it was a map showing the orbital farm those kidnapped with her had been sold to, a location they were currently heading away from. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "I wish we could go rescue them right now, but Stone Snake showed that wouldn't work. This ship is powerful, but it's not a fleet on its own." Allie blinked a few times before answering, tears visible in her eyes. "I know. It's hard, though, knowing where they are and not being able to do anything about it. More than that, though, it's happening everywhere, isn't it? You and Sal were slaves. We know the kidnappers had carried out a lot of raids and sold to many places. That means those places needed slaves and probably got them from many suppliers. Even the great and glorious empire uses slaves. It's not right." "No, it's not. But we can't fix everything. We can try to save a few people, but that's all we can do. Even doing that is so tricky. We can't march into those places. Hell, we can't even march into any station without risk. Wherever we go, we're in danger. I wish there was some way of getting things done without us having to physically go in." "Robots," Allie said excitedly. "What?" "Robots. We had a couple on the station, pretty beat up. They were used for any jobs too dangerous to send a human on. You must have seen them used." "No. There wasn't a job in existence they thought was too dangerous to send a slave on," he replied dryly. "Oh, Oh my, that's terrible. Jess shrugged his shoulders. We were used to it. That's how life was for us. But your idea's a good one. Let me check with the ship to see if we can make some. His eyes glazed for a moment. When his focus returned to Allie, he wore a troubled frown. No, he said. The ship won't manufacture robots. Not can't. Won't. It made it clear that's a hard block written throughout its systems. It's not something we could get around. Did it tell you why? Kind of. More an image and a feeling. An image of a large area covered in robots, each marching in step, with the ship sitting behind them, controlling them. And a feeling to go with it. One of total horror at the situation. I think it means the ship could make nearly endless amounts of robots, and that would be terrible. An immense number of robots, all under one person's control? One person safely protected in the most advanced spaceship I've ever heard of? Allie shivered. Yeah, I can see its point. It's not all bad, though. If we could get a few robots, somehow the ship would be happy to change them. Upgrade them and link itself directly to them so they can be controlled. It will limit how many, but the number is quite vague. I think it depends on what sort of robots we get and how powerful they are once upgraded. It's not all bad news, then. With some robots, we have a chance at least. Maybe we could use them as bodyguards, too, if we're off the ship. I hope so. The thought of spending my life on this ship without ever leaving? It's too much. The station I grew up on was small, but there were places to go, greenery to see, other people to talk to. We should get some entertainment when we reach Washington, too. Some vids or books. Jess agreed enthusiastically. Books had been rare as he grew up. Tolerated, and even supplied by their guards, as slaves who could read orders or instructions were more useful. Prisoners who'd had a life before becoming slaves often talked about how limited the selection of books was, of far more interesting and thought-provoking books they'd read. Now Jess was keen to explore that world. He'd never seen a vid, but those same prisoners spoke of them in hushed tones. To those born in slavery, vids were nearly mythical. The thought of actually getting some filled Jess with excitement. Damn, Allie suddenly cursed. We can't do it. We have no money. We might be able to scrape together enough for a vid and a few books, but robots are expensive. Really expensive. Even ones that are ready for the scrap heap. That won't be a problem. In all the excitement of getting away, I didn't tell you or Sal. We vaporized a fortune in precious metals during the attack, and at times we were almost flying through the blast zone afterwards. I had the ship use its fields to grab some of the particles. We've got a few 100 kilos of gold and smaller amounts of some of the other metals. We're kind of rich right now. Really? Allie's eyes lit up. You mean it's possible? We might be able to get the robots? Possible, yes. We need to find out how much what we have is worth and how expensive robots are. And we need to find someone who will take some of our stockpile, no questions asked. Still, it's a chance. A way to move forwards. At least it means there's a chance to rescue my friends. Jess smiled at Allie, glad to see her looking happier. She was right. It was a chance, however small. Jess slept poorly that night. Seemingly endless dreams of Sal and Allie being kidnapped, hurt, or killed when visiting stations and planets filled his mind. In some, he was too far away to help, while in the others he was close but unable to help, often being kidnapped or killed himself. Waking with a start from a particularly gruesome nightmare, he brought the room's lights up with a thought and sat thinking. They couldn't stay locked up in the ship forever. Leaving the ship was inevitable, no matter how much they tried to minimize the need. Once off the ship, they were vulnerable. If both Sal and Allie left the ship together, one kidnapping would leave him completely alone again. Just one or the other leaving would equally be a terrible idea. They might as well tie a target on her back. Jess wanted to be able to leave the ship too. While it was comfortable, and through its sensors he could experience the wonders that space held, he still felt the strong need to get out and explore the places they would be visiting. Frustrated, he turned to the ship and to the echoes of past captains. After some digging, He came across several variations on an idea that had definite promise. He lay down again and dimmed the lights before slipping into a much more restful sleep. When he woke the next morning, he quickly washed up and dressed, keen to pass on his ideas. As his bedroom door opened, it let in a wonderful smell. He hurried down the stairs to find out what was for breakfast. Sal and Allie were already seated and tucking into their food. "Smells great," said Jess. "What is it?" "Sausage, bacon, fried eggs, fried tomatoes, beans, and toast," replied Allie. "It's wonderful," said Sal, swallowing a mouthful. "No wonder the prisoners not born to it always complained about prison food." Jess sat down and piled food onto his plate. Sal had been right. It was wonderful. Something else to add to his growing list of favorite foods. After a couple of minutes of eating in silence, Jess looked at both women. While enjoying the food, he could tell they were still worried. He hoped his ideas would help. "I was thinking last night," he began. "Thinking about the problems we face when we leave the ship." Allie pulled a face. Sal just sat still for a moment. "Go on," said Sal. "I had a trawl through the ship's information and found something useful. The implant in my head can generate a low-level force field, nothing major, but enough to protect me from a knife or the first few shots from a reasonably powerful gun. The best bit is it can be automatic. The implant will detect anything getting close and generate the barrier. It's smart enough so I can still eat and drink with it activated, can still touch things and people. It will only activate if something is moving too fast towards me. It won't make me bulletproof, but it will give me a good chance to survive an attack and get away." Sal studied him for a moment. "Sounds good," she said. "At least you'll be safe then, and you are the most likely target for any snatch. Will it affect your breathing? Will it be noticeable?" "Well, I've had it active since I came down this morning, and neither of you has noticed, though nothing has caused it to turn the shields on, obviously. Breathing would get tricky a minute or so after it went on. It's only designed for short-term situations." Without warning, Allie threw a piece of sausage at Jess's head. It almost reached his head, then, with a very slight sparkle of light, it was deflected past him. "Hey!" protested Jess. "Yep, it's working," said Allie, grinning at him. Sal smiled at them both, then launched a spoonful of beans at Jess, which were deflected around him by a series of flashes. Laughing heavily, Sal and Allie started grabbing and throwing handfuls of food at Jess. He shouted indignantly for a few seconds, then saw the funny side himself. Laughing, he reached out to the ship and shaped a field in front of him to catch the food. Sal and Allie stopped throwing as they noticed. "No fair," shouted Allie. "That's cheating." Jess just grinned and shifted the field, splitting the captured food into two and moving the two new piles to hover over Sal and Allie's heads. "Oh, no," Allie tried to look stern, but it was spoiled by a laugh. "You do not want to do that." "Jess," added Sal, "if you ever want to be able to sleep safely again, don't even think about it." Jess grinned for a moment, then released the fields. The food dropped onto the two women who shrieked and tried to move, much too late. Both hunched up against the shower of food, but it didn't reach them. Jess had placed another field just over their heads which caught the food. He laughed so hard at their outraged faces that he could hardly breathe, and didn't see what happened next. Suddenly the world lurched as Sal and Allie dragged him off the chair and onto the floor. Laying on his back, he was pinned down by Allie on his chest, and Sal who sat on his arms. Then they started to tickle him mercilessly as he tried to wriggle free, without success. They didn't let up until his muscles hurt from laughing too much. Finally, Sal released his arms and stood up. "Clearly, the shield doesn't keep you safe from being tickled. Anyway, I'm going for a shower. I know the food didn't hit us, but it still feels like it did." She quickly climbed the staircase towards their rooms. Jess was suddenly very aware of Allie laying on his chest, her body pressed against his. She was staring into his eyes. His heart pounded as he stared back, almost panicking. He had no idea what to do or say, but desperately wanted the moment to continue. Allie smiled at him, her face only centimeters from his. "So," she said gently, "now that I have you in my power, what should I do with you?" Jess nearly swallowed his tongue. He didn't trust himself to speak, didn't think he'd manage more than a stammer if he could make any sound at all. Not getting an answer, Allie lowered her face to his, gently kissing him. Self-consciously, Jess wrapped his arms around her back, responding to her kiss. The rest of the world faded away. All he was aware of was the warmth of her body, the scent of her skin, her lips against his. Finally, she pulled away slightly, once again looking down at him. Her face was flushed, and her breathing fast. Jess realized with a start that Matt had been right. Allie was as uncertain as he was. The thought of Matt sent a cold spike through his chest. Allie frowned. "What's wrong?" she asked. "I thought you wanted to." "Well, no. I mean, yes, I did. I do," Jess stammered out. "I really do. Something Matt said just popped into my head. Thinking about him hurts. Reminds me of how he betrayed me. How he betrayed us." She leaned down and gave him a quick peck. "I know. I didn't really get to know him, but I saw how close the three of you were, or seemed to be anyway." Then she smiled mischievously. "So what did he say that came into your mind right then?" Jess opened and closed his mouth several times, trying to find the right thing to say, then decided to go with honesty. "He said you were probably just as scared of the situation as I was. That even though you looked so confident, you weren't." He found it hard to meet her eyes as she studied him intently. His insides churned. He was sure he'd said the wrong thing, that she'd take offense, probably slap him again. Strangely, the thought of her being angry with him hurt more than the slap would. "Do you think he was right? That I'm confused and uncertain?" she finally asked in a cool voice. "If you are, you're doing a great job of hiding it," Jess blurted before he could stop himself. "Really? That's good to know." To Jess's huge relief, there was a twinkle in her eye. Before he could say anything more, she was kissing him again. All thoughts of Matt's advice and his betrayal slipped from Jess's mind. Allie finally pulled back again. "Sal is going to be back soon. We'd better sort ourselves out," she said with a sigh. Jess had other ideas. He shoved with his right arm and leg, rolling the pair of them over so he lay on top of her. He smothered her protests with a kiss, which she soon responded to. Once again, time seemed to slip away. Some time later, the sound of Sal's voice startled them from their own private world. Both looked up guiltily toward the stairs, but there was no sign of Sal. Jess had missed the start of what Sal said, but managed to fill in the gaps. "In a few minutes. Can you get a hot chocolate ready for me?" Then she was gone again. Reluctantly, very reluctantly, Jess pushed himself up and helped Allie to stand. Hair tousled and clothes in need of straightening, he thought she looked amazing. He stole a quick kiss, which lengthened until he managed to pull away. "We need to get straightened up, otherwise Sal will know what we were doing. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but—" he stumbled to a halt. Allie grinned at him. "She knows, silly. Why do you think she called down? Still, we could sort ourselves out a bit." "Are we? That is, I'd like to do that again," he finished lamely, cursing himself inside. He couldn't seem to find the right words. She laughed gently. "So would I. Lots." They stared at each other for a few seconds. Jess felt an almost magnetic pull. They'd been stood close together anyway, a short step from each of them, and they were kissing again. "Looks like I'll have to get my own drink then." At the sound of Sal's voice from almost beside them, they both jumped. Jess felt himself turning bright red. He wished the floor would open up and swallow him up. The ship queried the command, pointing out that there was only machinery and then the outer hull below him. He quickly canceled it, once again made aware of how closely the ship monitored his thoughts and how literally it could take them. Sal had a knowing look and a big smile on her face, which only made Jess blush even more. Turning to Allie, who had moved a step away from him, he was surprised to see that she too looked embarrassed. Sal stepped forward and grabbed them both in a hug. "Your faces. It's fine, you know. I'm glad for you. Just be careful. Be nice to each other." With that, she turned away from them, chuckling as she went. Tentatively, Jess reached out for Allie's hand. She took it, smiling shyly. Then they followed Sal, who'd finally got her drink and had sat on one of the sofas. Allie and he sat on the other, close to each other, but not quite touching. "I was thinking about Washington," Sal said. "Thinking about what we should do when we get there. We need to be really careful where we go. Ideally, we need people to come to us. It will cost more, but we have to be safe. Even you, Jess. That shielding doesn't mean you can't get hurt. And Allie and I don't have the benefit of even that." "You could," Jess said softly. "What? How?" Both women were staring at him now. "I would have told you earlier if you hadn't both assaulted me." "I thought you quite enjoyed being assaulted," Sal said with a grin. Jess felt himself blushing again, and didn't dare look at Allie. "You could, though," he pressed on. "I kept having nightmares last night about you two being grabbed again. In the end, I couldn't sleep, so I started trawling through the ship's data. That's where I came across the shielding idea for me, but more than that. I asked the ship, and it confirmed it would be possible to give you both a limited shield and a locator, so the ship can always pinpoint your location." "Does that mean we get something implanted in us, in our brains, like you have?" Sal looked worried by the thought. "Not really. It's much simpler than what happened to me, and it will be automatic. It would be installed between the skull and the skin at the back of your head. No direct connections to your brain. The shield won't be as strong as mine, and it won't protect you against drugged food or drinks, but it will stop a few shots. The ship will be able to spot the locator beacon through anything, too. It's passive, so scans won't detect it." "If we say yes, then you'll be able to track us wherever we are?" asked Allie. "Know what we're doing and when?" "Not without you knowing. Each time it gets scanned, you'll get a slight tingling, almost an itch at the back of your head. It will repeat every couple of minutes till you acknowledge it by scratching that area. You'll always know." Sal and Allie sat quietly for a couple of minutes, thinking. Finally, Sal spoke softly. "I have nightmares almost every night, you know. Dreams where I'm back as a prisoner, where I've been caught again, where this has all just been a vivid dream, or where I get grabbed on a station and held. Every dream feels the same. The panic at being trapped, the despair at realizing that I'll never be free again, the feeling that the walls are closing in. I'd never had freedom before. I couldn't understand why those not born to captivity were so desperate to escape. Now I understand. I've been free and I never want to go back. Doing this will help ensure I stay free." She took a deep breath, then pushed on. "We've asked you to trust us, Jess. Asked you to believe we mean you no harm despite what happened with Matt. Well, that cuts both ways. If you're certain this is safe, then we need to trust you. I'll do it." Allie sat deep in thought for a few moments, before looking up to meet Jess's gaze. "Will it hurt?" she asked. "No," Jess smiled. "Not at all. A slight tingling at most. No more." "Okay," she nodded. "Can we do it now? Get it over with?" "Sure. Let's go to the medical bay." He turned to Sal. "If you're ready." Sal nodded, stood up. The three of them headed to the medical bay. Jess could have plucked the devices out of the ship anywhere, but he sensed it was better not to. The women were nervous enough as it was. Somehow the medical bay seemed the best place to go. He had each of them sit in a chair, facing each other, then went to the wall and retrieved two small blue lumps that looked like thick jelly, each sitting within the palm of his hand. "Ready?" he asked. Both nodded, though they said nothing. Jess stepped to Sal and placed one lump against the back of her head, where it stuck in place. Then he did the same with Allie, and finally sent the command telling the ship to start the process. The blue lumps quickly disappeared as they embedded themselves. It completed quickly. Within a minute, both systems were up and running. Sal and Allie looked surprised when he told them it was complete. He had the ship ping both their locators. In unison, they raised their hands to scratch the itch at the back of their head, laughing as they realized what had happened. "That was fine," said Allie. "I didn't feel a thing until that tingle. Is that what happened to you?" "Not really. It had to make a much deeper connection, to create an entire web within my brain. I was stuck to the pilot's chair by my head for quite a while." "Oh. There's no chance of this doing more than it should? Of it doing the same to me?" "No, you're safe. It's like creating robots. The ship has hard limits in place. Only ever one captain at a time. This really is an amazing ship. There hasn't been much time to think about it, but the things it can do. I've never heard of any ship like it. Do you know where it came from? Not really. I've tried asking it, but it doesn't answer as such. I just get an impression of age, of it having been around for a long time. Nothing concrete. Maybe it's not human-built. Alien? Allie asked with a grin. That's pretty unlikely. The Empire is spread across a huge area of space now, and no intelligent aliens have ever been found. That's part of their propaganda. Humans are the only intelligent creatures in the universe, and the Empire is run by the most intelligent humans. For the good of us all, of course. The last point was said with heavy irony. Jess shrugged, feeling embarrassed. Maybe. There were always rumors, though. Rumors and stories that the prisoners passed on. I think prisoners often get to see more of the universe than anyone else. If it's dirty, dangerous, or just downright unpleasant, we get sent in. If there are aliens, we'd probably get to know. I'm not so sure, said Sal. If there were aliens and the Empire wanted to keep it quiet, they'd just kill every prisoner who knew the truth. No one would be around to tell stories. Jess had to agree with that. Prisoners were exceptionally expendable. When he'd first been sent to break into the Wanderer, he'd already seen or heard of hundreds being killed trying to access other ships. There were always plenty more prisoners to replace them. More importantly, we need to decide what to do at Washington, said Sal. When we get there, we need to find someone offering robots for sale who's willing to trade direct to our ship. No going off into a station or a ship. Ideally, we want the robots to be nearly useless. Pitch it as needing spare parts for other robots. I want to be there at the exchange, said Jess, to make sure I can deal with any unexpected surprises quickly. I think you should be there too, Sal. Your being older should stop them getting the idea that I'm innocent enough to be ripped off easily. Fine. I'll play the part of the old hag. What about me? Allie asked. Do I get to sit around doing nothing? Jess winced inside at her tone. No, not at all. You'll be in the ship monitoring the situation for anything strange, anything that Sal and I miss. Even with doing the handover on our doorstep, this is going to be a risky plan. Allie wasn't particularly happy, but accepted his argument. They talked the plan over for a while, without finding the need for any significant changes. Jess and Allie spent most of the day together, sometimes just holding each other close, other times talking about their lives. Allie's childhood was a revelation for Jess, a glimpse of a world he'd never known. It was far harder for Allie. Many of Jess's tales brought tears to her eyes. As dinner approached, Jess decided he wanted to impress Allie. She had presented them with a number of meals they would never have thought to order. He wanted to return the favor. Digging into the ship's memories of past captains, he found a number of suggestions. In the end, he settled on sea bass with steamed vegetables and mashed potato. It was a huge success with all three of them. Allie added sticky toffee pudding for dessert, leaving them all feeling pleasantly stuffed. The next day passed slowly. The plan couldn't be refined further until they arrived at Washington. As the ship's repairs were proceeding well, Jess increased their speed slightly, ensuring their arrival time wouldn't tie in with a normal flight from Stone Snake. Matt hadn't known the ship could travel faster than any other in jump space, so the pirates wouldn't either. Arriving early was an extra step in maintaining the fiction that the ship had been destroyed. Allie chose lunch again, and Jess chose dinner. Searching through the previous captain's favorites, he found a particularly unusual dish and sent it to the food dispenser. It rejected the dish with a warning that several of the ingredients were extremely toxic to humans. Jess checked the recipe again, confirmed it was correct, and that it was a previous pilot's favorite. It was. He could hardly contain his excitement as he called the other two. He quickly explained what he'd found out. There might be another explanation, Allie said. Well, all right, I can't think of one right now, but there might still be. I don't think so. What could it possibly be? There's no doubt this was one of the previous captain's favorite dishes. The ship is very clear. There are several other dishes tagged for that captain, and they all have the same warnings. It is pretty convincing, Sal said. and it would mean at least some of the previous captains weren't human. That means there is a chance this ship wasn't built by humans. It has technology that is far beyond any ship I've heard of. Either it was built by an alien race, or by a group of humans with very advanced technology. That makes sense, said Jess. I can't get any impression from the ship as to which it was. I'm pretty certain the ship is old, though, really old. Hundreds of years, if not thousands. They talked over the possibilities for a while, but with no more information to work on, the topic fizzled out and the question of dinner arose. Jess found a less exotic dish named chicken vindaloo, which registered no warnings. It was human safe. Though after several mouthfuls all three of them were questioning the safety as, mouths burning from the spice, they desperately drank water. If anything, that made matters worse. Allie ordered yogurt from the food dispenser, which helped somewhat. The rest of dinner consisted of toast and butter, all they felt brave enough to risk. Jess put up with the teasing from the other two over his special meal. His own mouth was still recovering, and his stomach unsettled, so he couldn't really argue. The next day passed particularly slowly. All three agreed that getting some books and vids was a top priority. They swapped more stories of their lives. Allie listened horrified to Sal and Jess when they spoke about their lives as prisoners. Jess and Sal were fascinated to hear the details of Allie's life, especially the mundane day-to-day events of normal life they'd never experienced. They went over their plans for Washington repeatedly, but couldn't improve them, as so much depended on what the system was like. When they finally turned in for the night, Jess slept badly, mind running through possible situations and dangers they might face the next day. Chapter 19. Breakfast was a quiet meal. All three of them lost in their own thoughts. Jess and Allie's relationship had been developing well, but he felt she was distant that morning, and didn't know what to say to bridge the gap. He only ate a little, nerves making him feel queasy. Afterwards, he spent time deeply interfaced with the ship, checking the state of the repairs and the external image they would portray. The ship was much blockier looking now, mostly dark gray, and with many pipes and external components scattered across the hull. None of them did anything, other than give the appearance of one more run-of-the-mill vessel. The last thing they wanted was to attract attention to themselves. All three were sat in the flight deck as they prepared to drop into real space. The maps of the system they had were packed with installations, massive space station hubs near the main planet, small trading platforms, mining complexes, ship repair docks both large and small, and hundreds of other types of installations. Colonies flourished in many parts of the system. Jess found it overwhelming to contemplate. They'd agreed to steer clear of the largest stations, the main planet and the colonies. All were Imperial hubs, and the chances of them being questioned or the ship being searched were too high. Allie said the sheer number of ships within the Empire and the speed with which they changed hands and new ships were built prevented them all being tracked centrally. However, every ship should have Imperial registration documents confirming ownership. The Navy, in-system security, and other official organizations could demand to see those papers at any time. As the Wanderer had none of the usual documents, they couldn't risk that happening. They also wanted to avoid the smallest locations, partly to avoid standing out, and partly because being small, they were unlikely to be selling suitable robots. They'd drawn up a list of possible locations. Top of the list was a disreputable station run by a collection of independent traders. It wasn't particularly large, and, while it didn't have a great reputation, it wasn't tagged as being particularly dangerous. Its bad reputation came from the traders' willingness to exploit customers and sell poor-quality goods, rather than anything darker. It was perfect. They wanted robots in poor repair, and paying in precious metals shouldn't be a problem, so long as the traders thought they were getting the best of the deal. Jess brought the Wanderer back into normal space as if it were any regular ship. As they coasted in towards the station, he scanned through the offerings from the various shops and companies on board. They were in luck. One company had 5 robots for sale, non-functional, available for repair or spare parts. The company was happy to take payment in precious metals. Indeed, from scanning the various price lists, Jess found that precious metals and gems were the standard currency in use. Best of all, the company had its own docking area. There would be no need to enter the station proper. The exchange would be made just outside the Wanderer's airlock. In some ways, it almost seemed too good to be true, but try as they might, they couldn't see any particular risk. The actual exchange carried some danger, but Jess and Sal would never be far from the ship. They confirmed the deal and changed course to dock in the appropriate place. As they closed in, Jess had the Wanderer scan the data traffic in the area. Huge volumes of information flowed between the station and both other stations and ships. Much of it was heavily encrypted. What wasn't, the Wanderer was able to decode and store. The ship even managed to decode some of the heavily encrypted communications. Most were uninteresting, but one data burst between the station and a passing passenger liner carried thousands of vids and books. Jess considered offering to pay for the data, but realized it would give away the ship's abilities. He decided to inquire about entertainment with the company in question once they had the robots. He could get the same data again, but legitimately. He didn't feel right stealing it. Jess waited by the airlock door with Sal as the ship went through the final stages of docking. Allie was in the flight deck monitoring the situation. Jess's lips still tingled from the fierce kiss she'd given him before telling him to be careful. With a series of gentle thuds, the docking operation completed. Jess could have made it smooth as silk, but had decided to make it a little rough, giving the impression of a ship with somewhat degraded systems. "Ready?" he asked Sal. She nodded in return. Jess reached out to the ship, feeling time start to slow. He opened first the inner, then the outer airlock, keeping an invisible defensive field in place to prevent any attack. Nothing happened. Sal and he moved into the airlock, grabbed the trolley loaded down with metals, and made their way 10 meters out into the corridor. At the other end, a small buggy waited with a trailer hitched to it. The trailer had the robots they'd purchased piled haphazardly on the back. The robots were mining units, based on a humanoid shape. Each was a little shorter than an average human, but much bulkier, weighing in at around 4 times Jess's weight. Far too heavy to carry, so they'd agreed to purchase the trailer too. It would be reversed into the Wanderer and left there. Due to its size, they'd had to open both airlocks. Spare space would be at a premium in the living area until they got the robots working and ejected the trailer. Jess and Sal moved the trolley to the side of the corridor as the buggy started to move, reversing towards them. It was being driven by a middle-aged woman dressed in an outfit which covered her from head to toe. Only her face was visible, and even then her eyes were hidden behind dark glasses. Jess watched her closely, but couldn't spot anything that worried him. She seemed quite tense. But then if those buying from the company planned any trouble, this is where it would happen, and she'd be at the sharp end. He'd be tense too in her position. As the trailer was reversed past them, Jess inspected the robots. While they had numerous scars and scorch marks, they looked to be in quite good condition. He was confident the Wanderer could repair them. He glanced at Sal, whose face was drawn in concentration, studying the robots, trailer, buggy, and driver. Jess knew Allie was doing the same, but they'd agreed she wouldn't say anything unless she found a problem. The trailer passed them, and the buggy drew level. The driver's eyes met Jess's, and he knew something was wrong, even through her dark glasses. Something in the set of her face jarred his senses. Scanning her using the ship's sensors, he detected a high rate of data transfer between the driver and the station. On a hunch, he had the Wanderer interfere with the signal, disrupting it. Suddenly, her face contorted in pain. "It's a trap!" the driver screamed at him. "Run!" Even with his perception of time greatly increased, several things happened at once for Jess. A different, more powerful signal from the station washed over the area. The old woman collapsed over the steering wheel, body shaking. A powerful ion blast blew out the electronics in the buggy, and would have damaged systems in the Wanderer if Jess hadn't already had its shields up. And the robots surged into life, leaping off the trailer. One robot opened fire on Sal, several powerful laser blasts flinging her backwards. A second robot did the same to Jess. His shields stood up to the shots, and were able to deflect the force around him, though he was still rocked back. The other 3 robots charged into the airlock and on into the Wanderer. Jess was amazed at their speed. Even with his mind accelerated by the ship, they were exceptionally fast. Still reeling from the speed of the assault, and the impacts on his shields, his reactions were slowed. By the time he activated the planned response to any attack, it was too late. The Wanderer's external shields came on at full strength, modulated to extend a short distance into the corridor. They sliced through the corridor, and the ship started pulling away immediately. Jess, Sal, the driver, buggy, trailer, 2 of the robots, and the section of corridor they occupied were all still attached to the Wanderer and safely within its shields. They still had air for the moment, though it wouldn't be replaced. One robot was trapped within the airlock as internal fields came on to cover both airlock doors. The other 2 robots were within the living area. Jess had to improvise. They hadn't thought anything could make it to the main part of the ship. He threw fields up to contain those in the living area, then turned his attention to the 2 robots trapped in the same section as Sal and he. The internal fields wouldn't reach this far out, and the robots would soon realize they hadn't killed him, or, he hoped, Sal. Sal and he had been thrown to the left side of the corridor. One robot was near the other side, while the other was still near the trailer, and so near the driver. Jess needed to change the shape of the ship's shield to put the robots on the outside. It would be easy to do that if he didn't mind spacing the driver too, but he couldn't. Not after her attempt to warn them. He managed to sketch out an awkward shape which would stretch even the Wanderer's advanced shields to the limit, and activated it. The 2 robots were suddenly flailing around in vacuum, rapidly falling behind the Wanderer. A moment's thought, and the ship's lasers lashed out at them. Weapons designed to punch through ships' shields and hulls vaporized the robots immediately. The unstable shape the shields had formed collapsed back into a more stable configuration, one that covered a wider area, causing the air that was left to be spread more thinly. Jess felt his internal shield activating again. He had maybe 90 seconds of air in his lungs, and trapped close to him. Sal would have less, and the driver none, though she continued to convulse, so lack of air might be a minor worry there. They all needed to get back into the airlock, and soon. The robots trapped in the ship and airlock opened fire with their weapons, attempting to batter down the barriers in front of them. Their weaponry was far more powerful than the handguns brought on board by the smugglers. The ship's fields were already struggling to contain the destructive power. All signals from the station were now being blocked by the Wanderer's shields, so the robots had to be acting on predetermined orders. Jess realized that trying to capture the robots was too risky. They needed to be stopped, and stopped quickly. The robots themselves gave him his first chance. The robot in the airlock was battering at the internal field that blocked its way, and its vision, with weaponry, but with no concept of what lay beyond. Jess suddenly dropped the field in front of it. Its weaponry was now unleashed into the back of another robot, which was standing in just the right position. The unlucky robot's shields flared for a moment, then it was blown apart, pieces of wreckage flying across the room. A thought nudged its way into Jess's mind, and he discovered the ship had internal weaponry designed to repel attackers, the details unfolding into his mind from the ship. He quickly unleashed the defensive weapons against both robots, very aware that the fields were close to failing. Shields around each robot sparkled under the assault before collapsing. Jess then targeted the weaponry on each robot. Once they were disarmed, he reformed the fields to trap each robot into a small space. Strong though the robots were, the fields could take being physically pounded on all day. With their weaponry destroyed, the robots were trapped. Jess sent a quick message to Allie to tell her he was all right, that the robots were contained, then he rushed to where Sal lay. He found her blinking her eyes and starting to stand. He was hugely relieved to see her shield was still intact, if somewhat battered. He helped her to her feet and pointed towards the airlock. She nodded, but when he set off for the driver, she followed him instead. There wasn't time to argue. The driver still lay slumped over the steering wheel, body convulsing. Her lips were starting to turn blue from the low air pressure. Jess grabbed one arm, Sal the other, and they dragged the woman off the buggy and down the corridor towards the airlock. As soon as they entered the outer airlock door, Jess closed it and ordered the ship to flood additional oxygen into the area. His shield turned off, and he gasped down a breath of fresh air and relief. Sal dropped to sit on the floor and did the same. Jess glanced at the robot near them as it pounded on the walls of its prison. Then he turned to the driver. She still shook, and if anything her lips were more blue now. Jess grabbed the hood worn over her head and dragged it back, tearing at the material so he could see her neck, wondering if she was somehow choking on something. What he saw stunned him for a moment, then flooded him with anger. A control collar. The driver was a slave. No wonder her body was convulsing. She'd be dead pretty soon if the collar was left active. He reached for the ship, concentrating on the collar and his desire to get rid of it. Electricity crackled from the floor across the device. The driver was directly in contact with the ship's surface, making the process much less traumatic than when Jess's own collar had been removed. Within a second, the lightning stopped, and he was able to drag the collar clear. The woman stopped shaking, but still wasn't breathing. Jess had seen it happen before. Prisoners reacting so badly to the collar that they died. The guards had never cared. This was different, though. He did care. The ship's floor was already morphing shape around the woman, holding her in place as emergency medical devices grew onto and into her. Details started to flash into Jess's mind. Her heart had stopped, but the oxygen levels in her blood were reasonably high, so brain damage was unlikely to have occurred. Oxygen was flooded into her bloodstream, and her blood pumped round by the ship's devices. Having secured her survival, the ship got her heart going. Confident that everything was under control, Jess sent Allie a quick message to update her, then sank down to sit on the deck himself, shaking with reaction to their exceptionally close call. Moments later, Allie came running from the flight deck, skidded to a halt at the sight of the robots hammering at their prisons, then rushed over to Jess. Dropping to the floor next to him, she flung her arms around him, nearly knocking him over. Jess realized with a shock that she was shaking. "That was too close," she said. "I thought I'd lost you. Lost both of you." He returned her fierce embrace. "For a moment there, I did too. Those things were fast." "Are we safe now? They still look dangerous. And what about the station?" "I've put a good bit of space between us and the station. So far they haven't tried shooting at us, and nothing is launched. The robots are contained, but I'd like to deal with them soon. And we have our unexpected guest to talk to as soon as she recovers consciousness." "Can we trust her? I know she shouted that warning, but it was very late. Maybe she's a spy." "I don't think so. She was wearing a control collar, similar to those used on Sal and I, but with some changes. I don't think she could do anything. I broke the link between it and the station, and that's when she shouted. Don't worry, we'll be cautious with her. I might be slow, but I do learn eventually." She pulled back a little and gave him a dazzling smile, followed by a passionate kiss. Just as Jess started to relax into it, several alerts flowed into his mind from the ship. Cursing, he pulled back. "Damn, that's bad timing. 3 ships have just launched from the station. All 3 are touting some hefty weaponry and armor. They'll be tricky for us to deal with." Sal shuffled over to them, still looking exhausted from her ordeal. "There's no reason to stay, is there?" she asked. "Let's get out of here." "We're too close to the station for any normal ship to be able to jump. We can reach jump distance in about 20 minutes. Those ships won't be close enough to prevent us jumping then, though I'm sure they'll follow us." "We can deal with that when we need to. What about the robots? Do you need to destroy them?" "No, I can deal with them. Well, the ship can. The damaged ones should be salvageable, too. Might as well get that started." With a thought, Jess told the ship to start dealing with the robots. The floor around the 2 active robots flowed, quickly encasing their legs. The substance flowed on, reaching their chests, then immobilizing their arms, and finally their heads. Jess had been prepared for what happened, but he saw Sal and Allie shivering at the sight. Even knowing what would happen, he felt uncomfortable watching the humanoid-shaped robots being swallowed by the ship's substance. A similar process took place with a damaged robot, though as it was already in parts on the ground, it was much quicker. He followed the ship's progress in dealing with the robots. The 2 still active soon had their control functions wiped. Then the ship set about modifying them, improving everything from their brains and power systems to their weapons, armor, and shielding. The process would take some time, but at the end they would have 2 very powerful robots. No, 3 very powerful robots. The 3rd was badly damaged, probably beyond normal repair, but the ship was rebuilding them from the ground up anyway. Apparently, rebuilding a ruined robot wasn't against the rules governing the ship. "There. It will take some time, but the robots can be rebuilt and made loyal to us," he said. "While we still have a little time, I think we should wake our guest and offer her the chance to leave. I doubt she'll want to, especially as we'd have to send her off in a very minimal survival suit. But it needs to be done. Both women agreed, so Jess had the ship confirm their guest was well enough to be woken. Most of the medical devices had withdrawn. The few remaining were embedded in her body and would be controlled remotely until they were no longer needed. Then they would simply dissolve away. He instructed the ship to release its hold on her and to bring her around. She opened her eyes with a groan. "Don't try to sit up," Jess said. "You need to take it easy. How are you feeling?"
"Rough, like I've been out getting wasted all night."
Her voice was deep. Her words clipped short. She stared at Jess for a moment.
"Damn, but you look like Ethan, my nephew. Bit younger than him, though. Help me sit up, will you? I ain't planning on carrying on a conversation whilst laid out."
Sal helped the woman to a sitting position. Jess monitored her health closely via the ship, but saw nothing to worry about.
"I can't see the ugly mugs of those bastards who sent me over with the bots, so I guess something's screwed with their plan."
"Yeah, we managed to get away. They don't seem too happy. They've sent 3 ships after us. You knew what their plan was then?"
"Sure. They didn't bother discussing it where I couldn't hear. I was just a prisoner. They'd stuck a collar on me, which locked my muscles rigid if they wanted, or felt like it was burning its way through every bit of my body. Don't suppose you lot ever had the pleasure of wearing one?"
"Just every day of my life until a week or so ago," Jess replied, smiling slightly.
"Oh,"
she grunted, taken aback.
"Guess you know what I mean then."
"Partly. I never heard of them being able to freeze anyone in place before." He turned to Sal. "Did you?" "I'd heard rumors occasionally," Sal replied. "Nothing concrete, though. If the guards used that function, then it was either pretty rarely or well away from anyone I ever met. They seemed quite happy using the collars to inflict pain." Jess turned back to their guest, who listened to Sal and him intently. "So what was the plan?" he asked.
"Pretty simple, really. Get the robots into your ship, then have them kill or subdue everyone in there. Same trick they pulled on me a few weeks back. Took my ship, killed the other 2 members of my crew, captured me, stuck the collar on, and used me as a slave. I felt so bloody helpless, sat on that buggy, knowing the same was going to happen to you. Then suddenly I was free. I could move, could talk, could warn you. I remember shouting. Then the collar activated again, this time to punish me. The pain started, but this time it didn't stop. I must have passed out. Next thing I remember is waking up here and seeing you lot."
Jess thought she was telling the truth. She seemed honest, and the ship's monitoring of her backed that up.
"What happened to your ship?" he asked. "No idea. Either they sold it or they've still got it, I guess. Not sure which thought is worse. 20 years I'd had the old girl. Even named her after myself. The Queen Elizabeth."
"You're a queen?" asked Allie in surprise. The woman laughed at that.
"No. I'm just plain old Elizabeth. The ship's the queen, not me. So, you know my name. How about telling me yours?"
Jess quickly introduced all 3 of them. He didn't go into details about where they were from or how they controlled his ship. Elizabeth was clearly intrigued but didn't press for information.
"I reckon I could stand now," she said.
With the help of Jess and Sal, they got her to the nearest sofa. Jess activated a display, using it to show their current position and the 3 ships behind them. He explained the choices they could offer: stay on board when they jumped, or leave in an escape suit.
"Not much of a choice, really," said Elizabeth. "If I leave then, most likely I'll be picked up by that lot following you. Back to square one, that be. And that's if they don't just blow me apart as they pass. Guess I'll be with you for a little while, till I can get somewhere safe at least. Ideally, somewhere I've got some contacts so I can try and get my ship back."
Suddenly she stared intently at the screen.
"Hang on. Can you zoom in on the central ship? Thanks. What's it called? Unbreakable. Bollocks. That's the Queen Liz. I'd recognize my ship anywhere. That shape is far from standard. She was a salvage job, stitched together from 3 other ships. Not on the cheap, mind. Best bits of 3 different ships to make one damn good freighter that could really shift and packed one hell of a punch. Never felt as safe as I did aboard her. That's probably why I got careless. Now the bastards are chasing me in my own ship."
They aren't closing on us fast enough to be a problem, said Jess. Once we reach safe range from the station, we'll jump. You know they'll follow you, don't you? She asked, giving him a piercing stare. However close they are when you jump, that's how close they'll be at the other end, if not closer. I know. We've got a few tricks up our sleeve, though. It shouldn't be a problem. If you say so. I didn't get a look at your ship, but I'm guessing fighting isn't an option, seeing as how you're leaving in such a hurry. As far as I can see, it's fight now or fight later. At least later we'll be away from the station. If by some miracle we do win, then they won't be sending anything else straight after you. I don't understand, said Allie. Why are they doing this? Why did they attack us in the first place? They had a deal. We were ready to pay. What do they get out of this? Bloody obvious, ain't it? Elizabeth said. Then, seeing the shock and confusion on Allie's face, she continued in a softer tone. Sorry. You've been through a lot in a short space of time. I'm not the most subtle person you'll meet. My crew was used to me being sharp, knew I meant nothing by it. What do they gain? Your ship. A ship, any ship, is worth a fortune. Forget whatever you were going to pay for those bots. That won't even scratch the surface. The ship was the only thing they wanted. Any prisoners were a bonus, but not one they'd go out of their way to get. As to what they want now, I guess they want you dead, quickly, before you get a chance to blow their little scheme. If you talk, then there'll be no real proof, but their little operation would be watched much more closely. Maybe by the authorities, but definitely by those representing the other traders in the system. Rogues like that are bad for business. At least they are once word gets out. I reckon there's plenty who know what their game is and keep their traps shut. They won't try to take the ship again? Asked Jess. No, too difficult. They'll be looking to pounce on you the moment you return to normal space. My brain still feels fuzzy. Should have asked before. Where's your captain? They should be hearing this too. That's me, said Jess. She stared at him for a moment. Really? You're pretty young. Not the youngest captain I know, though. So who have you got flying her right now? That would be me again. The ship is pretty automated. 3 hostile ships closing on you, and you're sitting down here. She shook her head. Well, you're the captain. Though I'm guessing there's a story behind that. One for later, though. If there is a later. Chapter 20. The Wanderer reached safe distance and jumped on time. The 3 chasing ships had closed the gap significantly and were only a few minutes away from engagement range when the Wanderer jumped. Jess was surprised to see their pursuers jump at almost the same time, and mentioned it to the others. Safety margins, said Elizabeth. The published safe distance is actually about 10% more than is really needed. Cutting it fine like that is frowned upon, but I don't think they care about that. Jess pulled up a display showing the Wanderer and the 3 ships chasing them. Even in jump space, they were far closer than he liked. We'll drop out in about 15 minutes and take a different route. That'll put us out into deep space. Then we can pull a few of our tricks. I'd love to see them, said Elizabeth. I've been around a lot of years, and I ain't got anything we can use. Clever display, by the way. Estimating their position relative to us. Must have used the disturbance from them jumping to calculate it. Bit pointless, really, though. Nothing's gonna change till we drop back to real space, and we know they'll be right on us when that happens. I guess, said Jess, shrugging and trying to appear casual. If she hadn't guessed the scan was real-time, he wasn't going to tell her just yet. As the time to drop into real space approached, the 4 of them strapped into the flight deck. Sal had taken a seat in the back row, leaving Allie and Elizabeth to sit behind Jess. She said it was because Elizabeth had more experience in piloting and ship-to-ship combat. Jess suspected it had more to do with being in position to watch Elizabeth. When the moment came, Jess dropped the Wanderer into real space, wrenched it through a hard turn, and jumped again, just as the chasing ships dropped into real space almost on top of them. Jess started to grin at the close call when alarms blared out across the flight deck and blasted into his mind. With a crunching wrench, the Wanderer crashed back into normal space. They were several minutes flight time in real space from where they'd started, but that still left them almost on top of their pursuit. Jess urged the ship to jump again, but it couldn't. It felt as if the ship was mired in something sticky. "What the hell happened?" shouted Sal. "I don't know. We just got into jump space. Then it was like we hit a wall. Now I can't get the ship to jump. Every time I try to use the jump engines, it feels like we're stuck in something. I don't think we can jump." "Tar pit," Elizabeth muttered to herself. "What?" asked Jess. "A tar pit. A jump space inhibitor. It's a device that disrupts jump space, prevents any ship in its radius from being able to make a jump. They're incredibly rare, and the Empire has just about all of them. The rumors say no one knows how to make them, that they're so rare 'cause they've been salvaged off derelict spaceships. Most of the rumors say alien ships, unbelievable as that sounds." "So that's what they've got? It couldn't be anything else?" "Not that I know of." "Any way to get away? To shut it down?" "I don't know. It's not like these things are common. If you're fast enough, you can outrun the ship it's on, get clear, and jump. Otherwise, you need to destroy it. If there's another way, I don't know it." "Looks like we fight then," Jess said grimly. "Any idea which ship it will be on?" "It could be any of them, but—" She stopped and sighed. "It'll be the Queen Liz. She's significantly stronger than the other two ships. You'll have to destroy her." "I'm sorry." "Yeah, you and me both. Guess I had the idea I'd get her back somehow. Bloody unlikely though that was. Can you take her down?" "I don't know," he answered, shrugging. "Maybe. Her shields are pretty strong, and she packs a wallop. If the Wanderer was at full strength, then I'd say yes, easily. She's not, though. Those other two ships will complicate things, too. They'll be blasting us as we try to tackle your ship." "Damn it. Bastards. Making me do this to my own ship. All right, there's a chance. A weakness in the shields. Bring her up on the display. Right, it's here. There's a small area in the shields that's far weaker than the rest. Something to do with the way she was built from the 3 old ships. Been trying to fix it for years. Used to pray each time I got in a fight that nothing would find that spot. Nothing ever did. Just hitting it ain't good enough, though. You need to get the shot through to hit the reactors, here. The armor's strong there, but if you can punch through, it'll be good night, folks." Jess studied the image for a while, then nodded to himself. "It's tight, but we can do it. Dangerous, though. We'll be taking fire from all 3 ships. Anyone got a better idea?" No one had. Jess swung the Wanderer around sharply, curving back towards the pursuing ships. Now the closure time was measured in seconds instead of minutes, and the other ships seemed to leap towards them. Mind heavily accelerated, Jess was able to keep track of the situation despite the massive closing speed. He had the Wanderer performing basic evasive maneuvers as they entered weapons range, avoiding anything that would change their course significantly. He opened up with the ship's weapons, targeting the leftmost ship, ignoring the Queen Elizabeth in the center and the rightmost ship. The sudden change of course caught the pursuers flat-footed. It was almost 5 seconds after entering weapons range that the rightmost ship returned fire. The Queen Liz and the ship on the left followed suit soon after. The Wanderer shook as its shields were pounded by return fire, but they held firm. A virtual countdown in Jess's vision counted down to the critical shot. With 5 seconds to go, it still looked good. Then alerts flew into his vision. All 3 ships had launched missiles. A lot of missiles. At such short range, avoiding them would be nearly impossible, and they'd easily overwhelm the shields. There were almost 50. With a curse, Jess changed direction. He shoved the Wanderer hard over to the left and downwards, dragging the missiles down towards their new course, but ruining his chance of making the killer shot. At 3 seconds, the shields were struggling to hold out as the enemy poured fire into them at point-blank range. The missiles had turned to their new interception path. Jess tensely watched as everything came together, trying to judge the right moment. At 2.5 seconds, he threw the Wanderer back up and right, clawing its way back towards the position it needed to make the critical shot. The missiles detected the new course and adjusted, but crucially, the move slowed them a little more, lengthened the distance they had to travel slightly. Now they'd reached the Wanderer just after the countdown finished, instead of just before. At 2 seconds, Jess targeted some of the incoming missiles, managing to knock out the closest and buying them a few more tenths of a second. He kept the ship turning hard despite numerous hull stress warnings. Even so, they'd only just be able to get into position for the shot before they flashed past. At 1 second, the Wanderer's shields were dangerously weakened. Jess desperately routed power into them everywhere he could, only sparing the weapons, thrusters, and jump engines. With a sinking feeling, he realized the Queen Elizabeth was rolling to bring more weapons to bear, and in doing so moving the weak area of shields away. He pushed the Wanderer into an even tighter turn, ignoring both the critical stress warnings and the grunts from the others at the forces acting on them. If they didn't make the shot, they'd be dead anyway. There were far too many missiles to take out, and the shields were already close to collapse. Half a second, and they were still not going to make it. Jess shoved the ship over even harder. An alarm flared into existence, warning of a hull breach in one cabin, air pressure dropping already. The ship sealed that cabin to prevent losing air from the rest of the ship. Quarter of a second, and he thought they might be able to make it. A volley of enemy fire collapsed the shields for a moment. Jess registered it as a scalding pain across his shoulder. Damage signals flared amber, but nothing was critically damaged. The shields had sapped the attack of almost all energy. 0.2 of a second, and the shields flickered back into life, just in time to deflect another pummeling. They held this time, but only barely. Pretty soon they were going to fail completely. Jess silently pleaded with the ship to hold together, to last just a little longer, to manage to make the cripplingly tight turn. 0.1 of a second, and he started to think they'd make the shot. The shields were holding out somehow, and the turn was going to get them in place just in time. Now there seemed to be a chance of making the shot. He worried whether it would work, and if it did, whether they could get clear. The closest missiles were estimated to strike only 42 hundredths of a second after he could take the shot. What if he missed? What if it worked, but the field took time to collapse? Realizing there was nothing more he could do, he shoved his worries down, focused completely on the impending shot. 0. He took the shot. Even with his mind accelerated, the window during which the weak spot lay between the Wanderer and the Queen Elizabeth's engines was fractional. 0 + 5 hundredths. He thought the shot had hit cleanly, a concentrated burst penetrating the armor. There was no sign of a reaction yet, and jump space was still unreachable. 0 + 10 hundredths. An explosion was starting to rip through the Queen Elizabeth, flaring out from her engines. Jump space remained impossible to reach. Jess targeted the closest missiles, managed to take 3 down, which bought them another few hundredths of a second. 0 + 19 hundredths. A volley of incoming fire caused the Wanderer's shields to fluctuate wildly. Jess could tell they couldn't take any more punishment. 0 + 25 hundredths. The Queen Elizabeth was being ripped apart by huge explosions. Jump space was still out of Jess's reach, but felt different now, ripples flowing through the sense of stickiness the tar pit created. 0 + 32 hundredths. A volley of fire collapsed the Wanderer's shields for good, punching through and smashing into her hull. Forward sensors, all exposed on the outer hull, were knocked offline along with some weapons. Jess was suddenly nearly blind to the front of the ship. He knew the closest missiles would reach them in 22 hundredths of a second, if nothing else changed. Desperately, he had the Wanderer claw at jump space, but it couldn't get a grip. The effects of the tar pit were dissipating, but jump space was taking time to revert to normal. 0 + 42 hundredths. They'd be dead already if Jess hadn't knocked out the first waves of missiles. It wasn't going to matter. They had at most 12 hundredths of a second to go. Jess stopped watching the countdown, focusing everything he had on trying to find a way into jump space. Suddenly, the jump engines found something to grip, a tiny, stable patch amid the chaos. Without hesitating, Jess dragged them in. The ship bucked like a dinghy going over a waterfall. Jess heard at least one scream of pain from behind him. It was a short flight. Less than 2 seconds later, they were dumped back into real space again, the ship unable to stay in the twisting and compressing world of jump space any longer. It was enough. They were clear of the missiles, clear of the remaining 2 ships. Not massively so, only a few minutes of normal flight, but a breathing space. Jess turned the Wanderer directly away from the pursuing ships and piled on as much acceleration as the ship could handle without stressing it further. The shields were still offline, forward sensors and weapons were out of action, and a number of structural warnings flashed despite the limited turn of speed. The hull breach had almost finished leaking the cabin's air. The room had automatically sealed. There wasn't anything else he could do. It was the cabin Allie had been using. Despite the situation, the thought of sharing his cabin, his bed, with her, flashed through his mind, causing a tightening in his chest. A moment later it was gone, as the 2 remaining enemies started to maneuver. The rear sensors were still intact, allowing him to monitor them closely. The Wanderer's brief jump had taken her well behind the 2 ships, which now had to turn sharply to begin pursuit. They'd been quite slow to respond, allowing the distance to open up even further. But now they piled on all the power they had. Jess studied them closely for any sign they planned to jump, a move that could cross the distance in fractions of a second, but none came. Clearly the chaos unleashed by the tar pit's demise was still churning the structure of jump space. Jess needed 2 things. Firstly, the shields to recover, at least to a basic level, as the ship was warning him of the dangers of any jump maneuver without shields. They'd got lucky before, as far as he could tell, the short distance they'd traveled meaning they'd survived. Secondly, he needed jump space to settle so they could jump clear. Neither looked like happening in the immediate future, so he turned to check on the others. "Is everyone okay?" he asked. As the words left his mouth, he realized they weren't. Sal was holding her left arm, its wrist on her lap, but bent at an unpleasant angle, and her face was deathly pale. Elizabeth had a cut, and the start of a large bruise on her temple. Allie had no obvious wounds, but looked scared. None of them answered for a moment, each too stunned by what had happened. "Okay, stupid question," Jess continued. "We managed to destroy the tar pit and make a short jump, but that's all we could manage. Jump space is still shaking around like crazy. The ship's pretty beat up but holding together, just about. Good news is we've put some space between us and the remaining 2 ships, and it's going to take them at least another 10 minutes to get in weapons range. We've got time to get you patched up." "Bugger that," responded Elizabeth. "I've just had a knock on the head. Nothing's fallen off. I'm seeing this out right here." Jess found himself leaning away from the force of her statement. Rather than push the point, something he found himself slightly scared to do, he focused on Sal. "Sal, your wrist is badly hurt. I think it must be broken. We need to get you to the medical bay." Sal continued to stare into the distance for a few moments, before she seemed to take in what he'd said. Her eyes slowly focused on Jess. "Not a chance." She barely spoke above a whisper. Jess shuddered inside at the pain in her voice. "Staying here. Want to see this through," Sal gasped out. "If I'm gonna die, I want to see it coming." He opened his mouth to argue, then stopped himself. The ship was in bad shape. They couldn't jump yet, and the other 2 ships were closing fast. Maybe they were going to die here. He put himself in Sal's position and realized he'd do the same. They'd both spent all their lives shut away, kept from knowing what would happen to them, from controlling their fate. "If we're going to die, you want to face it free?" he asked gently. "Yes," she gasped out, smiling through the pain. "I understand. Please let the ship give you something for the pain, though. Just something local. It won't make you sleep." She studied him for a moment, then nodded, too exhausted to speak. Jess had her seat morph out to wrap around her arm just above the damaged wrist, securing it in place. It blocked all feeling from the wrist and hand, then injected several chemicals to help boost her body and ward off shock. She relaxed immediately, still looking pale and exhausted, but without the aura of intense pain. Jess smiled at her, and she smiled back tiredly. Then he turned to Allie. "Allie, are you hurt?" he asked. "No, I'm not hurt. It's Just—" She stopped, unable to continue, tears forming in her eyes. Jess reached out and took her hand in his, squeezing hard. "It's all right to be scared. I was terrified, really. And I had loads to distract me. You just had to sit there and watch and put up with my poor flying." She held his hand tightly, grabbing it with her other hand too, smiling at his poor attempt at humor. "Maybe, but you were linked into the ship. That means it seemed to last much longer for you than it did for me. But your flying was pretty awful. If I had any belongings in my room, they'd be all over the floor now." Not exactly. Actually, they'd be floating through space. We had a hull breach in your cabin." As he said it, he cursed himself. He'd meant it as a flippant remark to cheer her up. Instead, he saw the fear return to her face. "Hull breach? My God, is the ship going to break apart?" No, sorry. It's not that bad. We had to really pull some sharp turns, and the structure gave way there. The room is completely sealed. We can't use it, but there's no danger." "Oh, smooth, Jess. Real smooth." Sal's voice wasn't strong, but was much improved, the booster meds and the lack of pain already making a big difference. "Sorry, babe. Your cabin's got a hole into space. You'll have to share with me." Jess immediately felt himself turning bright red. He tried to answer, but choked instead. Allie started to blush too, stared at him as he choked, then burst out laughing. Elizabeth was smiling too. Jess buried his head in his hands. "I give up. There's nothing I can say to that, is there?" "Smart boy," said Elizabeth. "Quit while you're a long way behind." Jess looked up and smiled fondly at Allie and Sal. He still felt embarrassed, and knew this type of teasing would always continue, but he was starting to feel more comfortable with it. They were teasing him no more. He realized he actually quite enjoyed it. The laughter had reduced the tension they all felt. Sal was no longer in pain, though still clearly badly hurt, and Allie seemed less nervous. A grim determination settled over them all, a desire to face whatever was coming head-on. Jess brought up a display showing the Wanderer and the following ships, together with an estimate of when they would enter weapons range. While still minutes away, the time was ticking down quickly. The ship's shields were still offline, and jump space was rapidly settling down. "Jumps will be possible again soon," Jess said quietly. "Still nothing from the shield generators. The ship is trying to repair them, but they took a real beating." "What do we do if they manage to jump?" asked Allie. "They'll be right on top of us. Do we try to fight, try to dodge? Blow up the ship and try to take them down? Can we try to jump without shields?" Elizabeth winced. "A jump without shields is suicide. How the hell we survived that last jump, I don't know. We can't have been in jump space for more than a second or two. Anything more and the ship would be ripped apart, though they might never know what had happened to us. The wreckage would be spread across a huge area. At least we could inconvenience the bastards, make them go searching for us." "It's a choice," Jess said. "Fighting isn't, unless someone wants to stand in the airlock and throw things at them. Same goes for trying to evade them. The ship just can't take any more stressful maneuvers. She'd tear apart. Overloading the engines is possible, but they'd have to be pretty close for us to take them down. I doubt they'll make things that easy for us." "I vote for making a jump," said Allie. "At least we'll be escaping, kind of." "Me too," said Sal. "Works for me," added Elizabeth. Jess nodded. "That's agreed then," said Elizabeth. "We've only just met, but I have to say I like you folks. You've got spirit." "I'm sorry," said Jess, overwhelmed as the reality of the situation finally hit, tears starting to fall. "I should have avoided this. I should have found a way to get us through without losing the shields. I should have—" He broke off as Allie's open hand rushed towards his cheek. At the last moment she slowed it, delivering a pat rather than a full-on slap. Then she grabbed his face with both hands. "What did I tell you about taking on too much responsibility?" she asked him, eyes locked on his. "You did your best. That's more than enough." He grinned sheepishly, went to answer, then jumped as an alarm blared out, both in his head and out loud in the flight deck. "What is it?" asked Sal urgently. "Have they jumped?" "No," answered Jess with a huge grin. We've got shields back. Minimal shields. Really, really low power. But the ship confirms there'll be enough to keep us safe during a jump, and that it can maintain them. Let's get ready to get out of here." The others stared at him in disbelief for a few seconds. Then whoops of joy rang out. He turned the ship, aiming towards the nearest star other than the system they were fleeing. Aiming right towards it, a collision course. He stretched out with the ship's senses, judging the state of jump space around them. While still turbulent, he was pretty sure they could make a jump stick. Then 20 or 30 seconds flight would take them far beyond the disruption. Still, he held on, wanting to be sure. His mind was made up as one of the ships pursuing them suddenly disappeared, then reappeared almost on top of the Wanderer. Already linked to the ship, his reactions were near instantaneous. He launched the Wanderer into jump space, desperately hoping they could ride out the disruption. It was milder this time. Still rough, but controllable. 15 seconds into the jump, the shaking slackened to a mild vibration. 20 seconds in, and jump space around them was completely normal. The other enemy ship had jumped almost immediately. The scanner showed it coasting along behind the Wanderer, matching its speed as all ships in jump space did. Almost all, at least.
"Well, they're right behind us, and we can't shake them off in jump space," said Elizabeth. "I'm looking forward to seeing what tricks you've got up your sleeves. I'm an old dog, but I still like learning new tricks."
Jess turned and grinned at her. "Well," he said, "we can do this." He had the Wanderer slew to the right, swinging round to a heading 90 degrees away from their original course. The enemy ship soon shot past, still on course for the star, and waiting to see the distinctive patterns as the Wanderer ripped a hole back into real space. Jess was certain the other enemy ship would be following as soon as its jump engines recharged. Elizabeth's jaw dropped. For several moments she was speechless. Finally she found her voice.
That's not bloody possible. No ship can do that. You're screwing around with me, ain't you?"
Jess noticed that her speech became even more clipped when she got agitated. "No, it's for real," he answered. "Don't ask me how, I don't have a clue. But it's on the level. Our friends will be chasing after where they think we've gone till they give up and figure we went straight into the star. Or maybe they'll push it too far and get fried themselves. Either way, that's not our problem now."
"That's one hell of a trick. What's next? Pulling a rabbit out of a hat?"
"What's a rabbit?" asked Jess.
"What's a rabbit? Really? Small fluffy animals kids love for about 2 weeks, then ignore?"
Jess shrugged. "I grew up a slave. We didn't see many animals. Those we did were normally treated better than us. Anyway, my next trick is finding somewhere quiet to stock the ship up on raw materials. It can manage some critical repairs, but that's all. And we need to sort the Wanderer out before taking on anyone else that doesn't like us, which seems to be an ever-growing list." They studied the local charts and found a star a few hours' flight away which had virtually no human presence and an asteroid belt. The belt was too sparsely populated for commercial exploitation, but with the Wanderer's ability to scan real space as it flew past in jump space, they could quickly locate useful targets. Chapter 21. With the flight to the asteroid belt under the ship's control, they set about patching up Sal and Elizabeth, then started to relate their stories to Elizabeth, explaining the ups and downs since their escape from slavery, how they'd encountered Allie, and then Matt's betrayal and their escape. They held nothing back. She'd already seen several amazing things that the ship could do, and would see it repair and rebuild itself once they reached the asteroids.
"That's quite a story," Elizabeth said as they finished. "If I hadn't seen some of it for myself, I doubt it was true. This ship is amazing. Truly incredible." "You've been completely honest with me, and now I need to do the same with you. There's one thing I want, and one thing only, a ship. Don't worry, not this one. I couldn't control it anyway, and I think it's going to catch a lot of attention wherever it goes. No, I want a new ship. The Queen Elizabeth II, I guess. I don't expect you to do anything illegal or even to go too far out of your way, but I think you may need my help for a while. You're all far too, how can I put it? Trusting. Too straight. You don't know enough about the world out here to avoid getting stung. I can help with that. And at some point I'm pretty sure we'll come across a ship. One we liberate from pirates, one we find abandoned, something like that. Or maybe we'll put together enough money to buy one. Though only if one of those asteroids turns out to be pure gold.
I'm curious, said Sal. How did you get the Queen Elizabeth? Did you inherit her? Elizabeth smiled at them, sat back in her chair, and took a deep drink of her beer. Well, now, that's a story. No, I didn't inherit her. I used to wait tables in a starport dive. Years ago, when I was young. I wasn't stunning, but I could turn a head or two, especially as I mostly wore short skirts and tight tops. That got me a lot of tips, though a lot more hassle, too. Then one day there's this guy in there drinking, casual-looking, cleaner than most in that place. Had a man-mountain sitting next to him, could only be a bodyguard. I get him his drinks a few times. Then he asks me when I finish if I'd like to join him for a drink. I'm a little uncertain, but he seems okay, kinda good-looking. I figure why not? My shift ended half-hour before anyway, so I join him straight away. Pretty soon he's got me drinking the hard stuff, cocktails with vodka, gin, whiskey, and God knows what else. Glasses of champagne, too. He says he's heading off to the casino. Would I like to go? His shout, he says, and I can keep what I win. I'm young, carefree, and this is the most excitement I'd had in months. I say yes. We get in his car, a limo no less, and head to the casino. Now this is where I expect him to get frisky, hands everywhere, and pushing his luck. He doesn't. He keeps charming me, telling me how beautiful I am, but behaves like a gentleman. I'm almost disappointed when we reach the casino. I'd have quite liked a bit of fun in the back of a limo. So, the casino. More drinks, lots of games of chance. Then we end up in a private room at the back, and he makes his proposal. He really likes me, he says. Really, really. Wants me so bad he's fit to burst. I'm expecting him to say he wants me on the poker table right there, and I'm pretty sure I'll say yes. What he actually says totally throws me. He wants to gamble. Best of 11 games of cartash, a form of poker, one we'd been playing earlier and I'd done pretty well at. If I win, I get money, a huge amount of money. I'm talking several billion here, enough to buy a ship, and that's a dream I've had for years without any hope of achieving it. Then there's the catch. If I lose, I get to walk out with 20,000, still twice what I earn in a year. I get to walk out in the morning. If he wins, then he gets to have me all night. Nothing kinky, nothing painful, just normal sex. I wonder if he's joking. About the stakes if I win, and the stakes if he does. Till a lawyer walks in with a contract to sign. Casino manager is there too, and he swears on a secure recording to make good if Mr. Rich doesn't. I kinda get it then. Mr. Rich could have me quite easily. I'd taken a liking to him, and screwing him in the limo or a plush hotel suite would have been fun. He knows that too. He wants the control, the feeling of having won me, of having owned me for the night. 20,000 if I lose is good money, but I know I'll hate myself for it. Sleeping with him now would feel shitty. But if I won, the money was crazy. I could live my dream, buy a ship. I'm pretty damn drunk too, which clouds my judgment. I say yes, sign the contract, and we sit down to start playing. This variation of poker is for 2 people. You take turns to be the dealer. I start. It's still pretty early in the evening, but we've been drinking since lunchtime. Thinking about it, I've been knocking back a lot more than him. I start to realize he's done this before, probably loads of times. Gets the girl drunk so she's gonna make mistakes. I lose the first 3 games, and realize it's more than that. His money is never at risk 'cause he cheats. A lot. He must be running inserts, calculating the odds, telling him the ideal move, tracking the cards. He can't lose the bet.
Let me rephrase that. He can't lose the bet in an honest game. Bad news for him is that I can cheat better than him. While he's running his numbers, I start slipping cards off the deck while I shuffle them. I'd spent months working at a casino as a dealer, not cheating the punters. The casino taught us how to cheat, though, so we could spot every trick that might be used on us. I win 4 of the next 5 games. He pretty soon realizes what I'm doing, but he can't catch me at it, and he can't say anything without giving away his own cheating. That's the only way he can know I'm not being incredibly lucky. So now it's 4 each, 3 games to play. I win the next, and consider letting him win 1 more, drawing it out to the final game, giving him some hope. Then I think, screw it, and nail him to the floor with the next hand. He looks like he's going to have a heart attack as I win. For a moment I can see him considering refusing to pay up. Then he realizes he's stuck, caught by his own contract. We both stand, and he nods to me, congratulates me. I move close to him, smiling, press my body against his, then whisper in his ear, "Next time, pay for a whore, you arsehole," I say. "We slutty waitresses are too damn good for you." He moves to hit me. Damn lucky for him, his bodyguard stopped him. He's out of there almost straight away, leaving his lawyer, and a bank manager turns up from somewhere. Suddenly, I'm absolutely loaded. Next day, I start the search for a ship. Late the next day, one of the waiters in the casino was damn sexy. We hired a limo and spent the night screwing in the back. It turned out to be every bit as good as I expected. She settled back with a satisfied smile. Jess knew his cheeks were red. Sal was laughing delightedly, and Allie was grinning too, though she had a slight flush at the explicit ending. Jess tried hard not to meet her eyes. "Did you ever see him again?" asked Sal. "No, though I heard he tried his tricks a couple more times that month. I'd put the word round, though. I could certainly afford to. Everyone working in a bar or restaurant or anywhere else he'd be likely to hit on knew his game. One girl he picked up had a great time at his expense, then laughed in his face when he suggested the bet. The other turned round and told him she knew she'd lose. She thought he was really cute, so they might as well go straight to bed. Completely ruined it for him, apparently. He was out of the club and into his limo in under a minute, leaving her with all the chips on the table. She quickly cashed them in, went on a year-long cruise with the proceeds, apparently. Never heard of him after that. He most probably tried his luck in a different area or on a different planet. Or we shook him up enough, he saw a shrink and got himself straightened out. Somehow I doubt it, though. So you know my history, some of it at least, and you know what I want. Question is, do you want my help? Do you trust me? I'll completely understand if you don't after what you've just been through." "Do you want to stay?" asked Sal. "At least until you can get a ship?" Yes, I do. I like you. I like what you're planning. I've never been that happy about slaves, but I couldn't do anything about it. At least that's what I told myself. Spending some time wearing one of those collars made me think a lot. I want my own ship, and when I get that, I want to go back to my old life, flying, trading, enjoying life. I'll look at things differently, though. Watch for chances to help reduce slavery, even if it's just dropping a word into the right ear. Until then, I'd love the chance to help you out and teach you to look after yourselves." "That's good enough for me," said Sal. "You tried to warn us when the robots were being delivered. Just about got yourself killed for doing it, too. I trust you." "I agree," said Jess. "Without your warning, those robots would have been even closer to the ship when they attacked. We might easily have been overwhelmed, lost the ship." "Me too," added Allie. "You helped us survive the tar pit, too, even though it meant destroying your own ship." "Looks like I'm part of the team." Elizabeth smiled at them all, then took a deep breath and became serious again. "I appreciate that, and I hate to do this to you, but you need a reality check. First off, getting any prisoners out from Iona will be tough, no matter how good those robots are when the ship rebuilds them. You ask for a select few prisoners, and you give away a huge advantage. Those prisoners immediately become hostages, giving the station power over you. And when you're busting them out, other prisoners will try to get free too, maybe shoving those you want to save out of the way to do it. So, you need a plan for getting all the prisoners. That's going to be a nightmare to organize. There will probably be thousands. There's no way this ship can take that many. You've told me it will change as it takes on resources, that it can grow larger. Can it grow enough to take thousands of passengers, though? Even if only for a short while. And if it can, how do you get them off? They'll be spread out across the station. Airlock corridors are limited in size. The flow through one is slow. You really need shuttles, lots of them. Send them to multiple locations and bring the prisoners out in small groups. Next, you aren't going to save everyone. And you aren't going to do this without blood on your hands. Some of it from the prisoners you're trying to save. Bastards in charge overall will be ruined if you pull out all the prisoners. They'll fight to the last. They'll even send prisoners at you using some cock and bull story to convince them to fight. You need to get your message to the prisoners and the lower grades of employees. Make them realize that the only thing you want is to free the slaves and get clear. Then they'll be less likely to fight, or fight so hard. More bad news. You ain't gonna fix anything. Yeah, you'll free these slaves, but the station will just get more. They may start by making the current managers slaves for their failure, but the rest of the replacements will be ordinary folk, just more slaves. If you destroy the station, then its markets will still be there. Another complex will set up, complete with new slaves, or existing ones will step up their production, which again means more slaves. Lastly, you'll be making some damn powerful enemies. If they find out where the slaves are returned to, they'll follow and enslave everyone, destroy everything. All to make a point. There'll be a price on your heads so large, you'll consider turning yourselves in. Sorry, but like I said, I spent a lot of time thinking about this while I was a prisoner. You want to stop slavery, topple the empire, put something in its place that is just, and will outlaw slavery. Jess and the others sat stony-faced. Jess's stomach felt like it had sunk through the floor. Sal looked shocked, and Allie was close to tears. Hey, it's not all bad, said Elizabeth. Okay, it's tough, but we can crack it. And we might not stop slavery as a whole, but you'll be making an amazing difference to those you do rescue. Best thing is to tackle it in small steps. First off, get this ship patched up, then see how much space it can create. Then we can work on the next part of the plan. Chapter 22. To Jess's relief, the ship held together till they reached their destination and identified a suitable asteroid. He'd managed to coax the ship into getting one laser working. Settling the ship only 20 meters from the asteroid, he set to work vaporizing small sections, which the ship could use its fields to retrieve. It was painfully slow going to begin with, and he had to balance shoring up the structure of the ship with trying to speed up the mining operation. Having the ship sat so close meant using the laser sparingly, a lesson he learned the hard way when superheated vapor crashed into the shields, nearly overwhelming them. Elizabeth's idea of creating independent shuttles for the prisoner rescue had stuck with him. Now he found himself thinking in new ways about the problems they faced. The ship needed significant repairs and rebuilding before he could mine from further away. But a small drone craft was another matter. While the critical hull repairs were completed, he linked to the ship and refined the idea. He soon realized that one drone wasn't going to work and shifted to the idea of using 3. Each drone was essentially just an engine and a shield projector. Soon he moved the ship several hundred meters out from the asteroid and deployed the 3 drones. What's wrong? Asked Sal. Do we need to stop mining? Watch this, Jess replied, grinning. Bringing up a display showing the asteroid and the drones, he fired the mining laser, letting it run far longer than had been possible while close in to the asteroid. Vaporized rock jetted out, and he used the 3 drones to create a triangular tunnel, each drone projecting one side. The vapor rushed down the tunnel towards the ship. His grin faded to embarrassment as almost all the vapor escaped through the sides of the tunnel, through small gaps where the shields overlapped. Sal and Allie fell about laughing, pointed at his face, then laughed even harder. He scowled at them.
Ignore them, Elizabeth said, standing behind him and putting a hand on his shoulder. You didn't get it quite right, but that's a great idea. You just need to tighten them up a bit. You should actually be able to embed the shields in each other slightly. That'll prevent any losses. Thanks. Let me try that. One more bit of advice. If you're going to make a song and dance about something, make sure you've tested it out on the quiet first. You kind of set yourself up for a fall there. She squeezed his shoulder again, taking any sting out of her words. Trying to ignore Sal and Allie's continuing laughter, he focused on fusing the 3 shields together. As Elizabeth had said, it was possible to do it, though as the fields merged, the resistance soon became too strong to push any further. He fired the laser again, just a short pulse this time, and smiled as the vaporized components of the asteroid were channeled directly to the ship. Soon the mining was coming along at a much faster rate. Sal and Allie continued to make the occasional reference to his initial failure, but were mostly busy working with him to prioritize repairs. Soon another laser was operational, and he built another 3 drones, channeling the raw materials back along another pipeline. One unexpected result of the method was that the asteroid slowly started to move away and tumble, pressure from the superheated vapor shoving on it, even as the gases rushed down the tunnel. Jess had the Wanderer keep pace, and tried to prevent the tumbling by mining on opposite sides. A few hours and 3 more sets of drones later, the asteroid was nearly gone. Jess used the final materials to create mount points on the hull to hold the various drones, and they set off in search of another asteroid. Jess probed the ship to see how many drones and other vehicles separate from the ship itself the Wanderer could control. The first response was a warning. The range the drones could operate at was limited, though still quite considerable. He queried why and received a very similar image to that explaining why the ship wouldn't create robots. It made sense when he thought about it. Once again, this ship could make a single person massively powerful. If the automated vehicles could operate far from the ship's control, whole systems could be enslaved. He queried the maximum number again and received a confusing answer. Initially, the answer seemed to be around 20. He couldn't count all the images in time. Then the number increased, but something else was growing in step with it. With a jolt, he realized it was the Wanderer, not the ship, but the machine intelligence at its heart. The number of drones could be increased greatly, but the controlling intelligence would also have to grow. He got the impression that these were new ideas for the ship, areas it hadn't ever considered before. He felt quite pleased at having surprised the ancient ship, at making it think in a new way. The image showing the number of drones which could be controlled increased, then suddenly stopped growing. A new element was shown in the vision, a limiting element. Jess himself. The ship was warning him that he would become the bottleneck. It made sense, he thought. Even with his mind accelerated, there had been times in battle he'd felt nearly overwhelmed, with too many things happening at once or close together. He didn't need to control each and every drone, but he had to provide the overall guidance. There had to be a limit. Picturing an assault on a mining complex, he knew they'd need more than he could control, especially while also flying the ship and handling the robots. As well as shuttles, he thought about creating combat drones, which for all engine, shield, and weapon would be necessary. The ship was making it clear that ultimate control for all the autonomous creations had to rest with him, that it would refuse to provide the overall guidance for them. He added the problem to the ever-growing list of things to worry about that he couldn't think of a solution to yet. 2 days later, the 4 of them gathered in the living area. Jess thought the others looked tired, not surprising given the efforts to restore the ship and the limited sleeping space. With Allie's cabin unusable, the sofas had been turned into temporary beds at night. "So, how are we doing?" asked Sal. Jess glanced at the other 3 in turn. Sal sat on the other sofa to him, Elizabeth perched on that sofa's arm, and Allie sat beside him. Not touching, but close enough to be distracting in a very pleasant way. "Very well," he said. "We're about halfway through mining the 3rd asteroid. Most of the damage to the ship is repaired now. Shields are at full strength, weapons are all back online, sensors repaired, and thrusters fully operational. If we have to fight, we're in the best shape we've been in for some time. The ship is mostly just storing the materials we mine now, ready for the redesign, which we need to finish." He called up the designs showing the ship as it was, and as they planned it to be, unfinished as that was. The difference was startling. The new design was much larger, roughly 10 times as long, 7 times as wide, and with 5 decks instead of 1. A significant proportion of the design was driven by the additional size. Thrusters and maneuvering jets had to be much larger to keep the ship as nimble as before. The internal structure had to be able to withstand far higher stresses due to the size and weight they'd be throwing around. Powerful inertial damper fields were added to reduce the strain on the ship, and to prevent the people on board from being crushed by those maneuvers. Far more shield generators were needed just to maintain the same level of protection, and Jess had actually chosen to significantly upgrade the shield's power. Point defense lasers were added across the hull to take out missiles or fighters that got too close. The number and size of the engines were increased massively to cope with the additional power requirements. That still left nearly 200 times as much space free as they'd had before. Some of it was taken by hangars for the drones and shuttles, as well as storage of supplies for future repairs or production. The remainder was turned over to areas to house up to a couple of thousand people comfortably, or up to 5,000 in only minor discomfort. This included the cabin space, toilets, food dispensers, life support, medical areas, and access corridors tying them all together. I want to add more drones and shuttles, a lot more, but I won't be able to control them. Do you have any ideas? Allie raised her hand and patted the side of his cheek, her way of telling him he was trying to do everything himself again. He much preferred it to the full-on slap she'd first used. This time he was confused, though. I'm not trying to do it all by myself, he protested. I'm asking you for ideas. She rolled her eyes at him. Yes, but you aren't thinking still. You can't control any more. Why don't we? He stared at her for a moment, then frowned. You'd need a full set of inserts like mine. The ship won't do that. No, the ship won't let us have the link with it that you've got. Won't allow more than one captain. Can it give us enough of a connection to control the shuttles, drones, and robots, though? Jess's frown grew deeper. I see what you mean. That's a pretty hard question to ask. Let me try. No, the ship won't accept the idea. Are you sure? You said it was tricky to put across. Try changing the way you ask. He nodded, then did as she asked. Another 2 efforts met the same refusal. Disheartened, he tried once more. This time he got a strange reaction. Not a rejection, but a blip of interest. He pushed the idea again, and the ship's mind seemed to shimmer against his for a moment. When it finished, he was aware of a difference to the connection. A whole area of information was available that hadn't been there before. Accessing it felt like walking through a long, forgotten museum. In some strange way, there was a sense of neglect and disuse, though that sense was fading quickly as the ship integrated the new knowledge. Something's happened. I seem to have triggered some extra functions. Yes, it's possible to do what you want. In fact, I think it's how the ship was first designed, or how it was configured long, long ago. It feels like the ship hasn't accessed those areas for thousands of years. Somehow it feels more complete now. I'm getting a stronger sense of personality from the ship than before. Are we safe? Asked Sal. How much has it changed? Completely safe. It's still the same personality, but more complete. It still requires a single person in overall charge, the captain, which is me. There's much more knowledge here than just how to link others in to control drones and remote ships. It's going to take days to work through it all. You've got the time, said Elizabeth. We're going to be stuck here mining for at least another couple of weeks. Right. Well, the process seems to be quite simple. It is similar to what happened to me, but a little less complex and with much more restricted access to the ship. You'll get the same ability to accelerate your thoughts, and the ship assures me it is all one way. Nothing will be able to control or influence you through the link. Not even me. Great! When can we start? Allie asked, eyes bright. I'm fed up feeling useless every time we get into trouble. Straight away, if you're sure. Having control of more drones will speed up the mining. You're absolutely certain? Yes, absolutely. Besides, I can get rid of it in the future, can't I? Jess quickly checked with the ship. He realized that in all the time since his own implants were inserted, he hadn't once asked that question, hadn't once considered the possibility of being separated from the ship voluntarily. Yes. Yes, you can. It takes a few minutes for the structure to dissolve and be flushed out, but the process is painless. Right then, count me in. You can count me out, Elizabeth said firmly. Sorry, but I don't want nothing messing with my head. Don't care how safe it is, it's a no. Not in a million years. Jess was surprised by the strength of her feelings, but didn't feel he could argue. The idea of the implants had become normal to Sal, Allie, and him, while to Elizabeth it was a new and shocking concept. Sal, how about you? He asked. She didn't seem to hear him, lost deep in thought. He was about to speak again when she looked up, meeting his eyes. It's hard. It reminds me of the control collar, something artificial intruding into every part of my life. I know it's not the same at all, but... She trailed off helplessly, unable to put her thoughts into words. Taking a deep breath, she spoke again. Is it safe, Jess, really? Will I be free still? Will I be me? Jess stood and walked over to her, kneeling on the floor and taking her hands in his. Her obvious uncertainty stripped the years from her, made her seem much closer to his own age. Sal, I would never, ever do anything to hurt you. You're like family to me now. We've been through so much already, and we share memories of life as prisoners. I promise this is safe. You will be completely free. If anything, more free than you are now. You'll have the power to control shuttles, drones, and robots. She stared at him for a while, eyes roving his face, looking for something. Whatever it was, she must have found it. Okay, Jess. I trust you. Let's do it. Now? Yes, now. Where do we need to be? You'll be stuck in place for 10 to 12 hours, though you'll soon be able to start controlling drones so you won't be bored. I think the medical bay would be best. Right, let's go. Once Sal and Allie were comfortable, the ship started to build the interfaces to their minds. It was strange watching the web building, not only on the outside, but viewing the strands penetrating deep into their brains. A shiver went down his spine at the thought he'd been through the same process. Once he was happy both were taking the implants without complications, he left the room. Elizabeth had begged off watching the process, saying the idea made her feel queasy. She sat on a sofa, studying the plans to transform the ship. Jess gave her a quick update on the situation, then started working with the ship to create enough drones for Allie and Sal to control. Not long after, he was surprised by a tickling feeling running through his mind. Following the source, he felt another presence alongside that of the Wanderer. He reached out towards it, pushing a sense of comfort and safety. The reply nearly sent his mind spinning. It was Allie, and a deluge of feelings from excitement to wonder to fear crashed over him. After a few moments, his experience dealing with the ship allowed him to filter out the worst extremes and send a message back, asking her to calm down, stop sending so much. The answering reply had a strong tinge of ruefulness, but was much more controlled. Then another presence appeared, broadcasting tension and worry, and Jess went through the same process with Sal. With suggestions from the ship's mind, they were soon communicating rapidly using a mixture of speech, images, sensations, and ship-built structures, such as scans, charts, flight plans, and more. It wasn't telepathy, but it was far more than simple conversation. Emotional overtones tinged their communications. Sal's often carried a protective feel, a desire to look after Allie and Jess. Allie's messages to Jess varied, sometimes amused, sometimes caring, often with a warm element he could only interpret as a hug. Occasionally, flashes of something stronger and far more intimate, something he knew was leaking the other way, too. Each time it happened, Sal's messages gained a deep sense of amusement, while Allie leaked embarrassment. After 20 minutes or so, Jess reluctantly left them to it. He needed sleep, and they had the mining operation well in hand. He would take over when he woke up, giving them a chance to rest. "How's it going?" asked Elizabeth, when she saw him stretching and blinking. "Fine. Good," he yawned. "Sorry. They are both handling it very well. I'm going to get some rest, leave them to it. They'll be stuck in the medical bay for a good few hours yet, so the other cabin's free if you need to sleep.
Sounds good. I don't sleep much these days, but I'll grab 3 or 4 hours.
Jess went to his cabin. He expected to fall asleep immediately, but instead found himself worrying. Memories of Matt's betrayal flashed across his mind, mixed with concerns over Elizabeth. If she was going to try something, this would be the time, he realized. Sal and Allie were stuck where they were, and he'd be asleep. Feeling disgusted with himself, he locked the door to the medical bay and sealed his own door, adding alarms to each. Elizabeth had done nothing to warrant his suspicions, but he couldn't help himself. Memories of waking in a cell after Matt had drugged him kept returning, despite the monitoring his implants now ran to warn him. Locking the doors helped, but it didn't erase the worries. He finally fell into a restless sleep. Chapter 23. Jess woke to a blow on his head, and a deep voice shouting at him. Another blow was accompanied by more shouting to get on his feet. He rolled over to get up, only to get a kick to the stomach. Winded and dizzy, he collapsed back to the floor. Suddenly hands grabbed him, dragged him, and helped him to stand. He gasped his thanks to the other prisoners, warily watching the guard to see if the beating would continue. Not this time. He'd seen another prisoner who hadn't stood up yet. A boot to the side of her head made her roll over. Jess stared. It was Allie. His brain was sluggish from the blow it had taken, but the sight of Allie being assaulted poured molten fire through his veins. Screaming at the guard, he rushed forwards, tackling the man just as he was about to deliver another kick, dragging him to the floor. The rest of the prisoners scattered to the edges of the cell, crouching down with hands on their heads, desperately trying to avoid the punishment they knew was coming. 3 other guards ran over and grabbed Jess, dragging him off, then laying into him with the heavy clubs they carried. Then 2 of them held Jess, partly restraining him, but mostly holding him upright. The beating didn't hurt as much as he knew it should have. He wondered if his skull had been cracked. The guard he'd attacked stepped in close, drew his gun and pointed it at Jess's head. Then, shaking his head, he lowered it, pointing it at where Allie still lay on the floor. "No! No, don't!" Jess screamed. "Please! Shoot me! Don't shoot her!" The guard grinned at Jess, then pulled the trigger. Once, twice, 3 times. Each shot struck Allie in the chest, making her body writhe. Jess felt as if each shot had hit him instead. Allie's wounds hurt him far more than his own beating. Then the guard fired once more, into her head. Jess screamed as the shot rang out. He jerked upright, screams still echoing around his cabin. The bedclothes were in a tangled mess around him, dripping with sweat. His heart was pounding and his breathing ragged. Desperately he reached out for the ship, checking the status of Sal and Allie. Both were still safely in the medical bay, busy controlling the mining operation. Elizabeth was in the living room, watching a vid. Checking the time, he saw he'd been asleep a little over 5 hours. Knowing he wouldn't get to sleep again, he left his cabin and used the shower, washing off the night's sweat, and putting on clean clothes before heading into the living room. Despite the time and the shower, he still carried a huge knot inside his chest. The dream had been so real, and far too close to his fears. "You look terrible," Elizabeth said. "What happened?" "Bad dream," he muttered, heading for the food dispenser to get a strong coffee. "Really bad dream." "Want to talk about it?" He got his drink, then sat on the sofa beside her, uncertain whether to share his fears or dismiss them. He realized he couldn't keep quiet, that he needed to talk. In a quiet voice, he started to recount his dream, his voice growing strained and cracking several times towards the end. When he finished, Elizabeth pulled him into a hug. That was the final straw. He burst into tears, the horror of the dream overwhelming him. She held him until the tears subsided, then he pulled back, feeling embarrassed at having let himself go. She smiled at him gently. "It's easy to forget how young you are," she said. "You carry off being captain so well. You really care for Allie, don't you?" Jess just nodded, surprised by her words. "Can't say I blame you. If I was, I don't know, much younger, you'd have some competition. Fine-looking girl." She studied him for a moment. "You don't seem shocked." "Why would I be?" "Really? There's a lot of people out there who disapprove of 2 women together. Jess shrugged. It wasn't unusual amongst the prisoners. So long as no one is getting hurt, what does it matter? Blimey! Imagine that! Anyways, you're safe. She's way too young for me. Tell me, was there anyone for you before? Anyone you got close to? No, Allie is the first person I've met who I felt this way about. I think I might be in love with her. When she's around, she makes me feel so... well, really... Elizabeth laughed. Don't worry. Far better people than us have stumbled over describing love. I'm guessing the two of you haven't, spent the night together? Jess flushed and shook his head, not trusting himself to speak. And by now, I'm sure you've been through the vids we intercepted and watched some of the pornographic ones. The ones with sex in? Now Jess felt like his face was on fire. He froze, not knowing what to say or do. Good for you. I'd be damned worried about a teenager who didn't. I'll put odds on the fact she has too. Take a bit of advice. When the time comes, forget all that. It's all fake. Just go with your feelings. Take it as slow as you can. Enjoy yourselves. And remember that like anything worth doing, it takes a lot of practice to get really good. The practice is damn good fun, though. Now Jess was nearly choking, certain his skin would catch fire if it got any hotter. Laughing again, Elizabeth stood. Normally, I'd tell you to take your time. Take it real slow, be completely sure. We might not have that long, though. If it feels right, to both of you mind, then grab your chance with both hands. Otherwise, if something happens, you'll regret it the rest of your life. I do. The last two words were so soft he hardly heard them. She walked off, leaving Jess wishing the floor would swallow him with half his mind, while the other half was feverishly thinking about the advice he'd been given. He wouldn't realize for several hours what a great job she'd done of distracting him from his nightmares. Evening saw them working on the 6th asteroid, this one much larger than those before. The speed of the mining had greatly increased. Jess estimated they'd be finished stocking up on the supplies they needed within a couple more days, 3 at the outside. As they finished eating, he told them he had news. The first 2 robots were fully refurbished. He downplayed the event to avoid another embarrassing failure. When the 2 robots walked into the room, the other 3 were amazed. Gone were the bulky combat robots. In their place were gleaming, sleek machines with no obvious weapons. However, they were actually far more dangerous than before, not less. Hidden under their smooth skin was a powerful shield generator, capable of protecting both the robot and one person. Lethal weaponry emerged from their sleek bodies at a moment's notice. They were fast and agile and, as they were controlled through the ship, unusually flexible in what they could do. Despite appearing to be unarmed, they carried with them a sense of danger far beyond their previous incarnation. They scare the pants off me, Elizabeth said. I think we need something more than them, though. Body armor for a start, a lot of it. When we take on the station, we're gonna need help from the first batch of prisoners to get the others out. They'll know the layout, know where to look. We can't send them back in without protection. We'll need basic medical packs, too, to deal with any wounded in the complex, and the less badly injured once we get them clear. And guns? Do we arm the prisoners? Asked Jess. Definitely not. We want an evacuation, not a battle. Give them guns, and some of them will go looking for revenge. We need the guards to feel safe, too. At least safe from the prisoners. If they start getting shot at, it'll be a bloodbath. Right. Sorry. Don't be daft. How could you know? This is what I'm here for, planning the stuff you don't know. Can't know. We will need to buy guns, actually. The only place to get this stuff is from an arms dealer. They'll get suspicious if we just buy armor and medkits. And the one thing they're happier to sell than arms is information. Makes sense, said Sal. We need to be careful, though. We can't have a repeat of the trouble getting the robots. No, but it's different this time. We'll take Robbie Robot and his pal over there along. Those shields can protect us from a lot of damage, get us well clear of trouble, and we'll have the equipment loaded into a sealed-off section of the ship,
Use the sensors to scan it, and one of the robots to check through it all."
"Only 2 of us can go then," Allie said. "Which 2?
"Definitely me," replied Elizabeth. "None of you could carry it off, and I think Jess. He can be my son, though it pains me to say I'm that old. Out on his first business trip with me, learning the ropes. That way they won't be suspicious if he makes any mistakes."
"Are you sure? What if something happens?"
"I'll be fine," Jess said. "The robots can shield us long enough to get clear, and you 2 can have plenty of combat drones nearby. I'm pretty sure the ship can make some that are really small, too. Small enough to fit a couple into each robot's bodywork. That'll give a really nasty surprise if anyone tries any dirty tricks." Allie and Sal asked more questions before agreeing with the plan, relieved that they would have a direct influence on keeping Jess and Elizabeth safe if things went wrong. Jess had another piece of news. The remodeling of the ship was advancing well, and crew quarters had been completed. They now each had a reasonably sized bedroom, complete with an ensuite. The big news, though, was that each included a deep bath, something Allie had talked about wistfully a couple of days before. The news was met with smiles all round. Later, Jess and Allie sat together on a sofa talking. Allie snuggled against him. Sal was in the flight deck supervising the mining, and Elizabeth had gone to her cabin to soak in the bath. Their conversation reached a pause, and Allie pulled back a little, studying his face.
"You know, the idea of a bath sounds heavenly. I think I might go have a soak, too."
Jess gulped as an image of Allie lying naked in a hot bath came to him. Quickly pushing the image away, he searched for something to say. "I've never had a bath. Well, not a proper one. We were sometimes forced into a freezing cold pool of water if there was one handy. Or we got hosed down with cold water if we were getting too smelly and dirty for the guards to put up with. Never a warm bath, though."
"Really? You must try it sometime. There's only one problem, I find."
She spoke tentatively, chewing her bottom lip. "What?" asked Jess. "Did I mess up the design?"
No. It's just... Well, I can never seem to reach my back to wash it. Would you mind helping me?"
Jess's jaw dropped. His heart hammered and his breathing was ragged. She laughed at his reaction. Yes, of course." He was grinning madly now, but so was she. He felt a little confidence return. "You might have to teach me how, though," he said.
"I'm sure I can do that. I'll wash your back first, if you like."
Unable to contain himself, Jess pulled Allie to him and kissed her, a kiss she returned hungrily. Moments later they were running down the corridor towards her cabin, hand in hand. Jess already had the bath filling with hot, soapy water, and it was full by the time they reached it. Jess paused by the bath, uncertain whether to start undressing. For a moment Allie looked awkward too. Then, with a sparkle in her eye, she shoved him into the large bath, clothes and all. Laughing, she jumped in after him. Jess's first experience of a bath was one he thoroughly enjoyed, even more so once they had stripped off their soaking clothes. As the night wore on, he had several other new experiences, ones he enjoyed even more. Finally, a long time after entering Allie's cabin, the 2 of them lay curled up together in her bed, basking in each other's company. As sleep washed over him, Jess was sure he'd have no nightmares that night. Chapter 24. Jess opened his eyes to find Allie staring at him from a few inches away. He grinned as memories from the night before washed over him, a grin that soon spread to her face. "Morning," he said.
"Morning," she replied, kissing him quickly. "You look younger when you sleep, you know, less worried."
"Have you been watching me long?"
"Only a few minutes. I was thinking, worrying really, about you and Elizabeth going to the arms dealer. It makes sense, but I don't know, it's just—"
"You don't trust her fully?"
"Do you?"
Jess shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe I'm just being too cautious because of Matt, but I don't think we know her well enough to trust her fully. I want to trust her, but something keeps nagging at me.
I feel the same. This trip to the arms dealer could be a perfect time to betray us. You'll have the robots for protection, and the drones Sal and I will control. But what if there's an easy way to neutralize them or their weapons? She could be leading you straight into a trap. I don't like the way she suddenly had this idea, suddenly said we needed armor and the rest.
I know, but the rest of us would never think of the things she has. The armor and the field med kits make good sense.
You need bait in a trap, you know.
Yeah, I know, but I have an ace up my sleeve, an escape route. You remember how I escaped Stone Snake Mining Complex?
How could I forget? Entering jump space without even a spacesuit? It was madness. You're not going to try that again, are you? You said it nearly killed you, that you got really lucky.
It was, but this time it would be different. The field from the robot will protect me, and I can take it and me into jump space. Because I can survive there a bit longer, the timing of the ship's jump isn't so critical. The chances of success will be much higher.
And if they have found a way to neutralize the robot or its protective shield, what then?
Then we use the ship to start peeling the place apart till I get free. They'll get the message eventually.
Damn, I hate waiting around. I thought now I could control the robots and the drones that was behind me. Instead, I'm going to be waiting to see if it's a trap, and if it is, whether I'll be able to save you.
I think that goes with the territory. Even with control of the Wanderer, I still seem to spend most of my time waiting and worrying, especially about you.
She stared into his eyes for a few seconds, then laid her head on his chest. He held her close, finding comfort in the feeling. Soon the feel of her body against his led to much more intense thoughts and feelings, and they were both swept up in their passion. A long time passed before they emerged from the cabin ready for breakfast. They found Sal and Elizabeth sitting at the table eating. Both looked up, took one look at Jess and Allie holding hands, and immediately turned away trying to hide huge grins. Fighting the urge to turn and run, Jess walked to the food dispenser with Allie, then sat at the table, Allie still beside him. Both he and Allie kept their eyes on their food, stealing occasional glances at each other. "You'll have to excuse me," Sal said, standing. "I need to, have a shower, then get some sleep. I've been controlling the mining all night. I'll catch you later." Jess nibbled at some toast as she left the room, glancing at Allie several times. He caught her eye the last time, and a stupid grin spread over his face. She smiled back and tried to hide it behind her cup of coffee. "Young love," Elizabeth said. Jess could tell she was grinning, even though he couldn't make himself look her way. "Right, kids," she continued. "I told you I was a straight talker, so yes, we know that you two spent the night together. Yes, we have a fair idea what you were doing. Believe it or not, you haven't just invented sex. And yes, I can't think of anything worse for you right at this moment than having two oldies grinning at you. But you've done nothing wrong. You've got nothing to be ashamed of. So how about actually looking at me when I'm talking to you?" Jess glanced at Allie, who nodded reluctantly. They both turned towards Elizabeth. As he'd expected, she had a big grin on her face. He felt his cheeks burning, but reached out for Allie's hand and stared back defiantly. Somehow he didn't feel so young anymore. It wasn't what they had done, or mostly not. It was knowing Allie felt the same way he did. That she was going to be there for him no matter what. He felt like he could take on the whole galaxy right then. He stared Elizabeth in the eye, not trusting himself to speak, but not willing to back down. She glanced between the two of them, her grin settling down into a smile. She nodded to herself. "It's done you good, both of you. Given you a bit of fire, a bit of confidence. Good. We're gonna need that. Word of advice, though. Tread carefully around Sal for a while." That completely threw Jess. "Why?" he asked. Elizabeth sighed deeply, a sad look settling onto her face. "I may be getting older than I like to admit, but I do remember how you feel. Finding someone who will stand beside you forever, or so you think at the time. Sal never had that. We were talking before you two finally made an appearance. She fell in love when she was younger, of course, but she always knew it wouldn't last, that sooner or later they'd be split up.
In her case, it was only a few weeks after she'd first fallen in love that the prisoners were moved around. Marcus, she said his name was. She never saw him again. She doesn't know if he's still alive, even. Don't get me wrong, she's happy for you both, but it brings back some painful memories.
I should have thought, Jess said. I knew what it was like. I lived that life too.
Bollocks! If you'd been thinking of another woman in any way last night, Allie should have cut your balls off. I sure as hell would have.
Jess stared at her, shocked, while Allie collapsed in giggles. Her laughter was infectious. Soon Jess was laughing too. Elizabeth soon made her excuses and left them to their breakfast, though she threw in a warning about not shagging on the breakfast table, which had Jess and Allie blushing furiously. Much as he would have loved to take Allie back to her cabin, Jess forced himself to enter the flight deck and resume the mining operation. Allie joined him, and soon they were deep in communication via the ship, guiding the mining drones as they depleted another asteroid. For a short while, at least. Jess found his mind wandering back to the previous night, and flashes of the sights and feelings he remembered quickly leaked over to Allie, who responded in kind. Very quickly, all thoughts of mining were forgotten as they realized the opportunity their mental link offered. Jess only just retained enough control to lock the door of the flight deck before they were pulling each other's clothes off. The sex the night before had been an amazing experience, but doing it while their thoughts and emotions were so closely linked was simply mind-blowing. The next couple of days seemed to fly past for Jess. He and Allie found it easier to face Elizabeth and Sal. Work on restructuring the ship went rapidly. Despite the dangers they'd soon face, he felt on top of the world. The only damper was Sal. As Elizabeth had said, his relationship with Allie had stirred up some unpleasant memories for Sal. He and Allie were careful not to work at the same time she did, to avoid bleeding any of their daydreams over to her, and worked on bringing their minds more fully under control. Suddenly, work on the ship was completed. At least that's how it felt to Jess. The reality of their situation hit home. It didn't dull his intense feelings for Allie, but it did add an element of melancholy. The knowledge that one or both of them could be killed in the next few days. Chapter 25. Jess nervously drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair, trying to ease the knot in his stomach. Strapped in beside him, Elizabeth seemed calm, quietly studying the station their shuttle was approaching.
One last time, tell me the rules, Elizabeth asked.
Again?
Yes, again. You're wound up like a spring. I want to be sure you've not forgotten them.
All right, Jess sighed before continuing. 1, you're in charge. You do all the talking. 2, I don't call you by name, but I don't call you Mum or Mother either.
That's critical. It won't sound natural. What's 3?
3, no communicating with a wanderer. They might pick up that my attention is elsewhere and wonder why.
Good. And 4?
Jess stared at her in panic, his mind blank. What? I don't know. She smiled at him.
Relax. There is no 4. Seriously, take it easy. Just remember to keep your mouth shut and everything will be fine.
Jess wasn't convinced. Quite apart from his nerves over the coming encounter, he still didn't completely trust Elizabeth. On top of all that, the situation felt uncomfortably close to the disaster when they tried to purchase the robots. That thought made him glance over his shoulder. The sight of the 2 robots standing behind him was reassuring at least, especially when the one controlled by Allie winked at him. Despite everything, he grinned back. As they walked out the shuttle's airlock, they were met by 5 guards, all decked out in heavy black armor and toting hefty rifles. One stepped forward, asked them to follow, and set off towards a corridor at the back of the docking bay. Jess and Elizabeth followed, the robots shadowing them. The remaining guards fell in behind. They followed the corridor for several minutes, passing numerous doorways and side corridors. Jess was pretty certain they were heading deep into the heart of the station, something which Sal confirmed to him. Despite Elizabeth's rule, he was staying in close contact with Sal and Allie, ready for any treachery by either Elizabeth or the arms dealers. To avoid arousing suspicion, They were sticking to short, plain messages. "Detecting heavy electronic interference," Sal sent. "Normal communication would be lost by now." "Okay, thanks," he replied, grateful yet again for the Wanderer's exceptional abilities. They left the corridor soon after, taking a bewildering series of turns which Jess was sure had them covering the same ground several times. Then they reached an imposing blast door. Their guide stopped and turned to speak to them. "Just through there. Your robots must stay here." Jess tensed inside, glancing nervously at Elizabeth. If she agreed, could he argue? Would it risk blowing their cover? But would it also be a sign that she couldn't be trusted? "That wasn't the deal," she said firmly. "They go where we go. We're in the middle of your station. What are we going to do? Start a fight? Not bloody likely. But they stay with us. Otherwise the deal's off and we go back to our ship." The guard studied her for a moment, then shrugged and turned back to the blast door, which softly hissed open. They followed him into the room beyond. Jess couldn't have said what he expected to see. A small room dominated by a conference table complete with a man dressed in a smart suit certainly wasn't it. The man was middle-aged, but still fit-looking, with a full head of dark hair neatly gelled down. Almost the perfect image of an honest businessman. The eyes let him down, though, piercing and cruel. They were the eyes of a predator. He sat behind the table, gesturing for Jess and Elizabeth to sit the other side. "Careful. The room has a large number of concealed weapons, all trained on the two of you." Jess sent a quick acknowledgement as he took his seat, trying not to look for the weapons. The sound of the door closing behind made him turn. Both robots were standing close behind him, and two guards were just inside the door. The others waited outside. "We have your requirements, and you have our prices." The man launched straight in, not bothering to introduce himself. His voice matched his appearance, cultured and gentle, but with a hint of steel. "We can supply what you asked for from our stores. I have to meet you face to face and ask you what you need them for. It is part of our duty as responsible traders." The last was said with heavy irony. "We're branching out into hunting trips," Elizabeth answered. "Big game hunting. Only on planets where it's allowed, of course." "Of course. All is in order. I can authorize delivery as soon as we receive payment then, as I'm sure you will use the items responsibly." Even having been warned of this by Elizabeth, Jess found the brief exchange shocking. She'd explained that the arms dealers wanted to keep a respectable image, to claim they only supplied weapons responsibly. A complete sham, but one that prevented the authorities from looking at their business too closely, provided those authorities were suitably bribed, of course. "The payment is in our shuttle," Elizabeth replied. "We'll unload it for you before leaving." "Excellent. Now, would you care to join me for a drink?" Without waiting for an answer, he pressed a button set into the table. A small side door opened and something walked in, carrying a tray with 3 shot glasses on it. Jess stared at the creature. Covered in short, dark fur, its main body was horizontal, supported by 4 short legs on each side. Its body was rectangular, maybe 2 meters long and half that wide. It almost looked like a walking, furry table. A long, flexible neck and 2 equally flexible arms rose from the front of its body. The arms ended in many sucker-tipped appendages. The neck was topped by a narrow head with a small mouth and 2 sets of eyes, one pair close together like a hunting animal, the other pair set wide on its head, giving excellent peripheral vision. A large silver band circled its neck. With a start, Jess recognized it as a form of control collar. The creature reached the table and set the tray down with a slight bump, spilling a little of the contents. It cowered back immediately as the arms dealer scowled at it. "Useless creature!" he shouted at it. Reaching out, he pushed another button on the table. Immediately, the creature collapsed to the floor, writhing in agony. Jess stared in horror. His life as a prisoner meant he could recognize a control collar in action, even on such an amazing creature. "Stop it!" he shouted. "You're hurting it!" He went to stand, but Elizabeth grabbed his arm, glaring at him. The arms dealer grinned at Jess, keeping his finger on the button for several more seconds before relenting. The creature remained on the floor, whimpering in a deep tone. "Do you like my pet?" the man asked. "It is amazingly rare. I found it in a damaged ship nearly 30 years ago now. It may not be the best servant, but it is the most unusual." "I want to buy it," Jess said. "How much do you want?" The man laughed. "It's not for sale. Not that you could possibly afford the price if it was." "How much?" Jess demanded, standing. "I want it. How much will it cost? We can pay." The arms dealer's face twitched, annoyance showing through his facade of reasonableness. Elizabeth stood and grabbed Jess by the arm, forcing him to sit again. "Jess, I won't have you showing me up like this. I brought you on this trip to see how I do business, to start to learn, not to cause a scene and embarrass me. Now sit down and shut up." "Jess, calm down. It's too risky. Get hold of yourself." Jess forced himself to take deep breaths, the message from Sal having far more of an effect than Elizabeth's words. "I'm sorry," Elizabeth said, turning back to the arms dealer. "It's my own fault. He's my only child, and I've spoilt him. Always let him have anything he wanted. He needs to learn there are things in life he can't have. Something we'll be having a long discussion about as soon as we get back on my ship." The arms dealer visibly relaxed, a smile that was more like a sneer on his face. "We were all young once," he said. "We all had lessons to learn, if we lived that long." The last statement carried a clear threat. Jess stared at the table sullenly, not trusting himself to look up. He was still incredibly angry and felt helpless, desperate to help the poor creature but unable to. "Get out of my sight," the arms dealer ordered the creature. It quickly slunk out through the side door. "Now, please join me in a drink." He took one shot glass, pushing the tray with the other two towards Elizabeth and Jess. Elizabeth took one and pointedly set it down in front of Jess, then took her own. She knocked hers back in one hit, as did the arms dealer. Reluctantly, Jess followed suit, coughing as the strong spirits burned his throat, much to the arms dealer's enjoyment. For a moment, Jess worried what might be in the drink, but his implants quickly confirmed it was simply alcohol, though particularly strong. The arms dealer stood. "Thank you for your business. You will be escorted back to your shuttle. Please unload the payment, and we will arrange for the containers to be delivered near to your ship, ready for your shuttles to collect, as agreed." "Thank you," Elizabeth said. "And I apologize once again for my son's outburst. Come on, Jess." They stood and followed the guards out of the room, robots once again following close behind. Still seething inside, Jess played the part of a petulant teenager without any need to act. "I'm sorry. You couldn't save that creature. I know it's hard." The message from Sal didn't make him feel any better. He trudged along the warren of passages before they finally entered the main corridor. Elizabeth didn't try to speak to him, and he had no desire to talk. They reached the shuttle in silence. Elizabeth walked to the shuttle and entered a code on the control panel by the cargo door, one that wasn't connected to anything. Jess sent a pulsed command to the shuttle, and the door opened. To the guards, it appeared to be a normal shuttle with a security lock. "Unload the cargo," Elizabeth ordered the robots. Again, this was just for show. The robots were under Sal and Allie's control. They marched in and started unloading the contents. Large bars of gold and other precious metals were carried out and then scanned by the guards. Jess had no idea of the value, other than it was far above a reasonable rate for their supplies. They were paying a huge premium to get the items with no questions asked. The guards confirmed the payment was valid, that the bars were pure all the way through. Elizabeth sealed the cargo hatch. Then she, Jess, and the robots entered the shuttle's flight deck via its airlock. Sal sent a message to confirm that the containers were being delivered. Everything had gone completely according to plan. Yet Jess's mouth tasted of ashes, and he had a heavy lump in his chest. He couldn't get the image of the poor enslaved creature out of his head. They lifted off without issues and flew out of the station's docking bay. As they cleared the structure, Elizabeth let out a huge sigh and visibly sank into her seat. "My God, Jess, what the bloody hell were you thinking? You bloody idiot! They could have killed us both." As always, when she was stressed or angry, her speech became clipped. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. You saw what they did to that creature. Yeah, I know. Sorry, should have known how it'd affect you. Bloody hell, though. That was too feckin' close. She paused for a moment, took several deep breaths to calm herself down. It must have worked as her speech became less clipped. Sorry, I wish we could have helped it too. We couldn't, though. At best, we'd have blown the deal. At worst, they'd have started shooting. Even with the robots, I didn't want that. You okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Really, Jess replied, smiling. She studied him closely. Why this sudden change? I thought you wanted to save it. Now suddenly you don't care that we left it behind? We didn't. I just checked the shuttle's sensors. It's standing behind you, against the wall. Elizabeth span round, staring at the wall. Jess knew she couldn't see the creature, nor could he with his own eyes. It was showing up clearly on the shuttle's internal sensors, though. There's nothing there, Elizabeth said. Actually, there is. Sal's voice sounded strange coming from the robot's speaker grill. Now Jess has pointed it out. The robot can just about detect it. Not easily, though. Try scanning for electrical discharge, Jess said. Wow. Yep, it's glowing away there. Amazing. It's standing on the rear 2 sets of legs. The front half of its body is tilted up by 90 degrees, and its front 2 pairs of legs are just hanging down. Suddenly, a chunk of the shuttle's back wall seemed to flicker, and they could see the creature. Flexing its long neck, it faced Jess.
Found me, have you? Take me back not, please.
Its voice was deep, the words more rumbled than spoken. Jess stared at the creature for a few seconds, amazed that it could speak. Not the creature, the alien, for it couldn't be anything else. He realized it was waiting for a reply. He tried to speak, only managed to squeak, cleared his throat and tried again. No, don't worry. We won't take you back, I promise.
Much thanks. Kind are you. Pain recognized you. Slave recognized you. Slave were you? Your eyes saw it in.
Jess struggled for a moment to make sense of the creature's words. Then it struck him. The creature was asking if he had been a slave, was saying it saw that in his eyes. The creature's broken speech had led him to think of it as stupid. He realized with a shock that he had seriously underestimated it. Yes, he said softly. Yes, I was a slave, until recently. I didn't want to leave you there. I couldn't get you free, though.
Matter not. Myself free did. Easy was.
Wait. Your collar is gone. How did you do that?
Easy. Long time do could. No point. I go where? Waited. Long waited. Right soul for waited. Right soul found. You. Stay can?
I guess so. I need to speak to the others. We need to learn more about you. Whatever happens, we won't take you back, though. You'll be free, I promise.
You thank Jess.
You're most welcome, Jess grinned. What's your name?
Can say you not. Use you, Tico.
Tico? Okay, Tico. We'll be back at our ship soon. Is there anything you need before we get there?
Need no. Freedom I have. Much thanks.
Once they returned to the Wanderer, Jess introduced Tico to Allie and Sal. Both looked nervous. Jess could understand why. They had a complete unknown aboard the ship. It's okay, he pulsed to them. The ship can track it. I'm keeping a close eye on it. Sal caught his eye and nodded once to show she understood. How did you get aboard the shuttle? How did you know where it was?
Follow did I. Followed to shuttle. As door opened, entered did I. Fast am I.
And they didn't know you could do this? That you could disappear from sight?
No. Careful been I. Saving escape for. Saving today for.
How did they capture you? Asked Jess. They mentioned a ship. Were you flying it?
Memory not have. Memory start slave ass. Young maybe was. Baby maybe was.
Have you met any others like you?
Not met. Want too much. Travel want to. Family find. Find you with?
Maybe. I need to talk to the others. You've managed to deceive those arms dealers for years. We have to decide if we can trust you. Tico became agitated, weaving its head in a figure-8 pattern.
Deceive not them. Tell nothing them. Say not can hide. Tell you now. Tell you trust can. Tell you hurt will not. You fellow not slave.
All right, calm down. We still need to talk about it. And we need to deal with the shipments coming across from the station, too. Are you hungry? Would you like to rest?
Hungry now not. Rest like. Pool water warm like much.
Warm water? Well, you can use the bath in my room. Anyone else want to ask Tico anything? The others shook their heads, faces still troubled. Jess led Tico to his own cabin, having ordered the bath filled, then left it, locking the door behind him. Well, what do you think? He asked as he reached the living area again.
Could be a spy, Elizabeth said. Classic way to get an agent aboard. Though I would have expected messages from the station. Something about it having escaped and being very dangerous. Something to reinforce that it had escaped, rather than been let go.
Or it could be on the level, Jess countered. We can't send it back. Who knows what they'd do to it now?
I didn't say send it back. I ain't certain it's a spy, but it's a possibility. We need to be careful of it. Keep a close watch, not trust it.
Even if it's really escaped, that doesn't mean we can trust it, said Allie. It might have plans of its own. Maybe it wants this ship. You heard it say how long it had waited for the right moment. That doesn't make sense, Sal said. You saw what it can do. It could have gotten onto almost any ship that docked here. Why wait all this time? There's no way it could have known our ship was special.
So spy or on the level, muttered Elizabeth. If it's a spy, you catching it screwed their plans. It ain't gonna do much if we keep a close watch. We should do that even if we decide it's being honest.
Makes sense, said Sal. We haven't always been great at spotting what people are going to do. With an alien, we can't possibly tell. I guess, Jess said. We can use the ship to watch where it is. I don't think it can hurt us. Whatever it can do must be fairly limited. If it could control minds or the like, then it would have taken over the arms dealer's station years ago. Allie? Allie shrugged her shoulders, then nodded hesitantly. I guess so, she said. Do we tell it our plans, though? As soon as the supplies are loaded, we're heading directly for our target. I don't see how telling it the plans has any risk. And it has a right to know we could all wind up dead soon. Cheerful thought, muttered Sal. All right, I think that's decided then. We need to get those supplies on board. Jess used the ship's sensors to check on Tico. The alien was stretched out in the bath, only its long neck above the water, repeatedly making soft, deep crooning noises. Somehow Jess felt the alien seemed happy. He wondered when, if ever, it had last been allowed the luxury of a long soak in hot water. Then they set to work using shuttles to grab the containers packed with supplies and load them aboard the ship. Armor and medical supplies went to one area, weapons to a different area, one that was self-contained and not accessible from anywhere else. Dishing out the weapons was a true last resort situation. As soon as the supplies were secured, he had the Wanderer heading away from the station. Once they were at the normal safe distance, they jumped, heading for Iona Orbital Farm, where Allie's friends were held. Chapter 26. The flight to Iona was short, only 14 hours, as they'd chosen an arms dealer relatively close by. They had planned to get a good night's sleep on the way. Jess soon realized that was unlikely to happen. Between the building excitement about finally putting their plan into action and the wonder and worry that Tico generated, no one would be sleeping much. After soaking in the bath for more than 2 hours, Tico finally dried itself off and headed for the door to Jess's room. Alerted by the ship, Jess unlocked the door and monitored Tico as the alien returned to the living area. He was surprised at the changes he saw. The alien's fur was now a deep brown color and far softer than it had been. When he asked Tico about the change, The alien told him the previous coloring had mostly been dirt. It hadn't had a bath of any form for several years. They talked to Tico for a while, but it was frustrating. The alien knew nothing about its personal history or its race. Most of what it could suggest were things it had overheard its human masters discussing. Soon their conversation turned to the plan for Iona. They ran through it yet again from start to finish.
"The problem is still getting your friends off," Elizabeth said. "Whatever happens, making sure we get everyone off is going to be tough. We won't know where your friends are, so we can't be sure to get them off early on. Saving the others is good, but if you manage that and don't get all the folks snatched with Allie, I don't think any of us are going to be happy."
"What else can we do?" Jess asked. "I can't think of any way we can work out where they are before making our move. If we could get access to their main systems, it would be different. The Wanderer can create a package to infiltrate and control the systems, but they aren't going to let us walk up and slap something in place on their consoles."
"Help maybe can I," Tico said. "Package deliver can I. See me not, will they?"
They all stared at the alien for a few seconds. Then Jess smiled. "Tico could, you know. We've seen how effective his camouflage is. How would we get it on board, though?" "Same way as we got him off last time," replied Sal. "We visit as buyers, looking to buy food this time. He slips in, finds what we need, and gets out with us. Or we work out a way to bust him out as the attack starts. Who should go, though?"
"Me and Jess," replied Elizabeth. "That worked well last time. We give off the right vibes. Sal's too old to be my daughter. Allie, you're too close to this. You wouldn't be able to keep cool in there. Not so close to your friends."
"Could we get the robots in there again?" asked Jess.
"One, maybe, not both. Don't need two, though. One'll be enough. It's a farm, not a bloody arms dealer."
"Tico, what if there's someone in the room you need to get to? There might be guards. It will take a minute or two for the package to infiltrate. After that, it will physically have melted into the systems, but till then they could destroy it or lock down the systems. They might figure someone is in there but camouflaged and start firing."
"Enslavers not stop me can. Enslavers kill I. Succeed will I."
"Damn right. Look at the size of him," Elizabeth said. "They won't see him coming either. Won't know what hit him." They discussed the idea, and soon everyone agreed it had promise. Jess worried for Tico's safety, but the alien was adamant it would be fine. One thing seemed to worry it.
"Leave me not. Back for me come," it said, eyes fixed on Jess's.
"I promise," said Jess. "Whatever happens, we'll get you off that station."
"Thanks, Jess friend."
They spent some time discussing the modified plan. If Tico could deliver the infiltration package, it would give them a huge advantage. They could locate the people Allie knew, ensure those prisoners were amongst the first evacuated. Then it would be a matter of freeing as many other prisoners as they could. Having access to and control of the internal systems would be a huge help there. They kept running into the same problem. They couldn't finalize the plans till they saw the layout of the orbital farm. The meeting gave way to a meal, where they discovered Tico was vegetarian by choice, though it didn't object to the rest eating meat. It told them it had often been fed animal offal, forced to eat it to survive, but that a vegetarian diet had always felt right. Finally, everyone started to head to bed. Jess asked Tico if it slept. Tico replied that its body and mind entered a quiet state, but it never truly lost consciousness. Jess offered his room again, no sacrifice as he was sleeping with Allie each night. When Tico accepted, he felt he had to warn it that the door would be locked. Tico took it with good grace, telling Jess that it understood why. Jess and Allie went to her room, but the intense passion of previous nights was missing. Instead, they quickly found themselves clinging to each other, discussing their fears. Both worried for the other, worried it might be their last night together. Jess was surprised to find that rather than making them want to sleep together one last time, or several last times, he just wanted to hold Allie. Keep her close to him, feel her breathing, feel her heartbeat, smell the scent of her skin and hair. She clung to him in turn, alternating between holding him close and pulling back to study his face, as if trying to commit it to her memory. Jess realized that night that he loved Allie, beyond any doubt, and he wanted to spend his life with her. The moment was bittersweet, tinged as it was with the knowledge that this could be their last night together. Breakfast was a quiet affair, each person lost in their own thoughts. Jess ate mechanically, knowing he would need the energy but hardly tasting the food. He kept replaying the plan in his mind, searching for weaknesses or assumptions. The others were doing the same, he was sure. Jess finally finished his breakfast and checked the time. There was still over an hour until they'd arrive at Iona. He spent most of that time checking and rechecking the readiness of the shuttles, drones, and robots, then the shields, weapons, thrusters, and engines of the Wanderer. All things he already knew were absolutely fine, but it helped distract him. Tempers frayed amongst the others as the tension built. Sal and Elizabeth snapped at each other over nothing. Allie intervened, making several waspish statements herself. When the timer ticked below 10 minutes, the change was tangible. Now the huge amounts of nervous energy in each person had a useful focus. Each prepared for their role, ensured they were clear on the plan, tested their communication links. Despite the approaching danger, the mood swung from nervous to excited. Jess found himself grinning uncontrollably several times. And then they arrived. The Wanderer broke back into normal space a reasonable distance from the Iona orbital farm. Sensor information flowed in, and for the first time they saw their target. Jess's first impression was of a large, blunt star shape. 8 long spokes radiated out from a central section, each mounting numerous rectangular farm sections. Each section was topped by a clear material, the station's orientation ensuring the sun shone continuously on the crops. The scale of the farm was amazing. Each spoke was nearly 10 kilometers long. Additional information from the sensors started to appear on the displays. Several small fighters were patrolling the area, 2 of which had already turned to intercept the Wanderer, with others docked at the central hub. A relatively strong shield covered that hub, but the sheer size of the farm segments meant they had only the barest of shielding, enough to protect against radiation from the sun, but not against much else. Many small laser emplacements were located along each arm, probably to act as meteor defenses. Interspersed through them were much larger weapons, ship killers. Considering the huge area and poor shielding, it made sense. Without the massive weapons, Iona would be at the mercy of any bunch of criminals that turned up with a few ships and threatened to blow holes in the farm. Elizabeth contacted the farm, confirmed they were on a peaceful trade mission, and arranged for her and Jess to visit to discuss terms and agree payment. Their request to bring 1 robot with them was agreed without question.
"I don't like this," Elizabeth said. "Something ain't right. They didn't ask enough questions. They agreed to the robot without any argument. Something don't feel right."
"A trap?" asked Sal. "Do we call off visiting them?"
"I don't know. I ain't comfortable, though."
"I don't think we can call it off," Jess said. "Look at the size of that place. We can't cover that much space. We have to know where the slaves are being kept, and tell them how to reach where we'll be. And we really need to get those weapons under our control or disabled. The Wanderer could stand up to them pretty well, for a while at least, but the shuttles wouldn't stand a chance. We have to get control of their systems."
"Damn it, yeah, you're right. If we didn't have the robot along with us, I'd say no way, but we should be fine. Between it and the drones we have hidden in the shuttle, we can blast our way out if necessary."
"I'm sorry," Allie said. "This is my fault. You're only here because of me. Now you're going into what is probably a trap, and I won't even be sharing the danger." "We're doing this because we want to," Jess insisted. "Besides, I'm counting on you to control the drones if we need busting out of there." They'd already agreed that Sal would control the robot, that Allie might be too tempted to vaporize the farm's managers before they got any prisoners clear. If the drones had to be deployed, then the time for subtlety would be long gone. Allie looked at Jess, Elizabeth, and finally Tico. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you all. You have no idea what this means to me. I hope I can repay you one day."
"Sounds like you're on one hell of a promise tonight," Elizabeth said to Jess with a grin. "Better strap yourself in."
The remark was perfectly timed. Allie gasped and turned bright red. Jess followed suit, while Sal and Elizabeth burst out laughing. The fear and worry remained, but the dark mood was broken. Soon after, the Wanderer coasted to a stop relative to Iona. Jess and Elizabeth said hurried farewells, though Allie and Jess had to be prompted several times before they let each other go. Then they were in the shuttle with a robot and Tico. Tico suddenly disappeared from their sight. Once again, Jess could detect the alien via the ship's sensors, mostly via the more advanced ones, which Elizabeth thought might be unique to the Wanderer. It seemed likely that Iona wouldn't have sensors sophisticated enough to spot the alien. It was simply an orbital farm, one of several hundred around the star it orbited. Its defenses were aimed at deterring opportunists, rather than fighting off a determined force. He was pleased to see that Tico was able to hide the infiltration package as well as himself. He'd worried the package would be visible, and any guard seeing it floating down a corridor would be bound to raise the alarm.
"I still don't like this," Elizabeth muttered. "Stay on your guard."
The short flight was uneventful. Once they had settled into the landing bay, Jess triggered the hatch and watched via the sensors as Tico quickly headed out. Jess lost sight of Tico as soon as it left the shuttle. Elizabeth and he took longer to exit, taking it slowly while trying to avoid being obvious about it. Elizabeth had a walking stick with her, and used it as she slowly exited the shuttle, Jess walking beside her. They were met by a young man dressed in dirty blue work overalls. "Welcome to Iona. I'm Nicholas. Sorry for the state of my outfit. The manager got delayed, and I had to rush down here to meet you. We don't often get unscheduled visitors, so you've caught us out, I'm afraid. If you'd follow me, we can wait in the manager's office." They followed Nicholas out of the docking bay and down several short corridors, taking it slowly as Elizabeth hobbled along using her stick. As they went, Nicholas chatted away, explaining the workings of the farm, how the water and soil were renewed by mining comets, and many other facts about Iona. Despite himself, Jess quite liked Nicholas, especially when the subject of the workers came up. "I guess you know we use slaves," he said uncomfortably. "It's the only way places like this can be profitable. I know that, but, well, they could be treated better. Fed better for sure. We're running a farm, aren't we? Treated with more respect, given rewards rather than punishments." Suddenly he seemed to realize what he was saying, and to who. "Sorry, please don't repeat that. I'd get into a lot of trouble. But, well, you seem nice. If you get the chance to suggest they could be treated just a little better, maybe you could bring it up."
"We'll see," Elizabeth replied in a neutral voice. "So, do you need special soil bacteria for different crop types?"
Relieved to be off the dangerous topic of the slaves, Nicholas launched into telling them about the varieties of crop bacteria needed for various different crops, how some could be used for many crops, while others had a unique symbiosis with a single crop. Partway through, Jess received a message from the ship, confirming the infiltration package had been successfully deployed and was fully integrated. The Wanderer estimated it would take several minutes more to fully control all the systems. Jess hid a smile and returned his focus to the lecture by Nicholas, which seemed to be never-ending. Jess was rather glad when they arrived at the manager's office, and the flow of technical terms stopped. Nicholas showed them into a small room with a big table taking much of the space. A black executive's chair sat behind it, with 3 worn-looking chairs the other side. "Please, sit down," Nicholas said, gesturing towards the chairs. They moved towards the chairs. Jess glanced over his shoulder and was pleased to see their robot holding position just inside the door. As he looked, the door quickly slid shut. The moment it did, there was a tremendous crash, and Jess's vision went white. He immediately reached for the ship, accelerating his thoughts. He was alarmed to realize he had no control over his body. He felt it slowly falling to the floor. At the same time, his implants warned that powerful airborne drugs were seeping into his body, drugs designed to knock him out. The implants quickly countered the chemicals, breaking them down into harmless compounds. "Jess, the robot has been hit by some sort of electrical charge," Sal sent. "It's managed to shake most of the effects off thanks to the changes the Wanderer made, but I'm shifting it into low power mode to make it seem disabled. Backup is there if you need it." "Thanks. Something hit us too. I can't see or hear. My body is falling and I can't control it. They are trying to drug me too. The implants are fighting it off. I think Elizabeth must be out for the count. I can't tell though. I'm scared, Sal." Hang in there, Jess. The robot still has vision and sound. I'll feed them to you. Suddenly, Jess could see again. Though watching his own body slowly falling to the floor was a strange sight. Elizabeth's, too. Jess was pleased to see Nicholas had also been affected. He liked the man, and this suggested Nicholas hadn't known about the trap. Drones are ready to launch from the shuttle, Allie said. Hold on, Jess replied. Let's see what happens here first. He didn't have to wait long at all. A hidden side door in the office opened, and 7 people wearing breathing masks emerged. They rushed towards Jess and the robot, ignoring Elizabeth and Nicholas, though to Jess the rush took place very slowly. One dived towards Jess, reaching his body not long after it struck the floor, and slapped a device onto the back of Jess's neck. Jess's implants immediately identified that a cocktail of anesthetic drugs was being pumped into his body. He had the implants clean these up too, while keeping his body completely limp. Someone knew to go straight for you, Sal pointed out. I don't like this. 2 of the others reached the robot and slapped devices onto it, which immediately started to discharge electricity through its chassis. Once again, the robot's advanced design allowed it to shrug off the assault. Maybe, Jess replied. But they've seriously underestimated us. Let's see how this plays out. Believing they had secured Jess and the robot, one of the attackers flicked some controls on the large desk. The main door opened, and powerful fans kicked into action. Within a few seconds, the air was breathable again. The attackers started to remove their masks, one of them crouching by Jess as he did so. The angle prevented the robot seeing his face, yet Jess thought he looked familiar somehow. The man spoke. Bloody hell, kid. You just don't learn, do you? Jess couldn't believe his ears. It was Matt. Chapter 27. Jess stared at Matt in disbelief for a few moments. Then he sent Sal an urgent message. Sal, don't shoot him. Despite Sal's thoughts also being sped up, there was a long pause before she answered. How did you know? Because it was my first instinct, too. We need to find out what's going on. The Wanderer is making progress on subverting their systems. Please, hold fire. For now, at least. All right. But when we decide to nail him, I get to pull the trigger. Fair enough. Matt reached out a hand and ruffled Jess's hair. It was almost an affectionate gesture. He shook his head. Kid, how could you be so dumb? I was there after you'd promised to help Allie, after you said you'd come here and rescue her friends. I knew you'd be here sometime soon, but to walk into such a simple trap. Bloody stupid. We set? Asked one of the other men. Yes, Slick. He's out for the count. Let me send a message to the ship now. Oh, great. This should be good, sent Sal. Bear with it. We'll have control of the station's systems pretty soon. Jess found it strange hearing Matt's message both in the room and via the ship. He muted the relay from the ship and focused on Matt's words directly. Sal, Allie, and whatever other strays Jess has picked up along the way. It's Matt here, in case you've forgotten me already. I'm sure you're on the ship. Glory Falls didn't suddenly get a fleet of ships all on their own, especially not a fleet made up of our ships. And I know Jess wouldn't have handed those ships over without getting you both. That little display at Stone Snake fooled plenty of people, but not me. It was too neat, too convenient. I thought you'd escaped. Lucky for me, I was right. Listen up, we have Jess. He's unconscious and is damn well staying that way for now. I don't know how he escaped us before, but it ain't happening again. We've got his lady friend, too. Now, we need Jess mostly intact, but that doesn't mean we won't break the odd finger or toe, and we'll really go to town on his friend. If you want them in one piece, you'll let us board the Wanderer and escort you ladies off. No arguments, no discussions. You've got 10 minutes to think about it. Then our shuttle heads your way. Please don't do anything silly. I'm really looking forward to seeing you both again. 10 minutes. That's great. Sal, Allie, get the combat drones and shuttles ready. As soon as we have control of Iona's systems, we can make a break for it, then start the rescue. I think we're going to face a lot more resistance than we thought. We may need to arm the prisoners as we rescue them." "Got it," Sal replied. "We'll be ready." "Be careful, Jess," Allie sent. "I love you." Jess had to use his implants to control his heart at Allie's words. His chest felt like it would burst. He was determined to get free and get back to her. Several more men entered from the main corridor, pushing 2 medical trolleys.
"Load them both up," Matt ordered the new arrivals. "Let's move them further away from the docking bay."
2 of the men moved over to Jess and bent to pick him up. "Now what?" asked Sal. "We don't want you to be separated from the robot." "I know. Let it go for a little longer, though." Before the men could grab Jess, a tremendous roar ripped through the room. One of the 2 men flew several meters and crashed into the wall. Tico flashed back into visibility and sent the other man flying. Once again, Tico was reared up, only 4 legs on the ground. With his accelerated thoughts, Jess could appreciate the incredible strength the alien could generate by twisting the top half of its body, then letting it unwind in a whip-like movement. Tico started towards another man, while several others started to raise their weapons. "Damn, we have to move," Jess sent. "Sal, concentrate on protecting Elizabeth and Tico. My shields can take a few hits. Release both drones from the robot. Allie and I can take 1 each. The drones from the shuttle will never get here in time to make a difference." "Okay, drones released." Jess's point of view suddenly jumped to that of the floating drone. While equipped with only light shields and weaponry to keep it small enough to conceal in the robot, it was more than up to the current task. Jess expanded his links to Sal and Allie, allowing them to instinctively agree their response and who should take which target. Jess took 2 of the men who had recently entered the room. Both were bringing machine guns up ready to fire. Reluctantly, he targeted their heads for several shots each. It was a life-and-death situation for him and his friends now. He couldn't risk trying to disable the men. The drone's laser snapped out several times at each man, killing them instantly. Allie had taken out 2 others already. Sal had moved the robot so it could protect Elizabeth with its shield. Now she targeted several more of their attackers, blowing large holes in their bodies with the robot's advanced weaponry. Tico had disabled another attacker, or more likely killed, judging by how the body landed. The robot and drones quickly finished off the others, just leaving Matt, who stood still and slowly raised his hands. Jess climbed to his feet, staring at Matt.
"Damn, kid, you proved me wrong. You do learn after all. It ain't going to help you, though. Surrender to me now. Make it easier on yourselves."
"Matt," said the robot in Sal's voice, before Jess could answer.
"Yes, Sal?"
he asked, turning towards the robot. "Drop dead." The robot fired several weapons at once. Matt's body was thrown back against the wall. Not that he cared. He was killed almost instantly. Jess stared in horror at the old man's body. Despite everything, he'd still felt something for Matt. Still harbored hopes that somehow the old man could be persuaded to give up his old friends and rejoin the Wanderer's crew. Those hopes were gone now, destroyed by the same shots that had left Matt's body smoldering on the floor. Chapter 28. Jess was jerked from his stunned state by Sal's voice rasping out of the robot. "Jess, we need to get you out of there. How is Elizabeth?" He gave himself a shake and crossed to check on Elizabeth. "She seems to be all right. Her breathing is steady. She's out for the count, though. I think we should load her on one of the trolleys." "Makes sense. I'll help you." The robot moved forwards and helped Jess get Elizabeth onto the trolley. He strapped her securely in place, then glanced at the open door to the corridor. "We need to watch for anyone trying to surprise us." "Already doing it. Allie has one of the drones watching the corridor. We've activated the drones on the shuttle, too. They're protecting the shuttle for the moment." "Great. What do we do about Nicholas? I don't think he was involved in the trap." "You might be right, but we leave him, for now at least. Getting Elizabeth back will be tricky enough in itself." "Yeah, I'd like to get him later, though. He might be able—" Jess broke off as the ship signaled it had control of Iona's main systems, including sensors, weapons, and shields. He quickly ran searches to locate Allie's friends. "I found everyone from Kershaw 5. The good news is they're all together, and it's not far from here. The bad news is they're under heavy armed guard." He sent the information through to Sal and Allie. The 31 children and 5 adults were grouped together in a fairly large room. 10 armed guards wearing thick armor and holding large guns stood watching over them. "We need to get to them quickly," Sal said. "As soon as they realize the trap failed, they'll start using those people as hostages, and their guard will be right up. We can get the ship drones to meet you there. That should even the odds up significantly." "Okay, I'm going to take Elizabeth with us. There's nowhere safe to leave her." Jess turned to Tico. "Thank you, Tico. You put yourself in a lot of danger."
"Worth it was. Friend Jess saved did I."
"Definitely. Are you hurt?"
"Hurt not. Fine feel. With you come will I."
"Everyone is ready then. Let's move." They charged out into the corridor, turned to the right, and set off. Jess found himself juggling several things. First, keeping his body moving and controlling Elizabeth's trolley. Second was managing the drone he was in control of, using it to scout ahead, ready to provide covering fire. Finally, he was monitoring the target room for any signs the occupants knew they were about to come under attack. The shuttle's drones reached the room just before Jess and the others did. 4 larger drones with significantly more firepower and shielding than the 2 that had hidden in the robot. Others remained by the shuttle, protecting their exit. "We go through the door together," Sal said. "Hit them hard and fast. Tico, you stay here and protect Elizabeth. Jess, you keep your head down too. Let the robot and the drones earn their keep." Jess nodded. Tico performed what Jess thought must be a nod, but the movement was so alien, due to its sinuous neck, that he wasn't sure. The robot and drones approached the doors. Sal, Allie, and he decided who would tackle which of the guards, then executed the plan. The robot went through first, smashing the door aside and opening fire immediately. The drones followed close behind. Several guards were struck while still registering what had happened to the door. The quickest thinkers were starting to lift their weaponry, reacting very quickly to the attack. Their thick armor offered no defense against the robot's advanced weaponry. 2 guards went down immediately. Several more fell as the drones opened fire. Those targeted by the 2 small drones managed to withstand several shots before finally being overwhelmed. The robot and the ship-based drones quickly finished off the remaining guards. It was over so quickly that all the guards were dead before the prisoners could react. For a second or two, intense silence followed the roar of weapons. Then it was broken by screaming and crying children. Jess ran into the room, holding his arms out and trying to shout over them. He couldn't make himself heard. "Children, quiet!" Allie's voice boomed out over the robot speaker. "This is Auntie Alice. We are here to take you home. Please calm down and follow Jess. Jess, put your arm up so they know who you are." Jess raised his arm, feeling stupid as he did so. The children stared at him, eyes wide, but they did calm down. Several of the adults headed for Jess, asking if it was true, if they were going home. "Yes, we've come to get you, but it's dangerous out there. You have to get the children organized, get them ready to move, and make sure we won't leave anyone behind." "What about the other prisoners?" asked one of the men. "We want to get them free too, as many as we can anyway. But you all come first. We came here to rescue you." Allie insisted on it. "How do we know we can trust you? We thought she'd betrayed us. Why didn't she end up here with us?" "She was grabbed and drugged by the people that kidnapped you. If you don't trust us, then fine, stay here. Explain the dead guards when the next lot turn up, assuming they let you explain before opening fire." "Don't be stupid, Alex," one of the 2 women said. "Look at what they've done already. We need to get out." "What about these collars, though? You've felt what they do, seen how much the children suffer. What happens when the guards turn them on?" "We've taken over their systems," Jess said. "We have an interference signal pumping out across the farm. None of the collars will work. Once you are back on our ship, they can be removed." "They told us no one can remove them without the right codes. The trying will activate all collars nearby." "They told me that too. It was something I knew for a fact every day of my life. Our ship removed mine when I first went aboard. It gave me quite a shock, let me tell you." Jess grinned at the memory. "What do you want to do, Alex?" asked the woman. "Stay here, or take a chance to get free? I say let's go, right now." The other adults agreed. Alex seemed less than convinced, but didn't argue further. The adults quickly rounded up the children, but Jess could see that keeping the smallest moving would be a big problem. Tico chose that moment to enter the room, causing shouts of fear, confusion, and, from many of the children, wonder. "It's all right. Jess shouted. "That's Tico. It's with us."
"Jess' friend," Tico said. "Little children carry can I. Sit on my back, can they?"
Tico lowered himself to all 8 legs, meaning his back covered a large area. Jess quickly grabbed one of the smallest children, lifting it onto Tico's back. "Who else wants a ride?" he asked. Most of the children put their hands up. The adults picked out 5 more of the younger children, then picked up 1 more each to carry themselves. With the youngest 11 children riding or being carried, Jess thought they had a much better chance. "Come on, we need to get moving," he said. He took the lead and moved quickly into the corridor. Almost immediately there came the crash of a gun being fired, and Jess's personal shield flared bright. Mind still accelerated, he spotted the guard hidden in a door recess, swung a drone around and blasted the guard with weapons fire before a second shot could be unleashed. He beat the robot by a few milliseconds, and Allie's drone by a little more due to its positioning. By the time all 3 had fired, the corpse was mostly drifting ash. "Jess, be careful," said Sal. "Let the drone scout ahead." He wasn't about to argue. The shot had shaken him badly. They set off down the corridor, a strange collection indeed. 2 drones leading the way, followed by their gleaming robot. Jess came next, pushing the trolley Elizabeth lay on. Then came Tico, loaded down with young children, and finally the mix of adults and children. Some distance behind, the final 2 drones patrolled on high alert. "Can we get everyone on the shuttle?" Allie asked. "Yes, just about," Jess replied. "We'll have to leave the robot and the drones, and it will be a tight fit, but we can do it." "Great, I'm launching the other shuttles now. Many of the slaves are grouped together, which will make our life easier, though we can't take them all in one go. I've loaded the shuttles with armor, med kits, and some weapons for those that can't get on the first wave. The other 2 robots are on their way over, too. I'll start letting the prisoners know now." Jess listened with half an ear to Allie's message, mostly focused on reaching the shuttle safely. "This is a message for all prisoners. We are here to rescue you, all of you. Shuttles are on their way to key airlocks, along with combat drones to protect you. Your collars have been temporarily disabled. Please make your way to your closest airlock if it is safe to do so. If not, please group together. We can see where you are and will come to get you. We have room for everyone on the ship, but the shuttles will need to make several trips. Armor, medkits, and some weapons will be on the shuttles. Use them to keep yourselves safe, but do not go after the guards. Please help those who are very young, old, or ill. Guards, listen carefully. We have killed many of you already. We will kill you all if necessary. Stay out of our way and do not interfere with the prisoners, and we will spare you. Step in our way and be crushed." The message started to repeat. Jess smiled to himself, greatly impressed. He doubted Elizabeth could have done better. Then he wondered if she had helped cook it up earlier. They neared the docking bay without issues, but through the station's sensors, Jess saw several armed groups closing in from behind. While his ragtag band could reach the shuttle safely, they'd be sitting ducks whilst trying to get aboard. "Sal, we need to hold those guards up." "I know. 2 more corners and all the approaches merge. We'll hold them there. Be quick, though. This lot seem to have some hefty hardware." "Better stagger the defense, then. Pull the drones from the shuttle, too. We know the area is clear now." "Done." They turned round the next 2 corners, then the robot and drones at the front slipped to the sides. Allie's voice boomed out of the robot again. "Keep moving. Follow Jess. Quickly now. You're almost there." Jess shoved the trolley with Elizabeth on even faster. Only a few corridors remained, and the doors in those corridors were all single rooms with no other exits. Sensors and cameras showed them all to be empty. Several drones from the shuttle flew into view and shot over his head, heading towards the fight. He heard weapon fire behind him as the first units of guards were cut down. Sal had been right, though. This lot had far heavier weaponry. The second wave opened fire, severely damaging one drone and rocking the robot within its shielding. "Keep moving," Jess shouted over his shoulder. Turning back, he saw a door further down the corridor opening, and a shimmer of movement. Without his implants and fast thoughts, he would have seen nothing. Even with them, he could only make out an outline. A man holding a weapon of some sort. With a shout, Jess shoved Elizabeth's trolley to the side and started to charge towards the near-invisible assailant. He forced his body to move faster, feeling muscles starting to tear under the extreme load. Spreading his shielding, he tried to protect the children behind him. He made it almost halfway before the guard opened fire. Jess saw the flare of energy at the same moment something struck his shields. This was no mechanical gun. It was an energy weapon of some sort. His shields held, flaring the energy off in dazzling sparks of energy which flew to the sides. The guard fired again. Jess's shields held, but were struggling. The third shot partially overloaded his shields. Thanks to the speed he was moving, the shot pierced his left shoulder, but didn't hit anything vital. Jess was aware of the impact, but the pain hadn't hit yet. He pressed on, now 3/4 of the way to the guard, but he knew he wouldn't make it. The guard would get off 2 or 3 more shots, and Jess's shields couldn't handle it. Realizing he had to try something desperate, Jess studied the weapon, struggling to penetrate its camouflage and tell where it was aimed. He thought he knew, but it was partly guesswork. If he was wrong, he'd be dead. So would those behind him soon after. Desperately hoping he had been right, he collapsed his shield to a small area only a hand's width across, so it could withstand another shot, forming it into a cup shape with the open top pointed towards the weapon. The guard fired once more. Jess had guessed correctly. The shot impacted the shield, and once again the energy was flared away in crackling lines of electricity. But this time the shape of the shield sent the energy back at the guard. The blast spread out slightly on the way. When it hit the guard, it blew a hole the size of a dinner plate through his chest, killing him instantly. Jess stumbled to a halt, then the pain from his shoulder hit. He screamed, but almost as soon as it came, it faded again, his implants limiting the pain and already sending out tendrils to start the healing process. The blast of energy had cauterized the wound, so he wasn't bleeding at least. "Jess?" Allie's message crashed into his mind, somehow far more forceful than normal. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, that was close, though. There might be more of them. Can you spare any drones?" "No, but we will. You need the protection. Just get in that shuttle as fast as you damn well can. Bring the Wanderer in closer, too. Once you're clear, we can blow that whole section apart." "Doing it now. Good idea." "Of course it is. Now move that cute backside of yours." "Yes, sir." "Come on, everyone, we have to hurry," Jess shouted. A boom overhead announced 4 drones arriving. 2 took station ahead, 1 overhead, the other behind. Jess ran back to get Elizabeth's trolley and then set off down the corridor as fast as he could. Behind him, he could hear the adults shouting at the children to move. Many of them were crying, but Jess was relieved to see they all moved quickly. 3 more of the nearly invisible guards tried to ambush them. The drones dealt with all 3 the moment they appeared. However their cloaking worked, it clearly didn't extend to providing shields. Jess rounded the final corner and ran into the shuttle bay, ordering the shuttle to open its rear and cabin doors. 3 of the drones turned and streaked back into the corridor. Jess quickly checked the status and saw why. The robot was badly damaged and retreating under heavy fire. All but 1 of the drones with it had been destroyed, and that one was in trouble. "Move!" he screamed as the mass of people behind him stumbled to a halt. "Get into the back of the shuttle right now! Tico, you go to the cabin. Help me to get Elizabeth in there." Not looking to see if he was being obeyed, Jess started to drag Elizabeth off the trolley. Tico was there almost immediately, using his arms to help lift Elizabeth and drag her into the shuttle. The children on its back were clinging on tightly, eyes red from crying. Jess didn't have time to reassure them. He jumped into the pilot's chair and strapped himself in, then started the side door closing. A flare of alarm told him the robot had been destroyed. All the remaining drones followed quickly after. Checking the shuttle's sensors, he saw that most of the children were in. The adults were quickly guiding the last few. 1 older child had fallen over on the way and lay crying on the floor, too overwhelmed to move again. One of the adults dropped the child they carried off in the shuttle and ran back. Jess realized it was Alex. In that moment, Jess completely changed his opinion of the man. The others made it into the shuttle as Alex reached the child. Hooking his arms under the boy's stomach, he was turned and sprinting back before he'd even slung the boy over his shoulder. 2 guards appeared at the corridor's entrance, swinging to target Alex and the boy. Somehow Alex put on a last burst of speed and dived into the back of the shuttle, just as they fired. The shots were mostly blocked by the shuttle's side, but Jess saw Alex's feet blown clear off, the energy blast sealing the wounds. Jess immediately started the shuttle lifting, closing the rear door and raising the shuttle's shields. More guards appeared, and even the shuttle's shields were rocked by the firepower aimed at them. Jess reached out through the Wanderer to the station's controls and ordered the docking bay door open. Nothing happened. Somehow the guards had jammed the mechanism. More shots impacted the shuttle's shields. Jess knew it couldn't take much more punishment. In desperation, he reached out to the Wanderer, carefully chose lasers he felt were not too powerful, and fired at the door. One moment it was there, the next it was gone, and the shuttle was rocked by a huge blast which nearly collapsed its shields. Jess smiled grimly at the thought he'd nearly done the guards' work for them. He threw the shuttle forwards, hoping none of the passengers would be too badly hurt. With them packed in so tightly, he hoped they wouldn't be thrown around too much. As he cleared the docking bay, more shots impacted the shields, which flickered dangerously before holding. The docking bay had automatically sealed when the door had been destroyed, preventing the station's atmosphere escaping, but the guard's armor clearly had life support built in. He threw the shuttle down and to the right, taking it out of the line of fire for the moment. Using the station's sensors, he saw the guards rush towards where the door had been, looking to get more shots off. What they saw stopped them dead. Sitting less than 500 meters away was the Wanderer. Jess gave them a few moments to contemplate their fate, and for the shuttle to reach a safe distance. Then he used his control of Iona's systems to drop its shields and open fire with some of the Wanderer's heavy weaponry. The docking bay and several floors around it simply ceased to exist. Jess smiled to himself grimly, then swung the shuttle and Wanderer onto paths that would let them dock as soon as possible. Chapter 29. Less than a minute later, the shuttle touched down in the Wanderer, clamps locking it in place. Jess opened both the cabin and rear doors and hurried out, telling the children in the cabin to stay with Tico. Elizabeth, too, would have to wait. Her breathing was still stable. She could sleep off the effects for now. He ran around to the back entrance of the shuttle. "You're safe," he told the anxious-looking adults and scared-looking children. "We are back on the Wanderer, our ship. You can stay here for now, but the room through there is our lounge and will probably be more comfortable. There's some sofas and chairs. We need to get Alex into the medical bay. 2 of you help me carry him." Alex looked in a bad way. The shock of his injuries had hit him hard. His face was pale and coated in sweat, his breathing rapid, and he was barely conscious. Swallowing hard at the ruined flesh, Jess lifted the injured man under his knees. One of the men grabbed Alex under the shoulders, and the woman who had argued with Alex earlier put her arms under his back, sharing the weight. Jess led them through into the lounge at a near run, headed through into the short corridor and then into the medical bay. A low bed was already in place, formed out of the ship's structure as always. They carefully placed Alex down on the bed, which immediately started to mold itself around his body, his legs in particular. The ship started pumping chemicals into his body to combat shock. Almost immediately his breathing deepened, and he soon settled into a deep sleep. "Alex, no!" the woman screamed, reaching out to grab Alex by the shoulders. Jess grabbed her hands. "It's all right, really it is. The ship has put him into a coma while it works on him. He'll be fine. I was worried we wouldn't get him here in time. Now we have, the ship will take good care of him. I want to stay with him." She glared at Jess, challenging him. He realized he didn't have the time to argue. "Fine, but don't touch anything. Don't interfere. Some of the ways the ship works are invasive, but they are crucial, promise me. Otherwise you can't stay." She met his gaze for long moments before nodding. She turned back to Alex without saying a word. Jess motioned to the other man to follow and left the room. "Will he really be all right?" asked the man, once the door was closed. "Yes, I promise. Now I need to go help rescue the other prisoners. Please help the children off the shuttle." Jess sprinted out into the lounge, dodged past several children that were milling around, then ran through to the flight deck. He grinned at Sal, stole a quick kiss with Allie, then jumped into the pilot's seat and strapped himself in, wincing slightly as the straps pulled against his shoulder wound. His implants had done such a good job of numbing the pain he'd almost forgotten it. "How's it going?" he asked. "Badly," replied Sal. "The only good thing is the fighters are keeping a good distance from us and the station. I thought they would have tried something by now. Most of the guards are ignoring our warnings, so the prisoners are focusing on trying to get past the guards, or get to them. It's turning into a bloodbath down there. Damn, we need to make the threat more real to the guards. I've got an idea." Sal and Allie felt the idea would work. As Sal had spoken to the station before, they let her send the new message. "Guards on the station. You are ignoring our threat. That is a mistake. We not only have a ship stationed beside Iona, we also control all of its systems. To prove that, all the station's defensive weapons will fire 7 times on my count. 1, 2, 3. Each time Sal counted, they triggered every weapon Iona had. Wherever possible, the weapons fired just slightly above the farm sections, ensuring the unleashed energy was visible to everyone. 7. You have seen we have control of Iona's weaponry. Nothing can stop our ship from attacking you. Any segment where the guards attack prisoners, in particular any segment where the guards kill all the prisoners, will be blown apart by our ship. There will be no more warnings. If that doesn't scare them into behaving, nothing will, Jess sent. Jess checked the deployment of their forces while waiting to see what effect the warning would have. Most of the shuttles were on final approach, with a few already docked and unloading drones. As more and more shuttles docked, the 3 of them were hard pushed to keep coordinating all the drones they had. Many encountered stiff resistance around docking bays, but nowhere near the firepower Jess had fled from on the shuttle. They quickly eliminated all resistance around the docking bays, with only a few drones destroyed by lucky hits or being overwhelmed by fire. Using Iona's sensors, Jess saw that many of the guards had now pulled back to defensible locations, letting prisoners pass safely. It's working. There's still a few hot spots, here, and here. But most of the guards are pulling back. Let's get some drones there, the robots too if we can. Great, Sal replied. Hang on. Some prisoners are trying to chase down guards that have pulled back. I think they want revenge. What do we do? We send some drones out there, order them to stop. And if they don't? I hate to say it, but we shoot them. Somewhere painful rather than fatal. If the guards feel under threat, they will start attacking prisoners again. We don't control all communications. I'm sure the word would spread through all the guards pretty quickly. Yeah, okay. Shooting at prisoners, though. Jess could feel how conflicted Sal was through the link. He felt the same. He had to focus on getting as many prisoners out safely as possible, though. Despite the earlier chaos and fear, he realized the trap had worked in their favor. The people from Alley Station had all been grouped together and easy to save. At least now he didn't have to worry about steering them to safety, possibly at the expense of other prisoners. Things continued to improve for the next couple of minutes. The first drones started to arrive at 2 of the trouble spots, and quickly wiped out the guards there. The 3rd trouble spot followed suit soon after, but the 4th was much harder. The guards there were dug into much better defensive positions, and were toting the same heavy weaponry Jess had faced in the station's hub, though it wasn't used until the drones arrived. 14 drones were destroyed in quick succession. Jess, Sal, and Allie sent the others diving for cover or back out of range. I don't think they're guards, Allie said. Their tactics and weapons are completely different. I think they came with Matt, the ones that attacked you too. Makes sense, Sal said. I think we should bypass them. We can take the prisoners in that area out through here or here instead. It's quite a bit longer, but far safer. I don't know if we have the firepower to overcome that position. Let's do it, Jess sent. Once the prisoners are far enough away, I'll use the Wanderer to pound that position. They won't survive that. They diverted the prisoners as Sal had suggested. In other areas, some prisoners were already reaching shuttles. Sal instructed them to unload the armor, weapons, and some of the medkits. Then the first wave launched a rendezvous with the Wanderer. Soon the first few were docking, using the docking bays in the lower section of the Wanderer, the area sealed off from the flight deck and crew living areas. Soon after, the shuttles were launching again, heading back to pick up more prisoners. An alarm flared in Jess's mind, drawing his attention to a region of space several minutes' flight away. A fleet of ships had exited jump space and were turning towards Iona and the Wanderer. Jess could detect that they were powering up weapons and had strong shields in place. The Wanderer tagged several as being familiar, ships they had last encountered at Stone Snake's pirate base. The slight hope Jess held that the ships would be friendly, or at worst neutral, was crushed. Incoming. We're going to have to fight, he said. You two take over all the drones. I need to concentrate on this. Good luck, sent Sal. Try not to bump us about too much. What do we do about the shuttle flights? Get the prisoners to safe points near the docks, and make sure they are armed. Send back any shuttles already in flight. I have to engage those ships before they get close to the station. Can the station's defenses hold them off? Not a chance. 2 of those ships are frigate class. Their shielding will be massive, and they could pound the defenses apart in no time. In that case, can the Wanderer hold them off? I think so. We don't have to sit still and let them shoot at us like Iona would. I'm going to have to make some jumps, which will interrupt your connection to the drones, robots, and shuttles. That's fine. Most of the prisoners are away from guards now, and those guards still near prisoners are sitting tight. Okay, great. Jess already had the Wanderer swinging around, turning to face the oncoming fleet. He played a quick warning over the ship's speakers, for the sake of those already on board. Hostile ships have jumped in and are moving to engage us. We will be in combat very soon, and you may hear or feel some of the effects. Please don't worry, we are more than capable of dealing with the incoming ships. You are completely safe. I hope, he added mentally. Jess focused on the approaching fleet. The two large frigates were the most impressive and most dangerous of the ships. Some 20 times the size of the corvettes the Wanderer had been able to destroy in the past. Their weaponry was a mixture of hugely powerful ship killers, designed to take on other large ships, and numerous fast-tracking but lower-powered weapons for keeping fighters and small ships away. Accompanying them were 3 corvettes, 28 smaller gunships, and around 200 small fighters. The fleet was arranged in a flat wedge, with the largest ships in the center and the fighters on the edge. They flew close together, apparently wanting to ensure they could support each other. Jess realized that his prior success against the pirates was now returning to haunt him. They knew the Wanderer was dangerous, very dangerous, and were taking no chances. He realized there was another option. He didn't have to fight. Allie's friends were safely aboard, around 100 of the other prisoners too. He could run, punch into jump space, and leave the fleet far behind. He imagined the thousands of prisoners still on Iona, the fragile feelings of hope they must have, and what would happen to them if he did flee. He knew he couldn't do it. He had to rescue them, which meant he had to defeat the fleet. The frigates were the first to fire as the Wanderer neared, their massive ship-killer weapons lashing out. They would have crippled a normal corvette or similarly sized ship before it could get close enough to retaliate. The Wanderer was far from normal. As soon as the frigates opened fire, Jess threw the ship into jump space, emerging almost on top of the fleet, and angled to pass from the top right section towards the center. At point-blank range, the Wanderer's upgraded weaponry started to lash out. Tens of fighters simply vanished, nothing but expanding clouds of vapor marking where they had been. The larger gunships held out longer, but not by much. Jess managed to destroy 2 of them and heavily damaged a third. His approach meant one frigate was blocked by the bulk of the other, meaning only the closer frigate could target the Wanderer. It started to now, lashing out with its heavy weapons. None struck. The Wanderer was far more agile than any ship of comparative size. As such, it was able to jink and dodge far too fast for the ship-killing weaponry to track. The small anti-fighter weapons started to land hits, but the Wanderer easily shrugged them off. The shields were taking a battering from other sources, though. 2 of the corvettes had managed to target the Wanderer, and were scoring as many hits as misses. A number of the gunships, too, though any fighters trying the same trick were destroyed almost instantly. The shields were holding, but they couldn't cope with so much firepower indefinitely. Jess targeted one of the corvettes with as many weapons as he could, and unleashed them together. He was amazed by the result. The Wanderer's previous encounters with corvettes had been close-run things where skill or blind luck had played its part. This encounter was exceptionally one-sided. The corvette's shields flickered for a second, then buckled and collapsed. The weight of the weaponry then punched its way through the corvette's thick hull from one side to the other. It missed the engines and thrusters, so there was no major explosion, but the corvette was dead in space. Escape capsules started to fly out from the undamaged sections of the ship. The Wanderer suddenly rocked as the nearer frigate scored a lucky hit, her shields holding but seriously strained. Jess punched her into jump space again for a moment, then emerged a short distance behind the fleet. He slowed the Wanderer, preparing for the fleet to turn and engage again. It didn't. Instead, it kept heading for Iona. Jess realized the fleet must know what he was attempting to do, that the prisoners on Iona represented a soft and immobile target. Angrily, he dragged the Wanderer around and into jump space again, emerging halfway between the fleet and Iona, then swinging around to engage the fleet again. Once again, he used a jump to close on the fleet, this time emerging a short distance in front and aiming to fly right through the center of the fleet, between the two frigates. As the frigates and other ships lashed out at the Wanderer again, Jess focused all his fire on the right-hand frigate. Even with the Wanderer's powerful new weaponry, the frigate was a worthy opponent. With repeated shots, he managed to weaken the forward shields significantly, but the ship reinforced them by pulling power from the rear shields. Space around the Wanderer was being peppered by fire, and more shots were landing than Jess was happy with. Given enough time, he was sure he could puncture the frigate's shields. But he didn't have time. A desperate plan formed in his head. As the Wanderer neared the fleet, he kept it heading between the two massive frigates, but slowed the speed of the evasive maneuvers. The massive ship-killing weaponry was getting closer and closer, and the Wanderer's shields were already under strain from a mixture of corvette and gunship fire. Just as it seemed the frigate's weapons would find the Wanderer, the ship reached the point where it was flying between the frigates. The right-hand frigate's large weapons fell silent immediately as they realized the danger. The left-hand frigate's crew were far too intent on destroying the Wanderer and kept firing. Now Jess let the Wanderer dodge faster again. None of the mighty pulses of energy even came close. Instead, they crashed into the shields of the other frigate at near point-blank range. Jess added the Wanderer's own fire to the barrage, impacting the right-hand frigate, delighted to see the shields flickering under such a heavy onslaught, and then fail completely. Some of the left-hand frigate's weapons fell silent, but many kept firing, as did Jess. He launched a barrage of heavy missiles, too. Even the frigate's heavy armor was no match for such devastating firepower. Huge holes were blown in its superstructure. Jess focused the Wanderer's fire on a particularly deep hole near the engines. Pouring fire into the area, the Wanderer was able to punch through and destroy several engines. The power unleashed was massive. Jess immediately threw the Wanderer into a jump, fighting to keep the ship stable as a huge explosion rocked the fabric of jump space. He dropped the Wanderer back into normal space and swung her round. The damaged frigate was now just so much wreckage, ruined chunks the size of small ships, spinning away. One of the remaining corvettes had been caught in the blast, and was reeling with its shields flickering. Many of the gunships and fighters had disappeared without trace. Even the other frigate had sustained some damage, and its shields were significantly weakened. Jess swung the Wanderer around once more and used a short jump to approach the fleet yet again. Dropping into real space, he focused fire on the damaged frigate. Within seconds, he was rewarded by its shields dying, quickly followed by a massive explosion as the engines were ruptured. He flew past the frigate, pouring fire into its shields, weakening them further, but not inflicting any damage. A handful of weapons lashed out from the frigate, none coming close, but most stayed silent. Jess managed to destroy several gunships as well as he flew past them. Clearing the fleet, he was shocked to see how close to Iona they were. Within a couple of minutes, the frigate's weapons would be able to attack it. Grimly, he swung the Wanderer to attack again. He was becoming sure that he could defeat the fleet now, but it would take a miracle to take out the frigate before it laid waste to Iona. There was movement within the fleet, ships changing position rapidly. It took him a moment to realize what was happening. Ships were breaking off, turning to run. First a few fighters, then most of those that remained. Some of the gunships joined the flight. The remaining corvette pitched down sharply, curving away from the Wanderer and Iona. When the frigate started to brake heavily and turn as sharply as such a ship could, Jess knew they'd won. He watched the large ship closely in case it was a diversion. Even with the turn, it would be closing to within 20 or 30 seconds of being able to target Iona. If the move was a feint, then the frigate could quickly swing round into weapons range. It didn't. All fight had gone out of the pirates. They turned tail and fled, heading in many directions. Jess considered following the frigate, pounding it apart so it couldn't threaten anyone else. Then he took in the devastation before him properly for the first time. He started to total up in his head how many thousands had died, mostly at his hands. Feeling sick inside, he let the fleeing ships go. He had enough blood on his hands, so much he doubted they would ever be clean again. Chapter 30. With the threat from the fleet gone, Jess flew the Wanderer back to Iona, which allowed the evacuation of the prisoners to resume. While the space battle had raged, Sal and Allie had continued to organize the prisoners. Most were now near to docking bays. With the Wanderer holding close station above Iona, they could rapidly transfer the prisoners, shuttles weaving back and forth. "What about that band of pirates we couldn't tackle?" Sal sent. "Do you still want to blast them with the Wanderer's weapons?" "Are they any threat to us, or the prisoners?" Jess asked. "No, none at all now." "Then no. I've killed enough people today," Jess sent wearily. He was almost overwhelmed by the message Allie sent in return, a mixture of love, excitement, and encouragement. "And you have saved so many, too. Look at the people, look at their faces as they arrive, as the collars are removed, as they realize they are really free. I love you so much. You did what you had to out there, no more." He wasn't completely convinced, but her message helped lift his mood a little. He still felt exhausted, though, mentally and physically. As the flow of prisoners slowed, he considered the fate of those left behind, the managers and workers. They would survive, but the farm would be ruined. Without the slave workforce, crops would rot or wilt. Iona would either be finished or would require massive investment. Somehow he couldn't bring himself to care about those who had run it, those who had relied on the slaves. Except for one. On a hunch, he contacted different groups of prisoners, showed them Nicholas's image, and asked if they knew him, what he was like. Many didn't know him, but those that did all had a good word to say, of how Nicholas had always avoided using the collars, had actually cared how they were, had falsely declared crops as spoiled occasionally so the prisoners could get some much-needed nutritious food, how he'd sneaked medicines to sick children, all at great personal risk. The tales confirmed his hunch. Jess took control of the remaining robot that was in good condition and sent it to the room where he and Elizabeth had been attacked. He found Nicholas still collapsed on the floor, not surprising as Elizabeth was only just coming around with the help of the ship's medical attention. The cocktail of drugs had been extremely powerful. Jess was thankful that the destruction he'd unleashed on the docking bay hadn't reached where Nicholas lay comatose. Jess had the robot pick Nicholas up and take him to the nearest undamaged docking bay, arriving in time to board the final shuttle. In the end, they rescued nearly 4,000 prisoners. The achievement was dampened by the knowledge that several hundred had died at the hands of the guards and pirates, not to mention the large number of people who died as Jess fought off the fleet. Jess felt a grim satisfaction, though, as the Wanderer flew away from Iona and punched into jump space. Considering his fears that they would fail, that they would all die during the operation, things had actually gone pretty well. In the lounge area behind him, a tearful reunion between Allie and her friends was taking place. Sal was there too, along with Tico and a recovering Elizabeth. Tico had become a firm favorite of the younger children. The strange alien seemed to love the attention and was busy giving them horsey rides, though Jess had no idea what a horsey was. After a quick check to ensure the Wanderer had no problems, Jess leaned his head back against the seat and closed his eyes. Within moments, he was fast asleep. "So we've agreed that we're all wonderful and the operation went really well," Sal said, smiling. "But the question is, where do we take everyone? We can't keep this many people on the ship for long. The conditions aren't cramped down there, but they aren't luxurious either." Jess, Allie, Sal, and Elizabeth were sat in the flight deck. With the living area overrun with children, it was the only place to hold a conference. "Gonna be tough finding anyone that'll take that many, especially ex-slaves," said Elizabeth. "Or finding someone you can bloody trust not to sell them to the next slave trader." "I think I know exactly the place," said Jess, smiling. When he told them, the others grinned too. Somehow it was perfect. As the Wanderer dropped into real space near Glory Falls, several ships immediately changed course to intercept, blasting out warnings and threats. Ignoring them, Jess opened a channel to Glory Falls Station itself. "Governor Demery, would you kindly ask your ships to stand down? I think we've already proven they wouldn't stand a chance against the Wanderer, and as you can see, she's packing a lot more firepower than she did last time." After a few seconds, the governor appeared, such a shocked look on her face that Jess couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, of course," she said. She gestured to someone off-screen. The approaching ships broke off their demands, though two continued with only a slight course change. "Those two will escort you in," she said. "We both know there's no need, but my people's confidence is fragile right now." "That's fine. Please extend my thanks to the two captains." "I will. Without wishing to be rude, I have to ask why you are here. I never expected to see you again." "Well, Governor, as you kept reminding us before, you owe us. Now it's time to pay that debt. We have a number of rescued prisoners looking for a home, or a safe place for a few months before they travel on. Nearly 4,000 of them. I want Glory Falls to take them, all of them. Will that be a problem?" The governor sat back in her chair, whistling through her teeth and looking thoughtful. Finally she spoke. "We certainly do owe you. Nearly 4,000? A few months ago I'd have laughed in your face. Now, though, well, we are really short of people. Crewing the fleet has taken a lot of people, and we are trying to expand, too, improve our weapons, grow more of our own food. If those prisoners are willing to work for their place, to obey our rules, I'll welcome them with open arms." "I think I can guarantee that," said Jess. Then he smiled. "And you may find their special skills particularly useful. They were working on an orbital farm. If you want to grow more food, these are the people you need." From that point, the conversation turned to logistics and planning. The governor had to prepare her people, arrange living quarters, guides, registration of the influx. In the end, it took more than a day to transfer all of the prisoners. Nicholas chose to join them, pointing out that his expertise in growing food would be sorely needed. Tales of his previous kindness had spread, and he was welcomed by all of the prisoners. Jess could tell he was truly happy to be dealing with them as people, not as slaves. As the Wanderer turned to head out of the system, the governor called again. "I wanted to say thank you once again," she said. "I'm glad we could help, but I don't consider the debt paid. I doubt it ever will be. If by some strange chance you ever find yourself in this region of space again, you will always be welcome here. You've changed the destiny of so many people, not just the slaves you rescued, or our people you saved. The whole station is now securing itself, making sure we can stand up for our rights. I suspect wherever you go, danger will follow, so I won't wish you a quiet journey. I'll just say I hope you stay safe and happy." "Thank you, Governor. If we are ever back, then we will stop by and see how you are doing. Goodbye." "Goodbye." The Wanderer jumped, turning towards Kershal 5, Allie's home. Curled up beside a sleeping Allie, Jess found it impossible to sleep. With the bedroom lights dimmed, he could just make out the back of her head, the curve of her shoulder, as she slept with her back to him. They would arrive at Kershal 5 next morning. Allie had been excited all day, but Jess was worried. His stomach felt like it was full of acid. His chest was tight, and tears threatened to fall. Kershal was Allie's home. He was sure she'd want to stay, to be with her friends, to return to the life she had known. A life he couldn't share, not with his link to the Wanderer. The thought of losing her was like a knife in his chest, but he couldn't say anything. If staying would make her happy, if it was what she wanted, then it was what she must do. More than anything else, he wanted her to be happy. He let out a deep sigh. "Something is obviously wrong. Are you ready to tell me yet?" Jess jumped at Allie's voice. She rolled over to face him. The lights brightened slightly so they could see each other's faces clearly. Steeling himself, Jess managed to speak without a quiver in his voice. "You're so excited about reaching Kershal tomorrow, aren't you?" "Of course I am. It's my home. There are people there I haven't seen since I was kidnapped. I want to see them all, and to see their faces when we return all the children. That's not the problem, is it? How can it be?" "It's your home," he said flatly. "You'll want to stay there, won't you? You should. It's your home." "Oh. Oh." She stared at him, eyes wide, studying his face. She reached out with both hands and held his face gently. It was too much. A juddering sob ripped through him, and tears started to fall. Allie grabbed him in a fierce embrace, clinging to him. "Oh, Jess, I'm sorry. I didn't think. I'm so sorry." He shuddered again, her words reinforcing his fears. "Jess, my Jess, no. No, I won't stay there. I'm not even tempted. I'm sorry I worried you. I should have said it was my home. This is my home now, this ship. Mostly because you're here, but also because I've seen how big the universe is, how much there is to see. Even if I didn't love you, how could I go back to my quiet old life? and I do love you, more than I can ever tell you. I want to be with you forever. Don't ever doubt that." Jess managed to pull away enough to stare into her eyes. "Really?" he asked in disbelief. "Really?" she insisted, then dragged his face in for a fierce kiss. As Jess started to accept her words, his body began to react to the passionate kiss. With his worries banished, Jess found he was wide awake for a whole different reason, and soon discovered that Allie felt the same. They made love passionately, fiercely, both collapsing exhausted when they finished. "I love you," Jess said intensely. "I know," Allie replied softly. "I love you too." They held each other close, kissing softly. The kisses soon turned more intense, and they both found they weren't quite as exhausted as they'd thought. When they finally fell asleep later that night, Jess slept without worry for the first time in what felt like years. Chapter 31. Jess smiled at Allie as Kerschel shrank behind them. As they jumped and the station disappeared, tears ran down her cheeks. Jess leaned in and hugged her, knowing that despite the tears, she didn't want to be anywhere other than where she was. They'd spent 3 days at Kerschel. The sight of parents and families being reunited with children they'd given up for lost would stay with Jess for the rest of his life. It more than balanced the weight of the lives he'd taken in the battle for Iona. The people of Kerschel had taken Allie's new friends to their hearts, even the alien Tico. For the first time since escaping slavery, Jess felt comfortable and relaxed, whilst not on board the Wanderer. Admittedly, he had the ship scanning space for any threats, but that was almost a reflex now. They'd all insisted on sleeping back on the ship, even Allie. Some scars still ran deep. Even in the safety of Kerschel, they didn't feel comfortable falling asleep, letting their guards down completely. Alex's family in particular had thanked Jess. To the amazement of Alex, the Wanderer had managed to rebuild his ankles and feet. He was still walking tentatively on them, training the muscles, but was clearly determined to grab the chance he'd been given with both hands. He admitted he'd expected to live the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Jess was glad to have helped. Despite his first impressions, he now had great respect for Alex. The man had risked his life and lost his feet, even if only temporarily, to save a child. Someone else's child at that. When the time came to leave, it was a wrench for Jess. He could tell Sal and Elizabeth felt the same. Tico had, in its strangely fractured words, mentioned the same feelings. Jess couldn't imagine how tough it was for Allie. But despite the tears, she had a big smile on her face. She had no second thoughts. This was where she wanted to be. "So, where do we go now?" asked Sal. They were all sat in the lounge, having just finished a meal. Jess had simply set the Wanderer flying away from Kerschel, making several turns in jump space to prevent them being followed. Some habits were becoming ingrained. "I can answer that," Jess said, bringing up a star map. "We need to go here." The star he had indicated, a red dwarf, was thousands of light years distant, a long journey. It was in a large cluster of stars with no indications of human settlements or presence. "Why there?" asked Sal. "Did you just pick a star as far away as possible?" "No," Jess smiled, knowing they were about to be as shocked as he had been earlier, when the suggestion was made. "That's where the Wanderer wants to go. Its mind has been much more, well, focused since we accessed the new areas of it and linked you two in. Its personality is stronger. I'm still in control, but it was able to tell me it wants to go there. We don't have anywhere else to go, so why not?" Their faces were a picture. Jess had to fight not to laugh, and they hadn't heard the best bit yet. "But why there?" asked Elizabeth. "Why the hell does the ship want to go there?" "Because it wants to go home." The story continues in Wanderer, Echoes of the Past, Wanderer's Odyssey, Book 2. Freedom was only the start. The crew of the Wanderer face ever greater challenges as their journey continues. Knowing the Empire will hunt them down, Jess and the others must seek help from another source. Turning to the criminal underworld seems like their only option. But it soon threatens to end in disaster, especially when past events return to haunt the present. Will even the incredible wanderer be able to keep Jess and those he cares about safe? This has been Wanderer's Escape, Wanderer's Odyssey, Book 1, written by Simon Goodson, narrated by Joel Richards. Copyright 2013 to 2083 by Simon Goodson. Production copyright 2015 by Simon Goodson.